Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fire in His Chaos by Ruby Dixon, narrated by Noel Bridges and Jeremy York. 1. Rachel. I wake up to just another day in Fort Dallas. My wind-up alarm clock goes off, and all four of us in the room groan. Yawning, I scrub my hand over my face and glance at the whiteboard calendar on the wall. Today's not a bathing day. Rats. I slide off my bunk, smacking my lips. Underneath my top bunk, Jenny is curled up in the bottom one, her pillow over her face. 5 minutes, she mumbles. You always say 5 minutes, Manda adds in, slightly cranky. She's always cranky before breakfast. You know the rules, I say, tapping Jenny's hip with my hand. We have to show up for inspection. Christy hops out of her bunk and stretches, then heads right out for lineup. Manda makes a face at her back, but I just shrug. Out of all of us, Christy's the most dedicated to the job. Rumor has it that she wanted to be a soldier back in the day, but then the rift happened and screwed her and everyone else out of their dreams. It's just rumor, though. Christy doesn't talk to anyone. Can't or won't. So people just speculate. Come on, I tell Jenny one last time. Panties off or they're gonna come in after them. That makes Jenny jump to her feet. I'm up, she gripes, rolling out of bed. Manda silently strips her own panties off and then hugs her arms over her chest, tugging the hem of her nightgown lower in the vain hope it'll cover everything. A louder alarm goes off just outside, this one to wake the entire barracks. It makes me race out the door, though, because I need to get to the front of the line for food. The end of the line always gets shafted, which is why I set my own alarm clock. Come on, I say to Manda and Jenny, stepping out of my own panties and scooping them up as I head out the door. The floor is cold under my feet as I head into the hall. There's door after door opening and other women coming out, so I walk faster, determined to get to the end of the hall before the line gets too long. Manda and Jenny are a few steps behind me, tugging on the hems of their shirts as we walk. I don't bother. I've only got one hand, and it's currently holding my panties for turn-in, so I let my shirt ride up, not caring if my ass hangs out. No one ever looks at my ass anyhow. I'm first in line. The soldier at the end of the hall eyes me, pulls out a Ziploc bag and tongs, and takes the panties I hand him. Period? He asks. No. He gives me a quick up and down inspection, then gestures me on through and puts a mark on his clipboard. After packing up my panties, he pulls out another baggie and turns to Manda. She meekly hands her panties over. Period? The soldier asks in the same bored voice. Not for another week. He waves her through, too. We wait for Jenny to go through inspection and then head toward the cantina. In front of the doors is another table, this one guarded by an armed soldier who smirks at us as we approach. Morning, ladies, he says with a leer. Fuck off, I say cheerfully and grab a packet of freshly laundered and plastic-bagged underwear. I pull them out and step into them, then hand over the baggie for recycling. You know the rules, he says, bored. Don't touch any underwear but your own. I make a face at him as he eyeballs Manda with far too much interest. You busy Saturday night? He asks her, grinning. I've got some extra coin and need a date. She immediately flushes and shoots me a terrified look. I grab her and pull her to my side, sliding her behind me so I can shield her as she puts her new panties on. She's not interested, fuck off. Offer stands. He eyes me and then shudders. Not for you, though. I smirk, even though I know it pulls the tight side of my mouth into a weird shape. Sometimes I hate my grotesquely scarred face, but at times like this, I'm glad these guys find me hideous. It's kept me safe all through the after. Most everyone I know has been raped or forced into prostitution, but nobody wants the ugly scarred chick with just one hand. Suits me just fine. I'll die a virgin if these creeps are my only options. No thanks, Manda says meekly, clinging to my side as Jenny hastily dresses. When we're all good to go, we enter the mess hall. A few of the soldiers eating there hoot and holler at the sight of women in nothing but a t-shirt and panties coming in for breakfast. But we ignore them. At least I do. Not just because of my scars, but because there are armed guards watching who gets a food tray. The soldiers can hoot and catcall all they want, but they know and I know that they're not allowed to do more than look. The strange new program we're in that feeds us and clothes us also keeps us weirdly safe. The men aren't allowed to touch us, like physically touch us, until bath day. Then some of the girls sleep around to make some coin, but once we're bathed, no one's allowed to put a hand on us. I ignore the men and usher Jenny and Manda ahead of me to get trays. Manda holds one out to me and then hesitates, and I bite back a caustic comment because I know she doesn't mean harm. It's just irritating. Thanks, I manage and put my tray down on the cafeteria tray rails as we wait to be handed food bowls. I grab silverware wrapped in a cloth napkin, grab a plastic cup and fill it with water, and then take the bowl of corn mush and tomato that's offered to me. I bend lower to balance the tray properly in my arms, but just because I only have one hand doesn't mean I'm helpless. And I hate that Manda flicks another glance at me before moving on. Even though we've both been in the program for 2 months now, she still doesn't seem to grasp that I can handle myself just fine. Ironic, because I'm always the one the others go to when they feel scared. I know she means well, that we're just looking out for each other, but it still rankles. We take our trays and head to one of the designated women's tables in the cafeteria, also watched by an armed soldier, and sit down to eat. I immediately start scooping my breakfast into my mouth, but Jenny picks at hers. I can't believe this is breakfast. Believe it, I mumble between bites. What happened to the oatmeal? Is it all gone? She makes a moue of disappointment. Breakfast should be sweet, unless it's sausage. Manda groans. Sausage. God, I miss sausage. Just eat, I tell them. Or I'll eat yours. We're eating, Jenny says quickly. I just take another bite. You can always tell which girls have had to struggle for food and which ones haven't. Jenny and her dad recently came to Fort Dallas a few months ago, she'd told me, after roughing it at a neighboring fort that ended up getting cleaned out by plague. Her father had died last month, and she'd found herself alone and facing prostitution, so she'd signed up for what we jokingly call the panty program. Manda has a similar story. She has 2 older sisters, both prostituting, who kept her safe for years. One's got 2 kids and the other is pregnant, so there are more mouths to feed. The moment the panty program came up, she joined because it was either that or start prostituting herself. There's not a lot of options for women in a fort, which sucks. Christy, no one knows her story. She just sits next to us, her head down, and shovels food into her mouth almost as quickly as I do. Me? I've been in Fort Dallas the entire time. When the rift hit and the dragons came through, I was one of the first to be attacked, and one of the few to live. They raked my face open, crushed my lower right arm, and left me for dead. My wounds got infected, and my hand and most of my lower arm was amputated. My parents abandoned me, deciding to go and fuck off to save their own hides. It took months before I was able to function again. But I lived. That's the important part. I lived, and I've made a living doing odd jobs and repairing what I can. I make my money however I can because I'm scrappy and I'm a survivor. It might be easier for a lot of women to just take money from the soldiers and spread their legs, but I've never had that option. Well, I do have that option, I suppose. It's just that I'm ugly and missing a hand. That, and I'm not offering. So what do you think the deal is with the panties? Jenny asks as she pokes her food. She always asks. It's been 2 months now, and no one knows the answer to why our panties are so meticulously collected every morning. I think a lot of us signed up for the soldiers program thinking that we were going to end up in some sort of shitty whoring situation. But no one ever touches us. No one tells us what's going on, either. We don't know why we have to hand over our panties, or why we can't bathe except on Saturdays, or why the men are threatened with death if they touch us. Everyone looks at me and I know what they're thinking. Why's this ugly scarred chick in a program if we're all being kept pure and handing off our panties? It's got to be sexual. I'm not stupid or naive enough to think it's not sexual. But I'm just as baffled as the others as to why I've been included. No one wants to touch me. My lower lip has a massive scar on it, and I've got ugly claw marks that left deep furrows across most of my face and shoulder. I've got a stump that was cauterized and has burn scars. I'm unpleasant to be around personality-wise. But I'm in the program, just like innocent Manda and cute Jenny. I guess because my scarred ass can wear a pair of panties just like anyone else. I shrug. The new lord's a pervert. He's into sniffing panties. I've heard it's a thing. Jenny leans in. I heard he's a wizard. I scoff, taking another bite. He's not a fucking wizard. Why not? There are dragons, she protests, eating. Why not wizards? I've seen him, Manda whispers, toying with her spoon. He does look creepy and kind of wizardish. I just shake my head and keep eating. Manda's not wrong. Lord Azar does look a little strange. I've only glimpsed him a few times, and each time he looked colorless, remote. Kind of like one of those elf lords in the old Lord of the Rings movies. But he keeps us safe and fed, so he can sniff my panties all he wants. Just because he looks different doesn't make him a wizard. You think it makes me one? You don't look different, Manda says sweetly. She's lying. I shoot her a look. Just eat your food. He might be a wizard, Manda says around a mouthful of gruel. Haven't the dragons stopped attacking since he showed up? Now they just hang out. It's weird, Jenny says with a shiver. I wish he'd make them leave. They're not wrong. The presence of so many dragons who don't attack is distinctly unnerving. I try not to overanalyze things, though. I can't control the dragon situation, so I try not to think about it at all. Doesn't make him a wizard. If he was, he'd be doing more wizardy shit, wouldn't he? How much more wizardy does he need to be? Jenny asks. He's controlling dragons. I hate that she's got a point. Even so, I'm not sure what a wizard would need with the panties of 36 women. After breakfast, we quickly dress in our uniforms. The women in the program are given shift dresses that are little more than simple, long, sleeveless gowns with no waist and a hem that goes to the ankle. It's like wearing a long pillowcase. And since they don't provide bras, most of us just slip the dress over our sleep shirts. We line up with the others for daily orders. One girl's whining about how she only got a few bites for breakfast. She's new. She was reluctant to hand her clothing over the other day, and I imagine that hasn't changed. She'll learn that if you want the full bowl, you show up and hand over your panties early. There's no place for modesty in a fort. I eye the soldiers that file in with envy. While we get to wear these ridiculous dress things, they're wearing crisp-looking khaki uniforms that seem freshly laundered, and pants and boots. They've even got belts. I'd kill for a damn belt and some boots. As it is, the old grubby sneakers I have are back in my quarters, and they're so patched together that the bottoms are being held together with duct tape. I'd happily wear a uniform and tote a gun, but Fort Dallas has made it very clear that the militia is a boys' club. Even with the new guy in charge, Lord Azar, the panty-collecting pervert, things haven't changed all that much. The dragon attacks have stopped. 6 blank-eyed dragons patrol the car barricade at all times. But other than that, business as usual. People still starve in the streets. People still scramble to make ends meet and to find something to trade for food. Same old shit, new master. Orders today, one of the guardsmen calls out, pulling out his clipboard and a pen. He stares at the list with boredom, then begins to mark off names. North Quadrant, Amber with Marcos, Regina with Ham, Misty with Cooperman, Janet with Smith. Any questions? When no one says a thing, he goes on, reciting the names of women in the guard that will be assigned to them today. I wait patiently for my name as he goes through the east and then west. South Quadrant, he calls out finally. Crystal with Burr, Rachel with Brady, Jenny with Quinn. I flinch, glancing over at Brady, my least favorite person in the world. He's leering in my direction, clearly pleased with the day's assignment. Ugh.
Assignment is as usual.
The guardsman with the clipboard calls out.
Scout the perimeter. Look for scavenged materials. Report back on what you find. Dismissed.
There's a low murmur of conversation as women pair up with their guard for the day. Jenny and Manda shoot me sympathetic looks because they know I've been stuck with the absolute worst of all guards, and I get to spend the day alone with him. Some days I think this program isn't worth it, no matter that they give me 2 meals a day and a safe place to sleep. Most of those days are Brady days. I hate Brady so much. He approaches me, all swagger, his hand on his gun belt.
You ready to head out, Scarface?
Hot loathing rushes through me. You know my name.
I do.
Brady leans forward.
But would you rather me call you Stumpy or Scarface? Because we can go with Stumpy.
Funny, I thought that was your nickname, I say sweetly. And no, I'm not ready. I need to get my shoes.
Make it fast then, Scarface. We don't have all day. I'll meet you out by the bikes.
I grit my teeth and walk back to my quarters. I can put up with this. I can. The men are on rotation, and it's just bad luck that I got stuck with Brady today. I won't have him tomorrow. It's just another shitty day out of many. I can endure it. I put my shoes on, lace them up, and then head outside where the militia's bikes are kept.
So, can I ask you a question, Scarface?
Brady asks when I return, a glare on my face. No, I say flatly.
How's a stump-armed girl like you lace your shoes up?
Fuck you. Are we going or not?
You pay someone to do it for you?
I hate him. I hate him so much. I ignore his words because I lace my shoes just like anyone else. I'm missing a hand, that's it. I'm not useless like he pretends I am. I do everything he does. Well, maybe not everything, I think with a sneer. He probably jerks off a lot. Are we going or not? I grab the bicycle I normally use for the daily excursions and swing my leg over the seat, hiking my potato sack skirts up so I can pedal. It was probably a kid's bike at some point, but it's been rigged with satchels along the back and sides so it can carry stuff, and there's a basket at the handlebars. Without gasoline to power cars, bicycles have become pretty important for travel, and I have to admit that I like riding one. Some days I think about just riding off into the sunset and never coming back, except there's nowhere to go. Brady pulls on his thick gloves before he approaches his own bike.
You need me to hold your handlebars for you, Scarface?
Fuck you, I say calmly again. He knows I don't. I lean forward and steer with my stump when my right side needs to guide the bike. Are you going to keep talking, or are we leaving?
So feisty. That how you got your scar?
I grit my teeth and kick the kickstand up, riding forward without him. He just laughs and follows behind me. 2. Rachel. While I might not like a lot of the aspects of the program, I love being able to go outside the walls. I've spent the last 7 years trapped in the stinking slums of Fort Dallas, so any excuse to go outside the walls is a wonderful one for me. Initially, the streets leading up to the fort are full of mud and filth, trash that no one's around to pick up, and the bodies of dead animals and the remains of old garbage bags and discarded containers. It's a disgusting muck that looks foul and smells worse. Lording over the barrier are a half-dozen blank-eyed golden dragons, and I shiver uneasily as we ride under them. For some reason, Azar has control over them. I don't know how or why, just that their presence has stopped the dragon attacks. After a few days of terror, everyone just kind of got used to them being around again. We adapt quickly, I guess. As I ride farther away from Fort Dallas, it gets progressively cleaner. The streets are broken and uneven, chunks of concrete pushed up by the roots of sprouting trees or insistent weeds. The air is fresh. The breeze is getting cooler by the day as the Texas summer turns toward autumn, and there are birds flying overhead. As we go farther out, I see more wildlife. Squirrels, the occasional coyote, rabbits, and even a few wild chickens that dart in and out of broken buildings. We bike farther, weaving between the broken cars on an overpass as we head toward our destination. There are certain areas that are designated as safe zones, and we go to the same ones every time. I don't understand it. After all, if we're being sent on scavenging runs, wouldn't it make more sense to have us go to new areas instead of the same ones over and over again? But the soldiers say that Lord Azar's rules are clear. Me? I don't think a lot of the rules of this program are clear, but I go along with it anyhow. By the time we've ridden to our destination, I'm sweaty and my legs are aching from the ride. I stop my bike, panting, and eye my surroundings. Here, there's endless clusters of smaller buildings crowding along the roads. It's a housing area, except most of the houses have been neglected or destroyed entirely. So many of them are nothing but half-charred remains of themselves, and others have roofs that are sagging in. As much as I hate Brady, I like scavenging in the South. I love seeing what's been left behind, and my mind comes up with all kinds of fascinating stories of the people that once lived here. Where did they all go when the dragons came? Are any of them still living in Fort Dallas now, or are they all dead? What killed them? Famine? Sickness? Dragon flame? Brady parks his bike next to mine. He reaches out and pokes my arm with the end of his rifle. I shrug away in irritation and add another death to that list. Death by asshole with gun? Stop it. That's dangerous. He slings his gun back over his arm and reaches out and pokes me with his gloved finger instead.
You sure are irritable, Scarface.
You're not supposed to touch me, I remind him. Gloves or not, the rules are clear.
Relax, I'm just poking you.
He gives me an easy grin that makes my skin crawl and regards me.
I brought extra gloves, you know. Well, just one because I knew I was with you.
I glare at him mutinously and put the kickstand up on my bike, dismounting. I need to get started.
I think you should give me a hand job. I'll talk to the cook. Make sure you get some extra food in your portion tonight.
And he just grins at me, like he's giving me a great offer. A cold prickle works down my spine, but I keep the defiant look on my face. I open one of the packs and pull out the empty backpack provided to help me scavenge and the sack lunch that's been sent for me. You don't touch me, I don't touch you. Those are the rules. You're just here to keep me safe. I throw the word back in his face.
No one's touching anyone. That's why we have gloves.
He lifts his chin at my bad arm.
I'll even let you use your stump.
Fuck you. I spit at him, storming away.
Stay close,
he calls out in a bored voice.
You know where I'll be.
I'm fuming as I storm toward the nearest house, pack in tow. Brady always makes gross propositions. It starts out like this. Name-calling and reminding me how ugly I am. And then the moment we get out of the city, he makes lewd suggestions. They never touch us, of course. Not until Saturday night, and only the girls that want to make a few extra coins. Or portions of food on the side. I could go to the soldier in charge of the program. I guess he's an officer, though the militia doesn't really have officers as much as they just all report to Lord Azar. I could complain about Brady, how he's constantly making disgusting comments at me, how he touched me with a gloved hand even though he's not supposed to. None of them are allowed to touch us for some weird reason we haven't been told. But we both know I won't say a thing. Brady's popular with the other soldiers. They're all friendly and stick together. Me, I'm a scarred, unpleasant girl who has few friends. If I get Brady in trouble, then I'll have problems with all the guards, no matter who gets assigned to me that day. I know better. So as long as Brady doesn't do more than call me names or poke me with a gloved finger, I ignore it. Jaw clenched, I storm toward the first house, trying the door. At least now that we're here, I'll have the next while to myself. Brady stays by the bikes to guard them, and I'm supposed to stay in close proximity so he can help me if I get attacked by anything. There's nothing in this area but the occasional coyote, though. Even nomads know not to come this close to Fort Dallas, Any people that would have lived here are long gone, so it's just alone time. I get to pick through the ruins and enjoy the rest of my exploration without Brady. If I go back to the bikes, I know he'll be there, sitting in the cab of a nearby car with his feet kicked up, flipping through an old porn magazine or something. As guards go, he's pretty much the worst one when it comes to keeping an eye on his charge. Which means I'm going to explore further than I probably should, just because I can. There's nothing good to scavenge in the areas we're taken to. We go to them over and over again, and yet the soldiers won't let us scavenge further. One of the girls speculated that we're not being sent out to scavenge at all, but if that's the case, why are we being taken out? It doesn't make sense. None of it does. The panties, the gloves, none of it. I stopped asking questions a while back, though. No one's going to give us answers, and no one's hurting us, so it beats what I did in the past. I think of the trade tent I worked at before this, and how I had a small space to sleep in the back. How I'd sit all day long soldering and scraping rust and trying to repair things enough for Tinker to sell them. He'd give me a few scraps for my dinner and tell me to work harder, or he'd kick me out on the street and give my spot to someone else. So I worked harder, and I hated him for profiting off of all my hard work. Every time I fixed one of the bicycles he sold to the militia, my gut burned with frustration. Every time I scraped the rust off of a dozen cast iron pans and he sold them at a profit, I grew angrier. Every time I traded someone on the sly for an item I could repair on my own and try to make a few coins, Tinker would inevitably find it and steal it from me, telling me that it paid for my dinner. Life isn't fair inside a fort. Maybe that's why I love being outside of it so much. Here, in an abandoned house, I can dream of escaping all of this. Of just getting away. Of riding the bicycle far, far away and never coming back. I close my eyes and sigh because I know how that dream ends. It ends with starvation and possible rape. It ends with a dragon finding me and killing me, or a nomad, or a wild animal. It ends with Amanda and Jenny getting taken advantage of by one of the soldiers, and I've promised to look out for them. They're my new family, and they're both so laughably innocent despite everything that I feel it's my job to protect them. Putting my dreams aside, I get to work. It's hours before I realize that the sun is high in the sky and my stomach is growling. I look up from the box of broken, rusted tools I'm carefully picking through, trying to determine if there's anything worth saving. Stuff with a cord is useless because there's no electricity in the after. I do find an old electric chainsaw, and I spend some time trying to figure out the proper way to remove the blade and if the chain can be used for anything. I'm sweaty and covered in grease by the time I give up and step outside of the garage for a breeze. Brady came by to check on me once, but I imagine he's taking a nap somewhere in a car. Nearby, my pack is bulging with all kinds of useful goodies. An old plastic butter tub that can be repurposed, a ball of twine, a roll of duct tape, several tarnished forks and knives that can be cleaned up and made new provided I can find some polish. My bag is full of bits and pieces, and out of every 10 items I find, the militia lets me keep one to sell on my own, or to keep. It's another reason I don't mind scavenging runs. I'd rather make money cleaning old metal forks than spreading my legs for anyone that'd want to take a turn on Scarface. I'm starving, and a glance at the sky shows me that it's definitely past lunchtime. There's a ladder propped up against the collapsed roof of the house I just came out of, and it's been there so long that there's grooves in the dirt, and vines have twined around the steps. I climb as high as I can go safely and peer out in the direction of the bikes. And sure enough, a distant Brady is sprawled in a truck bed, his cap pulled down over his eyes. Nap time. That means exploring time for me. I climb back down off the ladder quickly and leave my pack behind. It's too full to tote around with me, and if I find anything decent, I'll just come back for it. For now, though, I'm just more interested in having a look around. Humming to myself, I cross through the streets and cut over old backyards, wooden fences having fallen down ages ago. There's a few charred swaths that tell me a dragon came through here at some point, but grass is sprouting once more, so it's been a while. Even though I've been out to this area several times, I've never been past the neighborhood, and I find myself curious about what's nearby. I cross over another street and turn past an old stop sign and pause in surprise. The neighborhood's small grid of cramped streets and even more cramped yards ends at a service road, and on the other side of the service road is an old highway. There's a bridge to cross over to the far side, a streetlight still dangling overhead. There's a sign next to the bridge, but it's so covered in bird poop that I can't make out what the street name is. Cars crisscross and line the dead streets, covered with debris and old leaves and trash, and beyond that I see an old shopping center. My heart skips a happy beat. Across the highway is an old strip mall. There's a variety of stores, a restaurant proudly proclaiming the best burgers in town, and then a much larger building that makes my heart flutter in entirely new ways. A movie theater. Yearning and nostalgia strike me, and I gravitate toward the theater. How long has it been since I saw a movie? Since anyone did. Even though I know there won't be anything there, I head for the theater anyhow. I was at the movies with my parents when the Rift opened. I remember that. I remember the power flickering and people screaming. I remember the roof tearing off and something big and awful reaching in and lashing out with its claws. I remember my face tearing open and something heavy falling on my arm and trapping me. I don't remember much after that. Just waking up to a burning hot face full of stitches and a missing hand, and hearing that my parents left me behind as they fled Dallas. But I still have fond memories of movies. They remind me of the before, and so it takes no time to jog across the highway and cross over to the parking lot, drawn to the large building as if compelled. The parking lot itself is surprisingly empty. Most of the cars are on the road, and faded marquee posters lining the wall are still advertising movies that never came out. I touch one, my fingertips leaving smears on the dirty glass. Nostalgia for the before hits me like a tidal wave. I miss being so young and carefree. How old was I when the Rift hit? 13? 14? Time's been a blur ever since. A day-to-day struggle to survive, to exist, to make it to the next meal, the next morning, the next night. I remember sleepovers and summer camp. I remember going to the mall with friends and seeing movies and smiling at boys at the school dance, giggling in the bleachers with my friends as we cheered on the homecoming game. I want to be that carefree Rachel again so badly. I drag my fingers over the glass of the ticket window, not caring that I'm getting dust all over my hand or that my palm is filthy. My lunch is tucked against my other arm, and I move toward one of the chain doors, trying it anyhow. The chains hold, but when I tug on the door, they leave a big enough gap that I can slip inside. I glance around, checking to see if Brady's noticed that I'm gone, but there's no one. I push the chains apart as far as they'll go and squeeze inside. It's dark inside the theater, and the air smells stale. Cobwebs hang from the ceiling against old banners and posters advertising new releases and encouraging people to buy snacks. I head away from the snack bar area. There's a rancid smell there, and something green is blooming inside the popcorn machine, and head for the theaters themselves. There was nothing better than sitting in the darkness and munching on food while you waited for the movie to come up. Nothing. It was such a time of anticipation and hope and excitement. Dumb, I tell myself. It's dumb to romanticize going to the movies so much. But I can't seem to stop myself as I head for the first theater and pull the door open. I'll sit, drown in nostalgia for a few minutes, eat my terrible lunch, and then head back before Brady knows I'm gone. Just a few minutes to myself to let the after fade away. 3. Rachel. The inside of the theater even smells like my memories. I sigh, happily breathing in the scent. Mixed in with dust and mildew, the fainter notes of popcorn hit me, and I move to the nearest seat, flopping down. There's a gigantic hole in the ceiling that lets light trickle in, and I grin at the dust motes in the empty gray screen. I pull out my lunch and unwrap the cheesecloth around it carefully, knowing I have to bring it back. Everything gets reused. Everything. Lunch today is 2 hard slabs of a corn-like bread with a paste of black beans between them for protein. Food isn't like it was in the before. It's whatever grows best down here, which means lots of corn and tomatoes, and not a lot of fresh meat. Even so, it's pretty good. I take a big, hungry bite and close my eyes, imagining that a movie's just about to play and I'm eating a big sandwich. No, a fresh hot dog from the snack bar, covered in relish and mustard. Some big-budget movie with amazing costumes is about to play, and I'll get to spend the day living in that fantasy world, and when I leave, I'll go out to dinner with my friends, and we'll discuss how dreamy the romantic hero was, and life will be so small and comforting and blissfully ignorant. If only the projector would start up and make my dream a reality. I take another large bite and then pause. Projector? I turn in my seat and look up at the projector room. I wonder if there's anything in there that could be worth scavenging. Even though I'm thinking about the before, I still have to live in the after. I take another bite of my food and get to my feet, curious. I don't see a way up to the projector behind me, but it looks like the room itself is attached to the theater next to this one. 2 projectors in the same nook, perhaps? It makes sense. If so, maybe the way up is in the other theater. I carefully head in that direction and come to an adjoining door. Automatically, I shove my sandwich into my mouth and hold it with my teeth so I can free up my hand to open the door, automatically pushing against the door and leaning in before the heavy weight of it can close behind me. To my surprise, this room is full of sunlight, and I squint as I stand in the doorway. Part of the ceiling has collapsed here, and bright light floods in from above. It blinds me, and I squeeze my eyes shut, then open them a tiny bit to try and make out my surroundings. The seats here are a bright gold, oddly enough, and it takes up most of my vision. Then my eyes adjust, and I realize I'm not looking at seats, but the enormous blur of gold in front of me is nothing more than scales. An enormous amount of scales, attached to a sleeping dragon. I stare in horror as one clawed foot stretches out cat-like, and the dragon yawns, his mouth opening wide as I wake him up. Black and gold-filled eyes blink twice, and then focus on me. I've never been this close to a dragon. Up close, I can see the slow lash of his tail as it flicks back and forth. The enormous black claws, the delicate wings folded along his back. The dragon's head is as big as a car, the snout angular and full of sharp teeth. One of the horns on his frill is broken, and there's a hint of a scar near one large liquid eye. Nostrils flare as if he's catching my scent. This isn't one of Azar's empty-eyed zombie dragons. This is one of the people killers, and I'm less than 20 feet away from its face. I panic. The sandwich drops from my mouth onto the floor, and I don't stop to get it. With a gasp of terror, I kick it out of the way of the door and then slam the door shut behind me, panting. I hear movement on the other side. Sheer terror rips through me. I race out of the theater, then back through the lobby. I manage to make it back through the chain doors once more, slipping through the gap, and then race out into the parking lot. I'm shaking with fright, and I turn to stare at the movie theater behind me, expecting to see the dragon rising from it, to watch him come and hunt me down. The scars on my face burn. Panicked tears run down my cheeks, and I'm sobbing as I stare, waiting. There's nothing for a long, long moment. Maybe he's not coming after me? It doesn't matter. I'm still not safe. I turn and race back the way I came, all the way back to where Brady's still asleep in the back of a truck, and turn to scan the skies again. Still no dragon. What the fuck? I pull up a handful of my dress and swipe at my messy face. Am I not worth pursuing? Worth eating? I'm relieved. I don't trust it, though. I bang a hand against the truck bed and jerk when Brady grabs his gun and points it at my face. Can we get out of here? He scowls in my direction.
What the fuck crawled up your ass?
I want to leave. I snarl at him. Now.
What's going on?
He squints at me.
You crying, Scarface?
I grab my pack and strap it onto the basket at the front of my bike. I don't want to tell him I ran into a dragon. He'll probably just shoot me to save himself. If I tell them I saw a dragon, and how far I ventured, I'll never get to come out again either. So I say the only thing that will make Brady shut up. I've got cramps, I say. I need to get back to the fort before I start bleeding like a stuck pig.
Ugh.
Brady gives me a look of sheer horror.
You're fucking disgusting.
Let's just go, okay? I get on my bicycle and start pedaling before he can say anything. There's no dragon as we head back to the fort. No trumpeting call of fury, no fresh flames, no scent of smoke. All is quiet. I don't understand it at all, but I also don't question it. I race back to my bunk and hide, panting and terrified. Fort Dallas has been built in the remains of an old parking garage in a huge mall. There's tons of cement around me. There are walls. A dragon can't get to me. He can't. I clutch my threadbare blankets to my chest and don't come out. My stomach growls, angry, but I ignore it. Doesn't matter that I only had a few bites of lunch and skipped dinner. I'm too afraid to leave my bunk. Too afraid that moving out from under the blankets will somehow alert the dragon that I'm alive. Too afraid that someone will ask why we came back early. Too afraid that the roof is going to peel off at any moment, and a dragon's going to peer overhead and slice my face open again. But nothing happens. And then I'm left with the horrible thought of, did I dream it? Am I going crazy? Were there really just yellow seats and not a massive golden-scaled dragon? I'm starting to doubt my own sanity. Dragons attack people, don't they? Barring the blank-eyed ones around the fort, of course. Those might as well be statues for all that they pay attention to humans. But I lived through the rift. I know what it's like to make a noise and watch one of those horrible heads turn, eyes locked on you. They're predators. Enormous ones. So, why didn't this one eat me?
4. Jurek. The colors and sounds of this world are overwhelming. From the moment I wake up to the moment I close my eyes, it is a tidal wave of sensation, swamping my senses. They drove me mad long ago. I do not fight them anymore. I let them carry me, the constant screaming of sounds in my ears letting instinct rule as I sink into an ocean of blue and green and blinding red. This is my world now, and even though I lash out against it, even though I attack it with fang and claw and fire, it does no good. The world screams around me even louder, the colors brighter, until I have no choice but to let it wash over me and take over my mind. It is easier to exist in a state of nothing than to fight and constantly fight against the chaos. It has been so long since there was anything but sheer madness that it takes me a moment to realize the world has gotten quiet. The sound, or lack of it, rings in my ears, so overwhelming in the silence that a single gasp reverberates loud and clear. I lift my head, yawning, and that is when I see her. It is a human, covered in the reek of one of their hives, but beneath that awful perfume is a sweeter, purer scent. She looks startled at the sight of me, her eyes going wide, and then she races away. I blink, not entirely sure if she is a real thing or if I am imagining her. The moment she disappears, the sounds and colors bleed back in, overwhelming me. I fight back a groan and close my eyes, trying to focus, trying to fight against the tidal wave that will drown me under it once more. It's too much, though. I let it wash over me and stop fighting. I forget all about the female and the moment of glorious silence. Yet, my nostrils twitch, and they keep twitching. Something bothers me. It bothers me for endless hours, preventing me from sinking into oblivion. I finally lift my head in irritation, confronting the blare of color and sound that tries to wash out my surroundings. Colors swirl and weave around me, and the endless droning is in my ears, in my head, in my skull. But I smell something. I lift my head, fighting against the choking tidal wave of sensation, and then I find it. A smell. Just a small one, but a different smell all the same. I creep forward from my nest, muzzle snuffling at the cold floor, until I find it. There, against the wall, is the scent. It is food? Though it smells like no food I have ever tasted before. I touch my tongue to it, and as I do, the scent of the female wafts over me again. A female. I remember now. The overwhelming colors and sounds fade again, and I realize dimly that it is because of the scent. Of her. Is she my mate? I try to remember her face, her form. It is a blur, distorted with swirling color. I do not remember much about her, even though she was here a short time ago. Or was she? The madness makes it impossible to tell. But I remember her scent. I drink it in, rubbing my nose against the bit of food she left behind. Why would she abandon a meal at my nest? Hungry. An infant's thoughts broadcast through mine. Irritated, I push it aside. Speak to your father, Luminora, I chide her. Tell him you are hungry, and he will give you over to your dam. Hungry, Luminora protests again. Why do you tell me? Because you listen. Hungry. I fight through the madness, taking another deep breath of my female scent, and then push my thoughts out. It has been a long time since I have attempted to contact others of my kind, to fight through the static and madness that drives my thoughts wild. It is difficult, but the little one latches onto my thoughts from afar and rides them like a wave. I push gently, searching the web of thoughts to find Luminora's sire, her father. He is asleep, his mate close by. His thoughts are full of her. Wake, I send to him. Your daughter is hungry. Hungry, Luminora agrees, her thoughts a bright, searing bolt that slice away the bleeding colors that threaten to overwhelm me and drag me back under. Papa, hungry. Doc rouses, his thoughts a confused muddle before he reaches out to me. Jurek? Is that my name? I do not remember having a name, but it must be, if Doc recognizes my mind touch. Hungry, Salavatri chimes in. Hungry too, Jurek. I fight back irritation, because now both children are awake and reaching out to me through the mental waves. And where is your father? Right here, Kyle promises, his thoughts a bright bolt weaving in with his daughter's. Leave Jurek alone, my heart. He is trying to rest. Unless you wish to talk, Jurek. He sends out a tendril of thought, an open question. I tune out, now that the young are taken care of. The two newborn girls are different than many Draconi children. Their minds are brighter, sharper, and I am not certain if it is because of this world or their half-human heritage, but they are able to pierce through the madness. I almost do not mind when they reach out to me, because it is quiet when they touch my thoughts. Quiet, like it was with the human. I touch the bit of food on the ground again, her scent still all around it. Is she trying to feed me? Is this a human mating ritual? The realization hits me. The quiet, the silence when she appeared, the colors bleeding away, the scent of her, so perfect and strong. My mate. That must be it. But how can I have a mate if I cannot remember my own name? Jurek, Salavatri reminds me, still listening in. I get a vague image of her, mouth on her mother's breast, nursing with rosy contentment. You are Jurek. Her thoughts blast through me with all the subtlety of a lightning bolt. Both Luminora and Salavatri are too young to understand delicacy with their thoughts, but I do not mind. Jurek. I must remember. I must claim my mate. I climb out of my nest, stretching my limbs, and then spread my wings. I take to the skies, soaring higher, trying to follow her scent trail. It is faint, winding through a myriad tangle of other scents, but it is there. I breathe it in and follow it. It is when I am flying that something oppressive reaches out through the rift. Hot malevolence washes over me, and I nearly crash out of the sky. A moment later, Luminora's thoughts touch mine, a bolt of bright light. She chases away the darkness that threatens through the rift, and the evil retreats. There are no words with her thoughts, just the reassurance that she is there, that she senses the evil and has pushed it away. Salavatri lingers near too, ready to step in if Luminora tires. I continue on, and I am dismayed to find that my human scent leads right to their hive. Her enticing fragrance is drowned in the wealth of filth and the thousands of scents that pile atop one another. I let out a roar of frustration because I smell other draconi. I smell a Solorian. I hate all of it. How can they keep her from me? My thoughts whirl faster, bleeding with color and sound, madness mixing in with my rage. She is my mate. She tried to feed me, to wake my slumbering thoughts. They will not keep her from me. How dare they? I open my mouth and let loose my fire.
5. Rachel. I hide in my quarters when the dragon attack alarms go off. Even though it's been weeks and weeks since any sort of dragon approached Fort Dallas, outside of Azar's dead-eyed guards. This can't be coincidence. I pull my limp pillow over my head and try to forget about the day's events, even as people fill the halls of the barracks and I can hear the questions in their voices. It doesn't last long, this attack. The all-clear bell comes minutes later. The only thing lingering is the faint scent of smoke in the air. The murmur of voices dies down and people go about their day once more. Everyone recovers from dragon attacks quickly these days because we're so used to them. Everyone but me. I can't stop shaking. I thought I'd gotten away, but he found me. He followed me. Hours later, back to the fort. He came looking for me. Oh, God. I'm so fucked. I avoid the dinner bell later that night, pretending to have cramps when Jenny comes in and checks on me. She knows it's not like me to miss a meal. I'm usually the first one out there, determined to get my fair share. But I just give her a fake, pained smile and clutch my stomach and continue hiding in my bunk. Today needs to go away. It's a bad dream, I tell myself. I'm safe. I won't go back to that particular area again for scavenging missions. I'll go to a different section. I'll ask to look north every time. Tell them there's certain things I need to repair bicycles and I want to focus my efforts there. If they don't let me, I guess I can leave the program. Go back to my bunk on the floor of Tinker's shop and back to scrounging and repairs for a few meals. I'll hate it, but I've hated a lot of my choices lately. All I know is that I can't go back out again. That dragon was different than the ones that surround the fort. Those gray-eyed zombies might as well be statues for all that they respond. They sit on the walls and ignore us as if we're nothing, and it's easy to forget that they're there, that they're the enemy. I can't forget now. When I close my eyes, I see the whirling eyes of the dragon mere feet away from me, his gaze a madness of black and gold. It focused on me. He saw me. I'm going to see that haunting gaze in my nightmares. I can't forget how close I was to his massive maw, the gaping jaws, the razor-sharp teeth. I touch my scars, remembering the agony of my first encounter with a dragon. of one hand, trapped under a concrete wall that had fallen forward, my other desperately trying to hold my bleeding face together. I was lucky to escape with just a mangled face and half an arm last time. I know if I meet a dragon again, I won't be so lucky. Most aren't. Even so, I can't stop thinking about how terrifyingly magnificent he was. The lethal grace of him as he stretched in front of me. The hot whiff of his breath as he yawned, cat-like, as if I'd woken him from his nap. The sheer magnitude of his size. He was beautiful in the way that a cobra was beautiful, and both are deadly to anyone that gets near. Maybe he won't remember that he saw me, I hope against hope. But the tickle of smoke that hangs in the air tells me otherwise. It took him a few hours, but he found me. He followed me back to the fort. He knows who I am and where I came from. I can't go back out again. Not without risking my life. I have to quit the program. Even as it occurs to me, the thought fills me with grief. I have to leave behind my friends, Manda, Jenny, even Christy, who says nothing but is a comforting presence nearby. I have to leave behind a structured day and regular meals and knowing that I'm safe in my bunk and no one will grab me and try to force me. It's not perfect, this strange program. I have to turn over my panties and let strangers look at my body. I have to endure the leers and comments of men like Brady. But that's all they are, leers and comments. It could be so much worse. I've seen so much worse. The only reason it hasn't been so much worse for me is because of my face and my arm. Eventually, that's not going to stop someone. And then I don't know what I'll do. I won't have the protection of the militia for being in their weird little program. Even Tinker hinted that I'd have to win him over if I came crawling back. I shudder. What other options do I have, though? I sit up, sick with the realization that I can't stay. I'm going to have to find some other alternative. Everyone in the program goes out beyond the protective walls of Fort Dallas, every day. They won't let me be the only girl in the program to stay inside the fort. I glance around the room, mentally packing my things. I can take my shoes. Those were mine before I came here. Most of my clothes will have to stay because they belong to the program. Maybe... An alarm bell rings. A different one. It's the morning bell that prompts a lineup of all the women in the program. My mouth goes dry and there's a knot in my throat. It's after dinner. There's no reason to ring the morning bell now. They're calling us together and I can just guess what this is for. I hesitate, wanting to just run away and never come back, but I'll be caught. I have no choice but to go out with the others and see what's going on. Should I pull off my panties and deliberately misunderstand what's happening? I contemplate it for a moment, and then decide to leave them on to go with my cramp story. I'll tell them I have my period and skip going out tomorrow. For some reason, when we have our periods, we're not forced to go out scavenging. It's another one of Lord Azar's weird rules for our program. Sucking in a deep breath, I school my features into one of utter confusion and join the others out in the hall. A few of the women are still chewing, one licking her fingers, obviously pulled away from dinner. Manda has a book in her hands and Jenny has sewing. Everyone looks terrified as we line up, because the hall is full of guards and they're all armed. Something's wrong. Just coincidence, I tell myself. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with my dragon encounter. It's just coincidence. This could just be a drill. I glance over at the soldiers and notice that Brady is giving me a narrow-eyed scowl. He's thinking the same thing I am. That whatever's going on, I'm the cause of it. At my side, Jenny sucks in a breath and nudges me with her elbow. She straightens and Manda shuffles up next to me, lining up.
"Are they all here?"
says a cool, slightly accented voice, and I go still. It doesn't sound like one of the guards. Jenny nudges me again, and I realize I'm standing too far out of the lineup. I take a step back next to her as a man in pale clothing steps forward. He wears light-colored pants and an equally light-colored top that look crisp and laundered. His pale golden hair pulled back into a queue. His skin looks almost the same color as his hair, and his clothing, which just adds to the unnatural feel of his presence. I've been told that he's a normal guy, as normal as anyone, but seeing him like this doesn't make me think he is. There's nothing that says normal guy about his stance or mannerisms. His face, or what can be seen behind his dark sunglasses, is a mask, not allowing any emotion to show. Even so, he's vibrating with tension. No, anger. He steps forward, his movements jerky as he moves down the line, looming toward each woman as we remain in our assigned spots. The room is utterly silent as he pauses in front of each of us. And even though I can't see his gaze, I suspect it'd be accusing. I keep my expression as bland as possible. Lord Azar pauses in front of me, studying my scarred face for a moment, like everyone does, and then keeps going. When he gets to the end of the line of women, he turns again, and his movements are crisp with barely restrained anger.
"Well?"
he snaps.
"Which one of you was it?"
Utter silence meets his accusation. Surely he can't be asking about what happened to me earlier? There's no way. Someone was caught stealing. That must be it. I ignore the knot of dread in my stomach, fix a bland expression on my face, remain calm. It's not me. It's not.
"Which one of you met with a dragon?"
The words are bellowed in Christie's face, but they're meant for all of us. My entire body goes cold, my skin prickling. Keeping a straight face is the hardest thing I've ever done.
"Why was this not reported to me?"
Lord Azar continues, his voice withering. He casts his stare over the militia soldiers lined up with us.
"Have my instructions not been clear enough?"
A man clears his throat in the silence. It's Daniels, the one in charge of our group, the man with the clipboard every morning.
"My lord, perhaps it was unrelated. Perhaps the panties—"
"It was not,"
Azar bites out, raising a hand to stop Daniels before he can say anything further.
"I know it was not, so do not insult me and pretend otherwise. Someone here is lying."
He stalks down the line again.
"Someone here is lying to me, and I will not stand for it."
His nostrils flare, and as he pauses near me, I could swear his breath hisses.
"Do you not like your free food, your clothing, your safety?"
His lip curls, showing pale, perfect teeth.
"Have I not provided for you? And yet you cannot do the simplest of tasks for me? Have I asked too much from your simple minds?"
"My lord, the men would report back if there had been such an encounter."
Daniels bravely offers again.
"They know their duty."
"Clearly they do not."
Azar snaps. He points at Daniels.
"Tomorrow, send out the same groups as before. Same everything. Same locations. All of it the same."
He shoves that finger at me, then at every person he passes.
"Nothing changes from today.
You wear the same clothes, the same panties, everything. No baths, no cleaning, no nothing."
Daniel clears his throat.
"Understood, sir."
"And no food!"
Azar snarls.
"If you want to be protected by me, you will play by my rules. If you want to eat from my hand, you must give me something in return.
No food until whoever is luring out this dragon is found."
There's a low mutter amongst the women. I remain silent. I'm too afraid to even react, too afraid to show anything other than total boredom. Azar's jaw clenches. He grits his teeth, glancing over us once more.
"You are safe under my hand for now, because what I want is for this hive, this fort, to be safe. We cannot have safety if your people do not comply. No meals until this liar is found and brought to me."
He turns to Daniels.
"We will find out the root of this one way or another." "I understand, my lord, but perhaps starving the women.
Daniels begins. Azar cuts him off again.
If they wish to eat, then they will do as they are bid. I do not ask too much, do I? Hand over your clothing. Scavenge for tidbits. Notify me if someone makes contact with a dragon. How is this difficult?
His tone changes, becoming more soothing, seductive.
How can we keep this fort safe if your girls will lie about such things? Or perhaps we need a new group of women entirely?
Someone gasps down the line. Another girl bursts into tears. Daniels looks even more uncomfortable, and I notice he flicks a glance over at Manda, who has her gaze cast to the ground as if she's being personally chastised. Uh-oh. I don't like that look. That look tells me that he's got his eye on Manda, and that I can't trust her anymore if she returns his feelings. Daniels stands taller.
If there is a problem, Lord Azar, it will be rooted out. I promise. Give me a few days to take control of the situation.
Azar points his finger in Daniel's face again, and I notice for the first time that his nails are thick and strange. How odd.
Fix it, then. And be quick. Every day that passes with a rogue dragon flying overhead is another day the people here are not safe.
He casts us one last angry look and then storms out, followed closely on his heels by 2 soldiers. Daniels exhales slowly. Someone sniffs back tears, and no one moves from their spot even after Azar is gone. I can feel Brady staring at me, but I don't look in his direction. To do so would admit guilt.
You heard the man,
Daniels says after a moment.
No baths, no clothing changes, no dinner. Tomorrow we keep the same schedule as before, and if any of you met with a dragon, you need to fucking say so, understand?
Silence meets him. A girl raises her hand.
Is that what we're here for? To meet with dragons? Are we bait?
The weeping girl asks. Someone else starts to cry. Daniels runs a hand down his face, clearly exasperated.
I don't know what the purpose is, okay? We just have our orders, and my orders include telling Lord Azar if anyone runs across a dragon during scavenging excursions. No one's getting in trouble.
If we're not in trouble, why can't we have food? Jenny asks. Or showers?
Daniels glares in her direction.
I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. You're welcome to leave this program at any time and take your chances elsewhere.
No one says a thing. No one moves. We all know this is our best shot at surviving. It's either this or whoring or something even worse. There are no good options in the after. 6. Rachel. It's a silent evening. I hide in my bunk feigning cramps and reading through one of Manda's books until it gets too dark, and then just listening to the women talk without offering anything in return. Jenny and Manda spend hours trying to determine who's the liar, who met with a dragon, and why. They're convinced that whoever did is an enemy, a mole hiding out amongst us that wants to bring the entire fort down. I want to tell them that it's me and that I don't have an ulterior motive, that I'm just scared out of my mind. But I can't stop thinking about the long look that Daniels gave Manda, and I know they talk a lot when they have a few stolen moments together. I like Manda, but I don't trust her not to tell him. She'll sell me out to keep her safe spot in the program. The program. What a joke. I suspect we're not being told the truth of this program, any of it. There's a reason why they're collecting our underwear. A reason why we're being dragged out to the same spots over and over again when there are far better scavenging grounds. There are lots of reasons, and no answers to any of them. At least we're not being given the answers. Lord Azar has a plan for us. He just won't tell us what it is. It has something to do with dragons, though. That much is obvious. I'm afraid to find out the truth of things. What if we really are bait? What if those dragons that sit up on the walls got there because there's a bunch of girls that they used as bait?
I don't know how that would possibly work, but I'm terrified of what it might mean. I can't go out tomorrow. I just can't. I'm determined to cry off because of my period, but when I go to turn in my panties in the morning, Daniels isn't interested in them.
You keep them on, remember? He tells us. Everyone's going out in the same clothes, just like Azor said.
I got my period, I say, moving to the front of the line. I can't go out.
You can and you will.
He checks his clipboard.
And you're going back out with Brady, South Quadrant.
Brady slaps a big hand on my shoulder, making me jump.
Shall we head out then, partner?
The way he says the word makes a chill go down my spine. He knows. He knows my secret. He knows I don't have my period, and that I somehow ran into that dragon. Fuck. I keep my expression carefully blank as we head out to the bikes. My stomach is growling something awful, and I'm so hungry that I'm dizzy, but I ignore it. There's nothing to do about it. I know I can't stay in, and I know that if Brady has food, he's not going to share it. Being hungry is just something I'll have to ignore until food's handed out again. I grab my assigned bicycle and start pedaling, and Brady rides up to my side and we head out. To Brady's credit, he's just as silent as I am as we head out of the city. I'm half terrified he's going to pop off in hearing of someone else, but he doesn't. He probably doesn't want anyone to know that the reason he was unaware of my meeting a dragon was because he wasn't watching me properly. He's saving his hide, too. I'm acutely aware of Brady's presence at my side as we bike out. I keep waiting for him to bring it up, but he doesn't. He's utterly silent. And I know from experience that a quiet Brady is not a good thing. It puts me on edge. I keep waiting for the moment he's going to explode. I know he will. It's just a matter of when. I don't feel well either. I haven't eaten since noon yesterday, and I'm acutely aware of it. I haven't been starving in a while, so I feel the lack of the meal acutely. I'm trembling and weak, and if I move too quickly, my head gets dizzy. I need to eat something, but I can only hope they'll feed us when I get back. It's going to be a hell of a long day. On top of all that, I'm also aware that the dragon might still be lurking around the movie theater. It seems crazy stupid to head in that direction, to just ride out there and hope for the best, but what choice do I have? No matter what I say or do, I'm completely fucked. I know I should just turn around and point out that it was me that the dragon came after, that I stumbled upon him and woke him up. But something tells me that's not a safe option. Confessing that feels like sealing my fate, in just a completely different way. I don't like how Lord Azar reacted. I don't like any of this. But I knew there'd be some sort of payment for free food, didn't I? I just closed my eyes to all the potentially bad things that could happen. Of course Azar wants something from us. No one does anything out of the goodness of their hearts. But dragon bait? The more I roll the idea over in my head, the more it sounds likely. And the more it terrifies me. There's rumors, always rumors, that women that disappear are fed to dragons. Rumors of human sacrifices to the dragons in exchange for the fort's safety. Of dark magic of some kind, because Azar looks creepy and isn't a very cuddly-seeming leader. Then again, neither was the mayor before him. No one can be trusted in the after anyhow. No one. A hand grabs my braid and nearly yanks me off of my bike. I careen to the side, letting out a cry of pain, and I crash into the nearest parked car. I slam against the dusty hood, knocking the breath out of me. And when I straighten, wheezing, my bicycle is at my feet. Brady flings his bike away and stalks toward me, his temper finally bubbling over. I grab at my braid, not entirely certain he didn't pull a handful out. "What the fuck? Are you trying to kill me?"
"I might be," he snarls. "It's obvious you're trying to get both of us killed, aren't you?"
"I'm not." I protest weakly, backing up against the car hood as he storms toward me.
"Aren't you?"
He kicks my fallen bike aside, the metal crashing over loud on the too-silent street.
"You didn't have cramps yesterday, did you? I thought something was up, but I figured you were just being lazy. Turns out you're a sneaky-ass bitch."
He gets in my face, pressing his bigger body against mine as I remain trapped against the car. I push at his chest with my stump, hoping to repulse him, but he remains far too close. "Get away from me," I huff. "And I did have cramps."
"If I put my hand between your legs, am I gonna find you bleeding?"
Brady sneers.
"Because I'll do it unless you admit the truth. Right fucking now, Scarface."
I go still, terrified. Brady's always been quiet sneers and mocking words. The hand that pulled on my braid as I biked, though, that was with intention to hurt me. And right now he's glowering and in my face, and I'm more than a little terrified. The last thing I want is for him to touch me in a private area. I debate my options and then confess the truth. I'm not on my period. He grabs me by the throat.
"You fucking cunt!"
He squeezes hard for just a moment, then releases me. "What did you do?" I grab my throat, shocked, and shove at him again. "Don't touch me!"
"What did you do?"
Brady snarls at me, reaching as if he'd choke me again.
"Tell me."
"I didn't do anything," I protest, lying through my teeth. "I just went scavenging. You'd know that if you weren't so fucking lazy. Is that why you're mad? Because you weren't doing your job and so now you're taking it out on me?" He backs off, his expression deadly.
"Oh, I'm not mad, Scarface. I'm just trying to understand."
I rub my throat, still more than a little shocked that he choked me. "Don't ever touch me again." He snorts.
"You love it and you know it.
Where'd you go?" His tone is casual, almost unnervingly so. I want to protest that no, I wouldn't love it. I don't want him to touch me at all. I can't stand him. I look around us nervously, acutely aware of just how far we are from the fort. We're a good hour or two away by bike, more by foot. If Brady hurt me, no one would be around to hear me scream. No one would be around to help. I'm utterly conscious of the violence brimming within him, of the fury barely kept in check, and I rub my throat again. Like I said, I didn't do anything wrong, I just went scavenging. That's all I ever do. I lift my chin, trying to seem defiant even though I'm uneasy. Isn't that what we're brought out here for? Scavenging? Brady just shrugs, his hands on his hips, expression deceptively cool.
"You didn't find a dragon?"
Of course not, I sputter. I sincerely hope he buys it. I'm going to keep selling that line until someone believes it. I did not find a dragon. I've never seen a dragon at all. Nope, no siree, not me. I certainly didn't wander into one's den. I gesture at my bike. Can we get going now, or are you going to throw another man-baby tantrum? He laughs, arching a brow at me.
"Tantrum, huh? You don't think I have the right to be mad after you lied to me?"
I only lied to you a little, I admit. I just wanted to go back to the fort early, that's all. Telling you I had cramps seemed like the easiest way to do it.
"But no dragon,"
Brady says flatly. No dragon.
"You just wanted to return."
Again, an utterly flat statement. And I know he doesn't believe me. I'm going to have to sweeten my lie a bit to make it more believable. So I shrug. Maybe I was meeting someone and needed to get back early. Doesn't matter, we're both abusing the program. I don't tell on you and you don't tell on me. Seems pretty simple where I'm concerned. He grins and I relax a little.
"Is that so, Scarface? You got a boyfriend?"
Maybe, maybe not. Does it matter? I know my casual bluff will intrigue him more than outright denial, and I need him to buy my story. Look, we both fucked up yesterday. Let's just get to our assigned spot, get this day over with, and we keep each other's secrets, all right? Brady stalks toward me again, and I resist the urge to protect my throat. I force myself to look him straight in the eye and lift my chin, not showing fear. He's still smiling, but I don't trust it. Then again, I never trust Brady. He's like all of the militia, out to look out for himself. There's the occasional idiot like Daniels who thinks he's making the world a better place, but there's a lot more like Brady, who are just out to squeeze whatever they can from this life. Brady eyes me up and down, his expression thoughtful.
Who is it?
Who's what?
Your boyfriend.
It takes everything I have not to retreat another step when he moves closer. I know he's doing it to intimidate me. He's so close that I can feel his pelvis pressing against my hip. And I don't like it. Not one bit. Why is it any of your business? And you're crowding me. Get away. I shove at him with my stump. We need to get going.
You a virgin, Scarface?
He leans in, his eyes glittering with fascination. I try to step aside, but he grabs the front of my dress, holding a fistful of it and not letting me get away. I notice, a little unnerved, that he's grabbing it with a bare hand. He's not supposed to do that. He's supposed to wear gloves because he's not supposed to touch me or my clothing. It's something to do with sense. Oddly enough, I think of the dragon and how his nostrils flared. Let me go, I say, my voice surprisingly calm. You can't touch me.
Looks like I am,
Brady says, twisting his fingers tighter in my dress, ensuring I can't move away, not without ripping the fabric.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on that's not supposed to be happening, right? What's one more little secret?
He gives me a cold smile.
We both know you're not talking. I'm not talking. So what's the problem here?
He's making me more nervous by the moment. I try to push away, but my bicycle is tangled at my feet and his grip tightens, the fabric straining. How am I going to explain a ripped dress when I get back? If they find out someone touched me, will they boot me and Brady both? I glare at him, pushing at his hand. Let me go, I repeat, trying to sound as firm as possible. You're in my face.
You still aren't telling me who your boyfriend is, Scarface,
Brady says, oh so casual.
One might think he doesn't exist. I bet you're a virgin, aren't you? I bet no one has looked past that ugly mug of yours to think about the fact that your snatch is probably tighter than a fist.
He grins, and it's so ugly.
I bet if I shoved my dick in there, I'd have to work you over hard just to get it in there. You're so tight.
I recoil in shock. What?
See, I watch you, Scarface.
He eyes me closely and then shudders.
That mug of yours is fucking hideous, and I'm not a fan of the stump. And I think to myself, if there's any virgin ass to be had in the fort, it must be pretty damn ugly.
He gives me a speculative look.
And then I thought about you.
I try to jerk away from him. He's not wrong. I am a virgin. And I'm sure it has a lot to do with my face and arm, as well as my manner. I've never welcomed anyone, and I'm generally prickly to all. I keep to myself, and most guys that get aggressive with girls go for more attractive ones. Being ugly has actually been useful in an apocalypse. Up until now, of course. Fuck off, I tell him bravely, trying to pry his fingers out of my clothes. You're wrong about everything.
I don't think so.
Brady smirks at me, leaning in, and I recoil once more.
You're blushing like a virgin, and I know you don't do Saturday nights like the other girls. It's 'cause you're so fucking ugly. But me, Scarface, I'm not all that picky. I can just flip you over and look at the back of your head instead of those scars.
He gives me a wide smile.
And there's nothing sweeter than virgin pussy, even if the face it's attached to is hideous.
He reaches out with his free hand and grabs my chin, forcing me to look at him.
If you don't tell, I won't tell. We'll just add it to our list of secrets.
I jerk away from him, or try to. I don't want to share secrets with you.
You should have thought of that before yesterday then, huh?
He leers at me and grabs my jaw tighter. I slap at him with my free hand, but he bats it away easily. He grabs my arm and with a wild grin forces my arms behind my back and kicks at my knee. Within moments he has me bent over the side of the car, the hood digging into my stomach. I fight against him, but it's no use. He's bigger and stronger, and he's got 2 hands. I've never regretted the loss of my hand as much as I have right now. Most days I live with it and get by using my stump. But right now I want to claw his eyes out, and I can't. He's going to rape me. The thought is utterly terrifying. I can feel the prod of his cock against my backside as he pushes against my skirt. Oh God, my fucking skirt. It doesn't feel like enough clothing to protect me from him.
How's it fucking feel to be helpless, Scarface?
Brady says in a horrible voice, his grip on my hands so tight that I know I'm going to have bruises on my wrist. Then again, I have bigger problems than a few bruises. I wrestle to get free, panic giving me strength. I fling myself backward against him over and over, but he just laughs. No matter what I do, he's stronger than me. I'm weak and shaky from a lack of food, too. Desperate, I fling my head back and knock my skull against his nose. It hurts. A sharp pain lances through the back of my head, but it gets a reaction. Brady swears loudly and lets me go, and I immediately scramble forward, trying to climb over the hood of the car to the safety of the other side. If I can get away from him, I can keep a car between us. Cruel hands hook on my ankle.
Oh, no, you fucking don't,
he snarls, ripping me backward. The fabric hikes up my hips as he hauls me back down, and scratches tear up my legs.
You're going to fucking pay for that one.
That's the only warning I get before a hard fist smacks me in the ear, making my already aching head ring. I cry out. I can't help it. The pain is immediate and intense, and it makes me dizzy. The world weaves around me as he thunders blow after blow on my head, hitting me with such a hard fist that it feels like a rock is being pounded into my skull. My head slams against the car hood once, and I struggle to fight against him, but I'm losing strength. I'm only dimly aware when he stops hitting me and rips at my clothing again, jerking at my panties. I push against his grip again, but it's feeble. I'm too dizzy. Too much blackness swirling in front of my eyes from his fists. I will not faint, I tell myself. I will not. I'm stronger than that.
You,
he says, and then goes silent. Metal crunches nearby, all of it dim in my ringing ears. Then, suddenly, Brady lets me go. My wrist and stump are freed, and he stops pressing on my legs, holding me against the car. Something hot and wet splatters against my back, and I'm struck with the horrible thought. Did he just cum on the back of my dress? Except it's really wet, and that would be a hell of a lot of cum. Not that I know how much is normal. Still dizzy, I slide along the side of the car, trying to crawl away from him now that I'm free. My nose is bleeding, my one eye swelling shut, and my face feels like it's on fire. I stumble away, and when Brady doesn't try to stop me, I turn around to face him. He's not there. All I see is gold. My heart stutters. Gold. Golden scales, golden muzzle, and great plate-sized black and gold eyes as a dragon leans in to grab me. I put up a hand, flinching backward, as if that will solve anything, and notice my arm is covered in blood. Shocked, I stare at it, and then I look down. Brady's at my feet, dead. He's been torn apart by the dragon's claws, lying in a pool of blood, his pants halfway down his thighs. His shirt and chest are shredded and soaked, and his face is raked open, like mine was. The dragon's claws curl around me, and it's too much. I faint, and I'm glad.
7. Jurek. The female human collapses in my grasp. The sight of her fills me with such a mixture of emotions, both rage and frustration, and yet it ebbs away, leaving such tenderness. It's an odd mixture, one I have not felt in a long, long time. I have not felt anything but the rage in so long. It is gone instantly once the human male dies. The moment his blood covers my claws, the rage bubbles away. All that is left is her. I scoop her up carefully, crooning as I stroke a claw against her face. She is unconscious, her face slack, and for a moment I worry she is dead. I press my muzzle against her face, alarm racing through my thoughts, but then I feel her gentle breath on my scales. I have never felt such anger as I did when I saw the male hurting her. The scent of both of them crept over me, easing me out of my mindless state. I smelled her first, and the world sharpened around me. I took to the air as memories of her flooded through my mind. This is my female, the one that tried to feed me, the one that fled. My memories are weak and threaten to be overwhelmed by the tidal wave of sound and color that the madness brings, but Luminora touches her mind to mine, distantly, as if reminding me of who I am. It is easier to think with the young ones here now. Their minds are calm and strong, their names long and proud. Their minds are fierce, and they gently stabilize my thoughts, pushing the rage aside when they feel it grow too great. It allows me to focus on her, on how utterly perfect she smells. She must be my female. And then I smelled him, and the rage threatened to overwhelm me again. I flew toward her scent in a frenzy, worried that another male was trying to take my mate from me. Sure enough, when I arrived upon her scent, I saw a male human raising his fist to a smaller human, with her bent over one of the strange metal carcasses that litter this world. His scent was all over her, drowning her delicious smell. I should be the one bathing in her scent, not him. Jealous fury washed over me, and when he struck her again, I acted. I speared him with my claws and shook him free, watching with fierce pleasure as he collapsed in a spray of blood. That is what he gets for touching my female. I study her small, slack face as I hold her carefully in my claws. She is covered in blood, one side of her delicate features swelling from where the male touched her. Underneath that, and against her pale skin, there are the claw marks made from a battle she has had in the past with one of my kind. The markings cross her face diagonally, splitting her lip and crossing over her cheek and nose. They are the markings of a fierce warrior, and I find them almost as appealing as her scent. I do not like that she is hurt, though. I settle on my haunches and cradle her against my chest, unsure what to do. The rage bubbles at the back of my mind, but if I lose myself to the frenzy of color, I cannot help her. And I want to help her. I want this female. I want her to look at me and see that I saved her, that I protected her. I want her to know she is mine. I want her to see me. How long has it been since anyone has seen me? I see you, Luminora offers in her childlike way. I touch her mind briefly, letting her know that I hear her, but it is not the same. She and Salavatri see all the dragons in the area, flitting between their minds, reinforcing where they can. It is like being touched by a breeze. I hunger for more than just that. I touch the human's face with my claws, studying her appearance. Her skin is not golden, and she has no scales. She is incredibly fragile, this female. I touch her mud-colored braid, trying to remember what shade her eyes were. They are not like mine. They do not show her emotions. I wonder what her battle form would be like, or even if she has one. I do not think humans do. I have never considered humans much in the past. They are annoying and hardly worth troubling with. They do not taste good. They are noisy and filthy and cluster in hives. They aggravate my senses and make my temper flare. Yet being around this human is different. Everything about her is different. I rub my muzzle against her chest, breathing in her scent. I am going to keep her, I decide. She is mine now.
8. Rachel. When I wake up and find a dragon looming over me, it feels like I'm trapped in a nightmare. How can I wake up from an almost rape to the moment before a dragon eats me? Life is always cruel, but to me this seems like the cruelest of things that can happen. I suck in a breath and squeeze my eyes shut, bracing myself for the end. For the sink of dangerous, incredibly long fangs into my skin. For the pain that comes with claws and human flesh. I don't dare breathe. I just wait. Something hot and wet touches my bruised cheek and I whimper. The dragon grunts, and then the wet thing touches my nose. It's a tongue. A dragon tongue. I suck in a shuddery breath and squeeze my eyes open, not entirely sure what's going on. Is he licking his meal before he eats it? Tasting me? But when I open my eyes, the dragon doesn't bite into me. He just lowers his massive nose, bigger than my torso, and nuzzles at my chest, like the world's largest horse. I don't know what to do. Nothing in my life has prepared me for this moment. I blink up at the dragon, still frozen in place as I try to figure out my situation. I'm lying on something strong and hard but warm. And when I tilt my head slightly to the side, I can see claws curled around me. Okay, I'm in the dragon's hand. Paw. Whatever. That's terrifying. I scarcely breathe as the head lowers and looms over me. He eyes me, running his snout up and down my body, and I see blood dotting his golden scales. Brady's blood. The same blood I'm covered in, I think. The dragon noses me again, gently flicking the tip of his tongue over the beaten side of my face, as if acknowledging my wounds. It's almost like he's not going to hurt me. I don't understand it. Dragons are killers. They've destroyed the earth and obliterated our civilization. The only humans that remain are scrabbling out a living in small pockets of society, and nothing's like it was before. Dragons scorched the land and killed everyone I knew. Dragons ripped my face open and cost me half my arm. So why is this one being so calm? Everyone knows that dragons are ferocious, that they kill and flame without a second thought. They destroy just because they like to. There's no reasoning with them. They're pure and utter monsters. And yet, this one nudges me again with his nose, and it almost seems polite. His eyes meet mine, and to my surprise, they're almost entirely gold. It seems odd to me, because I could have sworn the last time I saw him his eyes were black as pits, standing out against the bright color of his scales. The dragons that act as sentinels back at the fort have passive gray eyes. To see all this gold is surprising. There's black edged in there, too, a hint of a swirl that laces through all the gold. His eyes reminding me a bit of endless plumes of smoke the way that the colors weave through them. Maybe dragons with gold eyes are nice guys? Are you going to eat me? I whisper as the claws flex underneath my body. If I'm bait, it makes sense that he'd eat me. The dragon makes a low, rumbling noise in his throat that makes my heart pound, but he doesn't touch me. He doesn't do anything, just watches me. His nose remains so close to me that his breath wafts over my shift dress, a warm, constant puffing of air as we stare at each other. I decide I need to be the first one to break the silence because we can't remain like this forever. Hi, I try, keeping my voice soft and gentle. Can you put me down? There's no response. Of course there's not. Maybe dragons aren't any smarter than, say, a cat. I've heard rumors that they're wily and clever, but up close it's hard to tell. I wouldn't expect a cat to talk to me, so talking to a dragon, a rampaging monster, probably has zero effect. So I try something else. I reach out my hand. The moment I do, I'm terrified I just made a mistake. If he bites it off, I'll have no hands left, and in the after, that's a death sentence, even if I manage to get away from him. But the dragon only lowers his head to my hand, meeting me halfway, and then pushes his muzzle against my palm. Oh. I gently touch the scales, mindful of how he reacts to my touch. The moment he starts to look irritated, like a finicky cat, I'm pulling back. For now, though, he leans into my caress, and I feel the hard scales under my work-roughened palm. He's incredibly warm, and it's like touching bricks heated by fire as I explore his muzzle. The scales are hard and flat, and his nostrils are so big I could probably lose a hand in there. He seems to like my touch, I think. I'm fascinated as he closes his eyes and presses against my hand again, as if encouraging more. I stroke the muzzle once more, studying him. His lips hide all but the tips of dangerously long fangs, and his breath smells like hints of ash and smoke and something else I can't quite determine. A spicy scent, I decide after a while. Not unpleasant, just different. I continue to pet his muzzle, wondering how this can possibly feel good given that my hand is so small against his face. I feel a bit like a Barbie doll held in a child's arms. My fingers brush across something wet, and when I lift my hand, I see blood. It reminds me that this dragon, who even now presses against my hand, just killed someone. I should be terrified, but I feel detached instead. Maybe Brady hit my head too many times and I can't process things properly. Who knows? You came just in the nick of time, I tell the dragon, skimming my fingers along one large nostril. The large eyes open, and they seem even more golden than before. I could swear he knows I'm talking to him, and it makes me wonder. Or was it in the nick of time? I ask, even as I pet his face. Did you hear him hitting me? Did you know what he was going to do? If so, should I be thanking you? I'm not sorry Brady's dead. I just wish I had been the one to do it. Fuck that guy. The dragon's eyes flare with black, and I jerk back in surprise. He pushes his nose against my hand, sniffing hard, and then the eyes go even darker. A growl starts in his throat. Utter terror rips through me. I freeze in place, closing my eyes. He's going to snap. He's tired of playing nice, and now he's going to kill me. The dragon shifts his weight, my body moving as he curls his claws tighter around me, and I suck in a breath, unable to hold back my whimpers of terror. A moment later, I'm pressed against something hot and firm, and when I squeeze my eyes open, I see a wall of pale gold. The dragon's cuddling me against his chest. Okay. The low, angry growl thrums in his throat again, and I can feel it reverberate in his belly. With his tail, he flicks something away, and I catch a glimpse of Brady's corpse flung into the air. It lands atop a nearby car, and I shudder at the grisly sight. Okay, it's clear you don't like him either. The big head lowers, and I automatically put my hand out again. As I do, I see the smeared blood on my fingers. Oh, the dragon really doesn't like Brady. I consider my stained fingers, then spit on them and rub them clean on my skirts to try and wash my hands. When most of the smears are on my skirts and not on my skin, I offer my hand again. This time he rubs against my palm once more. Whew. One mystery down, a million more to go. I continue to rub his nose absently as I look at my surroundings and wonder how I'm possibly going to get away. I'm close to the neighborhood I scavenged in yesterday, but it's still at least a mile away. That means either the dragon was out looking for me, or he knew I was out here. Considering how irritated he was at the scent of Brady's blood on my hands, I wonder if it has to do with scent. I suck in a breath, thinking about how Lord Azar doesn't want the guardsmen touching us, how we have to wear the clothes they give us, how we have to turn our panties in, how we can't bathe except on Saturdays, and how the soldiers can't touch us until the next bath day. It's all related to scent. It's all related to dragons. Somehow. Is that why Azar keeps sending us out to the same locations over and over again, though we've complained that they're not good scavenging areas? Is he trying to get us to be dragon bait after all? So much of this suddenly makes sense. And some of it still doesn't make sense at all. Why steal our panties? Why does he want to lure dragons? I thought the point was to keep dragons away from the fort to keep us safe. Then again, the dragon currently cradling me in his claws and pressing his snout against my palm isn't like the ones back at the fort. The ones at the fort are almost like zombies. I think of their gray-eyed, blank stares and how they don't react when we pass through the gates. That's nothing like this jealous creature holding me in his claws right now. Those dragons don't know I exist. This dragon feels utterly trained on me. He's fascinated. Either that or I'm a snack that he's holding onto for later. I carefully lower my hand and then gently pry at the claws holding me to his chest, wondering if he'll let me go. To my relief, he releases me and I climb out of his grasp and get on my feet. The pavement feels welcome underneath my worn shoes, but my head aches and I feel so dizzy for a moment that I want to collapse. I stumble forward, grabbing onto the nearest abandoned car to prop myself up. The dragon rumbles low in his chest and reaches for me again. "No," I say, a little panicked. Something tells me that if I let him grab me, he's going to fly off and then no one will ever see me again. I slide away from his grasp, his claws grabbing at my shift dress. Just that small movement drains me. My face throbs and feels hot. My head hurts so badly and my ear is ringing. I'm so tired that I'm lightheaded and I'm starving. My stomach growls and the dragon lowers his head, trying to push his muzzle against my chest. Time for me to go. I push him gently away again, then march to my bike and pick it up. I try to ignore the blood that covers everything. Brady's body has bled everywhere and made a huge mess. I get on my bike and pedal forward a few feet. The dragon immediately moves to block me off, barring my way down the car-crowded street. I stop, but I don't get off the bike. Across from me, the dragon waits, his head lowered a bit like a cat playing at hunting. His tail flicks back and forth, his eyes whirling with equal amounts of black and gold. "Move, please," I say, gesturing with my hand. I know he doesn't understand me, but I hope the urgency in my tone comes across. I need to get home. I'm tired and I hurt. I need the medic to look at my face and maybe I can persuade her to part with some of the precious aspirin. I feel awful and so weak I want to just fall over. Even my near rape hasn't sunk in yet. It will, just I can't process it yet. I have to get back to Fort Dallas and away from the dragon whose eyes are growing increasingly dark by the minute. The sight of black creeping into those eyes fills me with uneasiness, and I'm not sure what to do. He pushes forward, reaching for me again with those enormous, terrifying claws. I do the only thing that comes to mind. I slap him away. The moment I do, it feels like a mistake. My hand is ineffectual against his massive, scaled talons, but when I smack him, his eyes go completely black. I suck in a breath. I want to tell him that it was instinct, that I always lash out when I'm scared, that I'm being pushed too hard, that I'm tired and hungry. But he's a dragon, and my reasons don't matter. I close my eyes, trembling, waiting for him to retaliate, waiting for him to slice me open like he did Brady. Long moments pass and nothing happens. I remain where I am, eyes closed, trembling. A shadow falls over me and I bite back a whimper of terror. Something hot blows over my hair. The dragon's breath. I can't keep my eyes closed any longer. I open them and look up and the dragon is looming over me, bigger than anything I've ever seen, more terrifying than any nightmare I've ever had. My scars burn as if I'm being torn open all over again. But the dragon only nudges me with his nose and makes that tiny crooning noise in the back of his throat again. No. Fuck this. I have to get away. With a terrified whimper, I leave my bike behind and race away through the abandoned cars that litter the streets. As I run, every muscle in my back clenches and my neck feels tight. I keep expecting claws to wrap around me again, for the dragon to grab me and never let me go, for him to rip me in half like he did Brady. I don't stop running. I keep on going, even when the world is hazy and black around me and spots dance in front of my eyes. I keep going even though my body trembles with exhaustion and hunger and my feet slow down. I keep pushing ahead. The only conscious thought in my throbbing mind is to get back to the fort, back to safety, get back to my bed and hide from the world. I don't stop until I get to the fort entrance.
9. Jurek. Her fierce scent returns. I hate her fierce scent. I watch the female as she flees from me, every instinct in my mind screaming that I should chase her down like prey, pounce upon her with my claws. I should take the female back to my nest and feed her growling belly. But then her fierce scent will linger forever, and I cannot have that. I watch her go, puzzled, and allow her to put distance between us. I retreat, waiting to see if she is going to look for me, but she never turns to look back, never scans the skies for me, and I feel disappointment? I have not felt disappointment for a very long time, though, so I do not hate it so much. I follow a safe distance behind, far enough that she will not be able to see me or pick up my scent on the winds. She continues her panicked flight, heading toward the human hive, and I prowl behind, making sure that nothing attacks her. No wild animals will harm her, and neither will another dragon. She is mine. She will wear the scent of my fires instead of her fierce scent. It will happen. I just must be patient. I do not like that she runs, though. I do not like that her fierce scent perfumes the air around me. I do not like that she returns to the hive. It stinks of humans, and even worse, Solorians. It is surrounded by others of my kind, with no minds left to them. It is everything that is awful and wrong with this place, and I hate it. My temper flares as she staggers toward the gate. I want to grab her and claim her as mine. I hate the hive. It is not safe. The stench of it roils through my mind, bringing with it the madness of colors. Why does she go to them for safety? The thought rages through me, and with an angry bugle, I take to the air and race back to the spot where I held her, the spot where her strange metal device still lies on the ground. I grab it and raise it to my nose, trying to breathe in her scent, but it is faint here, and tinged with the scent of other things. Furious, I cast it aside, and my gaze falls upon the dead human, the one that hurt her. I snatch him up in my claws and fly back toward the human hive, purpose flooding my mind with as much chaos as the colors do. Does she not remember that I protected her, that I saved her? I will remind her. I will show all of them. The Solorian-controlled dragons trumpet a warning when I approach, but they do not rise to meet me. Down below, humans scurry into their hiding spots, and I fling the dead carcass of the human male down below for them to see, then bugle my anger. See, I tell the female, see what I have done for you? Only I can protect you. Only... I hesitate. Who am I? Jurek, Luminora supplies after a moment. Your name is Jurek. I remember now. I am... No, you are Jurek. I only remember part of my name. Curious. The touch of her infant mind calms me, and the flooding colors recede back like the tide. I send her a gentle thought, even as I fly higher and farther away from the hive. I cannot go too close, not without my female scent to keep me calm. Luminora keeps her thoughts touching mine, as if she senses I need the stability. I remain connected to her, and I think about my female. I do not want her to run back here. I want her to feel safe with me. I need to show her that I am her mate, her protector, her other half. I feel her absence at my side like a yawning pain, and I want to breathe in her scent again, but I cannot remember it, or the way she sounded when she made soft vocal noises. I remember her fear scent all too clearly, though, and that saddens me. "Hungry!" blasts Salavatri, impetuous and demanding. "Tell your father," I send automatically. "Hungry!" Luminora adds to the chorus, and their insistent thoughts make my own stomach growl. Aha! Feeding is the answer. My female tried to feed me when she spotted me in my den. Here I was with her all afternoon, touching her and stroking her, and did not try to feed her once. Amusement rumbles through my chest as I soar away from the hive in search of the light scent of game trails. Of course, I need to show my mate I can provide for her, that I can do more than just protect. A good male must be many things to his fierce female, and I have not yet shown mine that I am worthy. Once I feed her, perhaps she will look at me differently. I imagine her small human mouth wet with fresh blood as she tears into a kill I have provided for her, and it fills me with joy. Yes, this is what I need to do. My purpose clear, I set off from the hive and into the wilds. I do not even mind that both young ease their minds away from touching mine. I have my purpose now. The madness will remain at bay as long as I focus on what is important. My mate.
10. Rachel. I'm sobbing and breathless by the time I make it to the gates of Fort Dallas, so relieved that I collapse in front of the 2 soldiers that stand there with rifles.
"What the fuck?"
one asks, surging forward to offer me a hand.
"Are you okay?"
"Wait," says another.
"She's one of Azar's girls. You're not supposed to touch them."
The soldier hesitates for a moment and then helps me to my feet anyhow, tugging on my arm.
"You can punish me later. I'm not going to let her just sit out here and die."
Oh God, am I dying? I try to stand up, but my legs feel weak and wobbly. Now that all the adrenaline's left my system, I'm boneless and exhausted. I lean on the soldier gratefully and want to say thank you, but all that comes out is a dried croak.
"Jesus, her face,"
says the other, and he looks grim.
"You're Rachel, right?"
The one holding me asks as he moves me toward the folding chair he was sitting in.
"Are you all right? Where's your guard?"
I sag into the chair, and it doesn't matter that it's faded and worn and slightly itchy from plastic straps that have been out in the elements for far too long. It feels like the best thing ever. My face throbs with pain and my shoes are falling apart around my feet and my dress is soaked with sweat. Not just sweat, I remind myself dizzily. Sweat and Brady's blood. Brady tried to rape me. A dragon saved me. The world feels upside down.
"Where's your guard?"
The second soldier asks again. "Don't know," I manage. The world is fading in and out, black spots blurring in front of my eyes. He attacked me. Hope he fucking dies.
"Cunt,"
the second soldier says in a hard, unforgiving voice.
"Fuck off,"
the first one says, kneeling in front of me.
"Look at her face, Jim. She's not lying." "That's a scarred bitch. She always looks like that." "Other side, dumbass."
Fingers gently turn my face, and it takes everything I have not to cry out in pain.
"Okay, she got beat. That doesn't explain the blood all over her clothes,"
the second soldier says.
"Or where he is. Whoever was with her is one of us."
His tone is unforgiving, and I can tell he's not on my side no matter what he hears.
"I'm gonna get the medic,"
the first soldier, the kind one, says. He gives my shoulder a light tap.
"Wait here. You watch the gate, Jim." "Alone?"
The second soldier protests.
"What if something's coming after her?"
There's a pause, and then Jim snarls a quick,
"Fuck."
And I know he's been left at the gate alone with me. I don't care. I let my eyes close and sink into darkness. My memory gets vague for a few minutes. I swirl in and out of consciousness, waking up when rough hands haul me to my feet. A woman's face swims before my eyes, disappearing into the haze again. I wake up a few minutes later as someone holds my arm over their shoulders and drags me along. I'm supposed to be walking and using them as a support, but I'm too weak, too hungry. I'm half-conscious as a dragon flies overhead, and a body thumps down in the middle of the courtyard a short distance away. People scream in horror. Right. Something tells me that's Brady. The dragon brought him here, probably as a not-so-subtle reminder to me of what he did. That he saved me, and instead of being grateful, I ran away back home. "It's Brady," the woman says, her voice distant. "Or what's left of him." "What the hell happened to him?" someone asks. "He pissed off a dragon," I mumble, and fall unconscious again. 11. Rachel. When I wake up again, I'm almost surprised to see that I'm not in the dragon's grasp. Instead, I'm in a cool, dark room, lying on a cot. I tense, ready to run. Someone presses a gentle hand on my shoulder before I can sit up. "Be careful," the woman says. "Why don't you lie back and relax before you bolt out of here?" Am I that obvious? I reach up as my face feels red and raw, and there are bandages all over the side of it. "You'll want to leave those on for at least a day or two," the woman says. "I've dabbed everything with antiseptic, but I can't spare antibiotics until I know for sure if you have an infection. I'm sorry." "It's okay." I lick my lips, and they're dry and feel almost as hot as the rest of my face. I look around at the unfamiliar candlelit room. Where am I? "In the clinic," the woman says. "I'm Melina." Right. I vaguely know the name. She patches people up the best she can and sends them on their way. I might have seen her once or twice in passing, but rumor has it that she keeps to herself. I know how that is. To stay out of trouble, you keep your head down and out of everyone's business. Thank you. Do you want some water? Can I sit up? I don't like lying here so helpless. It makes me feel too weak, too at the mercy of others. She purses her lips and then nods. Just move slow. It's a bit of a struggle to sit up, and my head feels as if it'll explode from the pressure, but I manage it anyhow. Once I'm upright, Melina hands me a glass of water, and I sip it, trying to collect my thoughts. I'm still in the fort, so that's a good sign. But for how long? Are they going to boot me the moment they know the dragon followed me here? This is twice now that he's followed me to the fort, and I'm pretty sure it'll happen again. As long as he can find my scent, I suspect he'll keep finding me. And the thought is terrifying. My stomach churns, nausea roiling through my gut, and I remember that I haven't eaten in a long while. I can't ask for food here because no one in a fort shares their food. What time is it? Have I missed the evening meal? Melina gives me a curious look and then moves to a covered standing tray in the corner. You can have my food. She brings the tray over to me and sets it down next to my cot, then pulls the lid off. Delicious smells waft up. There's fresh meat, a thick soup, and a large wedge of cornbread. I gasp at the sight because no one eats this well in the after. No one. I reach for the food, then hesitate. If Melina's eating like this, she's someone important. Go on, she says, a hint of a smile on her face. I can get more. How? I want to ask, but I don't. I grab the cornbread and stuff it into my mouth as quickly as possible. It's still warm, and it tastes better than anything I've eaten in years. I devour the bread and move on to the soup, while Melina says nothing at my terrible manners. Oh God, the soup is incredible. There's bits of salty meat mixed with a thick broth laden with vegetables. How the fuck is anyone getting food this good here in the fort? I eat it all with record speed and lift the bowl to lick it before moving on to the meat. This I savor with slow, delicate bites, closing my eyes each time. This meal was almost worth the beating and the dragon bullshit. Almost. Better now? Melina asks. I shrug, picking at the last few crumbs left on the plate. I ate so much my belly feels like it'll burst, but I have zero regrets. I haven't eaten that good in forever. Even the meals we get in the barracks, plentiful or uninspired and basic. It just reinforces that this Melina is someone important. Who are you? A medic, like I said. She seems uncomfortable with the question and quickly changes topics, gesturing at me. Do you want to talk about anything? Anything like what? I asked suspiciously. You tell me. Does she want me to bring up the dragon? The beating and almost rape? What happened to Brady? My scars? I don't want to talk about any of it. Nope. She tilts her head, her hands clasped on her knee. I'm going to ask anyhow. What happened to your face? I take another sip of water. What do you think happened? Her expression changes to one of sympathy. Are you hurt anywhere else? There was a lot of blood on you, but I didn't see more obvious injuries. That doesn't mean anything, though. Do you need help? At my confused look, she continues. I have a few morning after pills in my inventory. Oh, I flush, setting the glass down on the tray and hugging my chest with my stump. Brady got stopped before it went too far. The dragon stepped in. Melina nods slowly, and I pick at a thread on the blanket, waiting for her to quiz me about the dragon. Waiting for her to grill me for answers I don't have. She doesn't, though. Her voice remains gentle. It doesn't matter if it was stopped. Being attacked is still terrifying, and it can take a long time to feel normal again. Are you okay? Do you need to talk? I'm surprised at her sympathy. I look up and see understanding in her eyes, and old sadness. Of course she understands. Every woman in the after does. The only reason I've been safe for so long is because my scars fucked up my face so much that most guys turn away. Melina's pretty, though. She wouldn't be so lucky. I swallow hard at that thought because if I close my eyes, I can feel Brady's body pressing against mine, his hand pinning my wrist, and the overwhelming feeling of helplessness makes me want to vomit back up my dinner. I'm okay. I manage. I have to be. I'll process my terror some other time. I'll cry about it when I'm alone. I'll put it aside mentally in the locked-up box in my head where all the difficult things go. It's a pretty full box already, but there's always room for more fucked-up memories. Okay, then. Melina gets to her feet, pulling off a stained apron and smoothing her hands down her dress. For the first time, I notice her clothing. She's wearing a lovely pale gown of creamy yellow that contrasts with her darker skin and flows softly to the ground. There's a delicate black belt that hangs at her waist and looks as if it doesn't entirely match her elegant gown. It's completely impractical for a medic to wear, or anyone for that matter. Her gown looks like a party dress from back in the before, a bridesmaid's dress for an ornate wedding, a princess dress for a fairy tale that'll never happen. If you ever want to talk to me, your secrets are safe. Just come look for me in my clinic. She hesitates. Lord Azar wants to talk to you the moment you wake up, but I told him you were going to sleep for several more hours. Do you need some time to yourself? She's willing to lie to the creepy, demanding ruler of Fort Dallas for me? I appreciate her stones. I think I'm okay. I reach up and brush the bandages with my stump, producing a dull throb on my bruised and broken skin. There's no need to lie on my behalf. Drink your water, Melina says briskly. I'll let him in when you're done. Let him in? So he's waiting outside and Melina would still tell him to come back later? I take the glass of water again, surprised, and sip it slowly as Melina moves about in her small office. It looks a bit like a clinic with a few beds and curtains hanging from the walls between them. Everything's faded and used, and there's a large, heavy cabinet in the corner that has 3 padlocks on it. That must be where she keeps her stash of medicine. I watch her put bandages away in another cabinet and then padlocks it. As she turns, I notice that there's a small gun holstered to the belt of her pretty dress. Despite the princess gown, she's got a practical air to her. I finish my water utterly aware of the fact that Lord Azar is waiting nearby. I try to think up excuses for why I showed up to the fort without Brady and my bicycle, my face bloodied, or why the dragon followed. Maybe I can say Brady was baiting the dragon and I was just a hapless bystander. Maybe the dragon chanced upon us by surprise and Brady saved my life. Nah, I can't make him the hero even in death. Fuck that guy. I'll just tell a bastardized version of the truth. That I was attacked by Brady, and when I ran away from him, the dragon attacked and killed him. I was scared and ran back to the fort, and for some reason the dragon followed. It doesn't explain why the dragon's come here twice now, but maybe I can say it was attached to Brady's scent? Seems plausible enough. I set the glass down and Melina moves to the door. She leaves the room and I'm alone for a brief moment. I rub the end of my stump with my good hand, lost in thought, worrying about what the future holds. It seems like my life has gone to shit in the last 2 days, and I can only imagine how much worse it'll get. What if Fort Dallas kicks me out? The door opens and I can feel Lord Azar's presence before I see him. He stalks in, all pale clothing and a baseball cap over his equally pale hair. Oddly enough, he's wearing his usual sunglasses despite the fact that the clinic is only lit by candles and it's dark inside. His mouth is a flat line of disapproval, and I get the sense that he's angry. Melina immediately pushes past him and moves to my side, tucking the blankets around my legs. You can't talk to her for long, Azar. She's weak and dizzy and needs to rest. Her eyes meet mine, and then she moves away again. How is she not terrified of this strange man? Why does she keep defying him? His physical presence is unnerving and ominous, but he also holds power over the entire fort. All it takes is a word from him, and someone can be left outside the barricade, forced to fend for themselves. But Azar doesn't look as if he minds Melina's bossy attitude. He simply gives her a nod of acknowledgement, and then sits down in the vacated chair across from my cot. He crosses his arms over his chest and waits. I say nothing, doing my best to look wilted and pitiful. After a few moments of staring, I reach up with my stump and touch the bandages covering half my face again.
Rachel, is it?
Lord Azar says eventually. I shrug.
I don't know if I'm pleased with you or if I should throttle you,
he continues in a cold voice. No throttling my patience, Melina says from across the room. I watch as she sits down in a chair in the corner of her office, picks up knitting, and gives Azar a mulish look. His lips ghost into a faint half-smile at her words. I'm so confused. There's a weird energy between the two of them that I can't figure out. Are they friends? More than friends? Is that why she has such fantastic food? But if that's the case, why does she look at him with such frustration? Azar turns his focus toward me again, then unfolds one arm and gestures at me.
Tell me about you.
I look over at Melina, uncertain.
She is not speaking to you, I am.
His voice turns hard, his mouth flattening with displeasure.
And I want you to tell me more about you.
I lick my lips. My name's Rachel. I'm in your program. That's about it. I can practically feel his scowl in the air.
That's not all there is. Tell me your age. Tell me how you came to the fort. Tell me how you got your scars. Tell me if you're a virgin.
Azar! Melina barks sharply. He turns his head.
Leave us.
I expect her to sass him again, but she gets up in a furious swirl of skirts and glares at him. We're going to talk about this later.
I am sure we will,
he says dryly, his attention fixed on me. The door shuts and Melina leaves, and his shoulders sag slightly as if with frustration and disappointment. Then he gestures at me again.
Go on. I promise you I have no nefarious plans for this information. I simply wish to understand.
Understand what?
Why the dragon has chosen you, of course.
I sputter, clutching the blanket higher against my chest. No one's chosen me for anything.
Don't play dumb with me. Which dragon is he?
I frown at him. What do you mean, which dragon is he?
I mean, what is his name?
I blink, astounded. It has a name?
Don't you?
He snaps.
Enough with these foolish games. I grow weary of your lies.
I'm not lying, I protest. I haven't even had a chance to lie to him yet. Why would I know a dragon's name? I don't know what you're talking about.
You are not bonded to this dragon.
What on earth does he mean by bonded? I don't see how.
He dropped a head of dead cattle in the courtyard minutes ago,
Azar says, voice crisp and succinct.
He's trying to feed you.
So?
Do you not grasp what that means?
You feed me, what does that mean? He makes an irritated sound in his throat at my belligerence.
Have you mated with this dragon?
I gape at him, utterly shocked. He's a dragon, you pervert! Azar curls his lip ever so slightly.
I suppose that answers whether or not he has shown you his two-legged form.
I don't know what he's talking about. What do you mean, two-legged form?
You truly are clueless, aren't you?
He takes off his sunglasses and then blinks his eyes slowly at me. I gasp at the sight. Lord Azar doesn't have normal eyes. He has eyes like the dragon, full of swirling colors and motion. You're one of them?
Hardly.
His lip curls.
I am of a superior people, but we came over at the same time. The Draconi served me. I simply want them back. I want them to protect our new home and guard it. That's why I gathered so many human females and kept them safe.
He gazes at me with those odd eyes and smiles, and his teeth are square. Too square, maybe, and almost human, but there's still something not right about him.
And I have fed you and kept you safe. And now it's time for you to earn your keep.
What do you want?
Something simple. I need you to befriend your dragon friend.
He smiles again. 12. Rachel. I shrink back on my cot, as if I can somehow get away from this unfolding nightmare that is my life. What do you mean? How am I supposed to befriend a dragon? Azar gestures at me.
You are already on your way. He thinks of you as his. Encourage that. Welcome his attentions.
I think of how the dragon cradled me in his claws, crooned to me. And I think of how I popped him across the face and ran for the hills, which just made him mad enough to dump Brady's body here. I'm pretty sure I can't be his friend. He's a wild animal.
He is not. He is a thinking creature, as intelligent as you or me.
His chin lifts ever so slightly.
Well, closer to you than to me, but he is no mindless beast.
I ignore that little jab. I'm too curious at what he's saying. You mean he's a person? Azar nods.
He is trapped in battle form right now, the form that you see. There is something in this world that pollutes the minds of the Draconi and makes them violent and impossible to reason with. Back in my world, they are a physical people, but they are not senseless like they are here. It is my mission to save them.
His expression takes on a pious look that I don't entirely trust.
In saving them, we can save both your world and mine.
I lick my lips, uncertain. What do you mean, your world? Polluted minds? Battle form?
Do not play stupid.
He gestures at his eyes.
I blend with your people, but you have realized I am not one of you.
So you're a dragon like that one? I half gesture with my hand. The one that's after me? He stiffens.
I am not like them, no. I am their lord, and they are my servants, but we communicate in much the same way.
He taps his temple.
Your people speak with words and voices. Minds speak through mental links and a touching of minds. It is that which has been corrupted in this world when we came through the rift.
Psychic dragons from outer space? Now I've heard everything. You'll pardon me if I use the term bullshit right about now.
You don't believe me?
Azar gives me a look of amusement and leans back in his chair.
You mean to tell me there was no intelligence in the dragon? That when you saw him, he did not attempt to talk to you in his way? That he did not look at you in a way that spoke of more than just an animal?
He lifts his chin, indicating my bandages.
Would an animal stop that? That's what happened, wasn't it? He saw you get attacked and destroyed your attacker.
I hate that he's right. The dragon followed me. He saw Brady hurting me and killed him. He held me in his claws and licked at my bruises, trying to comfort me. Hadn't I wondered myself if there was something more behind those swirling eyes? I shift uncomfortably in my cot. You're saying there's a brain in there, a person, and he needs a friend to help his head?
Azar nods. I have heard that the only way to bring their minds back from total madness is to link with a strong human one. The connection will dull out whatever is causing the chaos and insanity. It will restore him to his normal self.
How do you know it's a him?
Only golden dragons are him. The females are red.
Oh. I think about the dragons on the barricade. All of them are gold with those blank gray eyes. Does that mean something? Or is it just coincidence? So, how do I link with him? How do I do the mental bond? This is a lot, and I'm not entirely sure I believe it, but I find that I'm curious. So much of what he's saying, as insane as it sounds, matches up with my bizarre experience with the dragon. I can't stop thinking about how he held me and crooned to me as if he wanted to make me feel better. If I can establish a bond with him, maybe we can become friends. Or more than friends. Maybe we can both help each other. He can hunt and I can be his friend, I guess. It seems like a one-sided sort of affair, but maybe there's more to it.
To create a mental bond, you must link your mind to his. Since humans seem to be woefully inept at that sort of thing, I suspect the only way you can link with him is to create a mating bond.
I recoil. He brings that up again? I can't mate with a dragon.
He is not a dragon.
Azar bites out.
He has a dragon form. You have to help him remember that he has another form, one that is almost identical to your own.
He arches a brow at me.
I should think you would be thrilled at this opportunity.
Why? Because I'm ugly and maimed?
Because it is power. A bond with him will make you special. It will raise you above the others. Doesn't everyone want that?
I want to tell him no, that I don't want anything along those lines. But I'd be lying. What would it be like to have even just a fistful of power and authority in this world? To not feel as if I have to scramble and claw for every meal, every scrap, everything. I like the idea far more than I should. I just don't know about the whole mating a dragon part of it. I eye Lord Azar skeptically. So why are you so invested in me hooking up with a dragon? He spreads his hands, a benevolent expression on his face.
It hurts me that so many of my people are lost in their own minds. I want to save all that I can. I want to help him return to himself.
I purse my lips, the expression painful thanks to my swollen mouth and bruised face. If I help him, he's going to be like one of the dragons here, in the fort, the ones on the barricade. Because I don't think I like that. There's something awfully wrong about them. I don't want to become friends with a dragon just so he can turn into a zombie of some kind. Azar shakes his head.
Not like those, no. They are under my control because they cannot be trusted within their own minds. I only manage them until they can be restored to themselves. I am stretched to my limits, though, which is why you must create a bond with your dragon on your own.
My dragon? The thought's a little alarming. So you're going to pimp me out because you're overextended.
Irritation flashes across his features. Is that what I'm doing? Shoving you out into the street and forcing you to spread your legs for a meal? Or am I asking you to participate in your own destiny, to help with the greater good of your people? Your females exchange sex for food and safety all the time. Why is it different when I ask you?
Is that what all of us are in your group program for? We're supposed to mate with dragons?
Is that so terrible? I give you my protection and feed you and clothe you. I keep you safe.
You steal our damn panties!
Another flash of irritation crosses his face. They are used as scent lures to try and bring other male dragons toward the fort. The Draconi are a race driven by scent and mental touch. If you cannot reach out to them with your mind, we must use scent, and we must have as many Draconi restored to themselves before... He cuts himself off abruptly and gets to his feet.
Before what? I ask, sitting up straighter.
I have already said too much.
Well, you can't leave it at that now!
When he continues to glare down at me, I prompt him again.
Before what?
He lets out a sound of pure aggravation before he continues. Before something worse happens.
That confession helps me none. I snort. Hate to break it to you, but I don't know if it can get much worse than this.
I gesture at our surroundings. Maybe to him this isn't awful, but I remember the before. I've already said too much, Azar says. You must trust me.
That makes me explode. Trust you? You want me to fuck a dragon?
He leans in, his face inches away from mine, his eyes wild and flaring to black. What are your options, little human? Do you want to leave the safety of my protection? I am happy to release you back onto the streets of Fort Dallas. How long do you think you will be safe if the dragon keeps returning to our home looking for you? How long before others realize that he returns over and over again because of you?
He stabs a finger toward me.
He has your scent in his nose. He thinks you are his mate. It does not matter if you want to go down this path or not. It has already been decided. The only choice you get is how hard you fight before you give in.
I lean forward too, getting in his face just as much as he's in mine. I don't care anything about this fort or your stupid program.
You may not, he says with a cruel smile on his lips. But do your friends feel the same? Your roommates? Do they wish to leave my protection?
They might once they hear they have to lure a dragon, I mutter. But I don't like the way this conversation is heading. Both Jenny and Manda have confessed that they're low on options. That this program was the only thing keeping them from being forced into the same line of work that most of the unmarried, unprotected women of the fort have. Whoring.
Then we can skip all these games,
Azar says, straightening.
I will just hand them over to my soldiers tonight and tell them to do as they please. The females can find their own meals and clothing, and I'm sure they can barter for somewhere to sleep. Not alone, of course, but...
All right, I grit out. You've made your fucking point. I shouldn't be surprised that he's using Jenny and Manda against me. It's cold-hearted and awful, but of course he would. I knew that making friends would make me vulnerable, but it's so hard to be alone. Just leave Manda and Jenny alone and I'll do what you want, okay? I'll go play house with your dragon.
Starting tomorrow.
Starting tomorrow. I agree.
I'll send my soldiers out with you and give them instructions to remain a safe distance back.
Wait, no, I blurt. The visual of Brady's destroyed body flying through the air and landing with a hard splat on the car ripples through my mind. I don't think he wants me to have company. He killed Brady. He might be jealous. I should go alone.
Azar gives me an imperious look. How can I trust you to come back?
I explode, flinging my hands out wide. Where the fuck am I going to go?
He remains impassive, staring at me. Eventually he answers. If you wish for your friends to remain under my protection, you will come back.
I hear you loud and clear, I tell him. Loud and clear. 13. Rachel. Melina makes me stay in the clinic overnight. I don't mind it because I'm tired and weak and also shamelessly hoping she'll get more of her delicious food and share it with me. There's a bigger reason I don't protest when she tells me to stay, though. I don't want to face Jenny and Manda. Or Christy, though she won't say shit to me. But Jenny and Manda are good friends and they care. They'll wonder about my bruises, or why I'm being singled out from the program. They'll want to know what's going on. I'm not sure I'm ready to tell them yet. I'm not sure I'm ready to tell anyone just yet. I'm not sure I understand it entirely myself. I have to mate with a dragon. Or else. Or else my friends get kicked out of the Easy Food and Safety program. Or else I'll get booted from Fort Dallas. Or else Lord Azar is going to make my life a living hell. I touch the scars on my face, my thoughts full of golden scales and terrifying claws that rip me apart just like Brady. I tell myself I won't sleep a wink, but I doze off and then Melina wakes me. She sets a tray down next to my cot, and on the tray is a bowl of breakfast gruel, a glass of water, and a fresh cloth napkin that I long to steal just because it's so clean and pretty. The breakfast here is way better than mine. It's a corn mixture, but sweetened with honey, and so delicious I run my finger along the edge of the bowl and lick up every morsel. Melina's got fresh clothes for me, too. A militia uniform complete with pants. No stupid dress today, which is nice. I dress quickly and give her a nod of thanks before heading out of the clinic. Daniels is waiting outside for me, a pair of bicycles at his side. He eyes me, his gaze resting on my bandages for a long moment. His mouth tightens and then he holds out a pack of supplies.
Ready to go?
I shake my head, worried. Out of all the guards, Daniels is nicest, if nice is a thing that can be assigned to the militia. He's always polite and brisk, and he keeps his distance. He doesn't abuse his position or catcall. He's decent. And he likes Manda. I'm supposed to go alone, I blurt out, instinctively taking a step back from the pack he holds out for me. It's not safe for anyone to go with me. Brady...
I know,
he says.
I'm just escorting you safely out of the fort.
He's making sure I obey. I'm sure that's Azar's idea, but whatever. I take the bag from him and peek inside. Cheesecloth-wrapped food, a canteen of water, and an emergency flare. A flare, huh?
In case you're out after dark and need light,
he says.
We thought matches and a candle might be problematic with your grip, and the lighters can't be spared.
My grip? Well, that's one way of putting it. Thanks, I say sourly.
I'm also to tell you that the flare is for lighting purposes only. If you light it...
He pauses, then considers his words carefully.
We can't come after you for a rescue. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I wouldn't expect a rescue anyhow. At least the chagrined expression on his face helps sugarcoat things. Daniels doesn't like this any more than I do. He's just doing his job. Lashing out at him would be a dick move, so I shrug the backpack on over my shoulders and snap the buckle that goes across my waist to anchor it against me. I take one of the bikes, and then we head toward the gates. It rained a little last night, so the streets of Fort Dallas are mucky with filth and biking is slow. Once we get outside the gates, though, it clears up, and then the cooler, slightly damp air feels nice on my face. Daniel stays at my side for 2 streets, then parks his bike. I park mine too, just to prolong the inevitable.
How long will you be out, do you think?
He asks.
Just so I can report back.
That's an impossible question. I have no clue. I'll try to be back by sundown. Alone. But if it can't be alone, I might stay out all night. I chew on my scarred lip. Or I might not come back at all. I don't know how this will go.
Lord Azar,
he warns. I shake my head, stopping him before he starts. If I don't come back, it's not of my own choice. It's because I got eaten or killed. I reach up and touch the scars on my face, my thoughts full of ugly memories and sharp claws. If I'm not back in, let's say 3 days, will you give my stuff to Jenny and Manda? I don't have much, but I want them to have it. He gives me a crisp nod, and for a moment I see sympathy on his face.
Would you like for me to pass on a message to them?
Am I allowed?
Within reason?
As in, I can say stuff, but they'll only get told what Azar approves of. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want them to know the real reason behind the panty turn-ins or what the program is really for. Just tell them I miss them and I love them, and if I can, I'll look for a book for Amanda and some sewing stuff for Jenny. He hesitates.
Crosswords, for Amanda, if you can. She loves those.
She does? Okay, then. Crosswords it is. If, I can. I might be too busy being digested by a dragon.
Of course.
Daniels nods once and then turns his bike around. He pauses and then glances in the direction of the fort.
Actually, before you go.
He rides up next to me and then offers me a plastic-wrapped slender item.
It's a pocket knife. Azar doesn't want you to have weapons, but I'd feel better knowing you weren't defenseless out there. It won't do much against a dragon, but...
He shrugs.
I watched it and wrapped it so no one else's scent is on there. I hope this will be our secret.
I'm surprisingly touched by his gesture. Daniels is always someone that plays by the rules, so I know this is a big leap for him. I take the knife. Thanks. I won't tell anyone. He nods again.
Stay safe,
Daniels tells me.
We've got few enough as it is.
Women? I ask, my lip curling with disdain.
People,
he says simply.
Every person counts.
Now I feel like a jerk. I nod, unwrapping the knife, and then carefully store the plastic wrap in my bag. With the knife in my pocket, I glance out at the south quadrant and then start riding toward it. Nothing to do but go meet the dragon, I guess. I bike for a while, my shoulders tense. I'm not extremely far from the fort when a large shadow flies overhead and begins to follow me. I can just guess who that is, and something about his presence is frustrating. Azar was right. It doesn't matter if I choose to play along or not. This dragon is going to keep tailing me until I get him to understand that I don't want to be his new best friend. Unfortunately for me, the only way to communicate that is to somehow get him to want to fuck. This really is the most ridiculous situation. I keep on pedaling, getting on the highway and cruising down the middle where fewer cars are. The dragon flies lower, trumpeting a call that makes me jump. I grit my teeth, determined to ignore it and keep on biking. If what Azar says is true, this dragon won't hurt me, but he can hurt others, so I need to get as far away from the fort as I possibly can. So I keep on going, ignoring the dragon circling overhead, or that he dives so low that my hair swishes in the breeze left from his wings. He bugles, trying to get my attention, and I glare straight ahead, determined not to stop. After a few more minutes of this, the dragon lands with a thump directly on the highway in front of me. That makes me screech to a halt. I skid to the side, panting with alarm, and glare up at the gigantic roadblock. He's really making this impossible. I glance backward, but I can still see faint plumes of smoke coming from Fort Dallas's cook fires, and I'd really like to be a bit farther away. I turn and look at the dragon, studying him. My heart hammers in my chest as the gigantic head lowers and the dragon goes on all fours, tucking his wings against his lithe body. His tail slithers back and forth like an enormous snake, smacking against an abandoned car as he studies me. It occurs to me that this could be an entirely different dragon, that I'm covering all of the ruins of the South Quadrant in my scent and pulling in others. But the eyes that meet mine are more gold than black, and the horned frill is missing one at the end, just like the dragon from before. And I relax, just a tiny bit. At least I do until he reaches out for me with one clawed forearm as if he's going to snatch me from my bike. "No," I say firmly. His claws get close enough to touch my skin, and I suck in a stealing breath and gently push them aside before he can touch me. "Not right now." I point in the distance. "I want to go that way." If this dragon's half as intelligent as Lord Azar made it sound, I hope he understands. There's a low growl coming from the dragon that makes cold wash down my spine, and my scars feel hot. I say no loudly one more time, then begin to slowly pedal on my bike once more, forcing myself to ride past the draconic blockade. Before I can, the big tail slides across my path, blocking my way. I stop again and look over at the dragon. I point to the south once more. He cranes his head, looking where I point, and then his eyes bleed brighter gold. He moves his tail, and I continue biking. I'm trembling as I bike past, but I feel victorious. This dragon's not going to hurt me. That counts for something. I bike past him, and the dragon follows after me, remaining on the ground as he trails behind me like the world's biggest stalker. I try to ignore him, but inwardly I wince at every crunch of metal as he steps on a car hood, or the creaking sounds an ancient overpass makes when he crosses over it. Maybe this isn't the best idea I've had so far. I know I'm just delaying the inevitable. I'm scared of what's going to happen when I get off my bike and accept whatever this thing is. So I keep riding, trying to suck up enough courage to confront the dragon. We go for a while longer, me on my bike, the enormous dragon close behind me, until I spot an old bike rack at a destroyed shopping center. All right, close enough. I move my bike over to the trees and place it in the rack, then carefully pull the chain free and lock the wheel to the rack. I doubt any nomads are going to see my bike, but you never know. And in the after, a good working bicycle is worth a hell of a lot more than a dozen cars. After I lock the bike, I pause on the ground, pretending to rummage through my bag. I'm panting as I waste time, my skin prickling with utter awareness of the dragon. I'm afraid. Terrified, really. I keep thinking of Lord Azar's words. He's not a dragon, he has a dragon form. He thinks of you as his mate. You have to bond with him. I close my eyes and swallow hard, then zip my bag and set it down next to my bike. With a stealing breath, I turn to face the dragon. No more delaying.
14. Jurek. I croon at my female as she takes a few steps away from her metal legs. I am not entirely sure what the metal legs are, only that they smell like rust, and when she sits on them, she is able to run fast and smooth, so they must be legs. She turns and faces me, her small body trembling, her chin raised in the air, defiant as any warrior. My spirit aches with pride at the sight of her. Has any female ever looked so strong and proud, so fragile yet powerful? She is alone today, no males accompanying her, so I do not have to destroy any challengers for her affections. She has come to me. The thought fills me with fierce pleasure, even though her fear scent coats the air. I do not like it, and I worry she is afraid of me for some strange reason. Have I not been respectful? Did I not bring food to her hive? When she gestured that she wished to keep running on her metal legs, did I not let her set the pace? What is with this fear? Hot irritation flashes through me, bringing with it swirls of color and cascading dissonant sound. I am tired of her fear. I want her arousal. I want her mating scent perfuming the air, not her terror. I take in a deep breath, fighting back a growl of frustration as the colors barge into my mind and take up residence as if they own it, as if they belong there. The female steps forward again and makes a sharp sound in her throat. That draws my attention, and the colors bleed away. The sounds that fill my ears with so much chaos die too, and then there is nothing but the quiet thread of her voice in my ears. She makes sounds with her mouth, looking up at me, and then offers her small hand. I try to touch her mind with mine. I am here. Your mate is here. There is no need to be afraid. My attempts to reach her meet nothing at all, and it worries me. Has her mind been tampered with? Is that why we cannot connect? I lower my head, my eyes level with hers, and strain to touch her mind. I am here. I am here.
Tired,
Luminora tells me.
hungry, tired.
Go back to sleep, I say to her. My words are not for you.
Hungry,
Salavatri agrees. I fight back another surge of irritation. I have tried so hard to reach my female that I have woken the sleeping young. More color flares at the edges of my mind. You go back to sleep too. I do not want them listening as I claim my mate. My female makes another musical sound with her mouth, trying to draw my attention. I focus on her, and the young minds fade away. So do the colors that threaten again, and all I see is her. She gazes up at me with dark eyes and lifts her hand up, indicating she wishes to touch my scales again. Pleased at her bravery, despite the reek of her fear smell, I lean in to nuzzle her. She stiffens at my approach, but does not retreat, and I gently rumble to her, letting her know that she is safe with me. Females of my kind are fierce and attack at the slightest provocation, but this female is gentle. It is her gentleness that calls to me, I think, her calm that makes the discordant colors and sounds bleed away to silence. For a long time, I remain perfectly still, letting her hand explore my face. I study her as I do, noticing that she wears different body coverings than the last time I saw her, that her stomach does not grumble with hunger constantly. Her face has strange coverings over her bruises, and the part of her face not concealed is the part that displays her scars. For all of her gentleness, my female is a warrior, I decide. She carries her battle wounds proudly. She says something again, and then taps the end of my nose. I reach out to her with my mind, trying to press my thoughts against hers, but still encounter nothing. Frustrated, I let out a huff of breath. She yelps in response, jumping, and takes a step back. Her fear scent flares, and then dissipates as she approaches me again, making more of those sounds in her throat. After a moment, she taps her chest and coughs a sound, then coughs it again, watching me with expectant eyes. I like her dark eyes, I decide. It does not matter that they do not swirl with color. I like their stagnant brown. I am so tired of colors. I nuzzle at her small head as carefully as I can, licking at the coverings on the bad side of her face. My female pushes my nose away, making noises once more. She pauses, and then I hear a sigh of frustration. After a moment, she gestures and then races away. I start to follow, but she makes more sounds and waves her hands so much that I suspect she does not want me to follow at all. So I lash my tail, waiting and watching to see what she does. If she runs, I will follow her back to her hive once more. My thoughts are so peaceful when she is here. I need to keep that. I need to keep her. To my relief, my female returns a moment later with a metal disc. It almost looks like a loose dragon scale, but she sets it down in front of me, then goes to pry another from one of the round legs of the metal carcasses that line this path. How puzzling. They are filthy, their shine dulled by dirt and time, but she looks pleased at the thought of them, and sets a second one in front of me, and then a third. She produces something that looks like a small red egg, and holds it up, making more mouth noises. As I watch, she puts the red egg underneath one of the scales, and then moves them back and forth. Then she gestures at me, indicating that all 3 scales are mine to choose from. I am not interested in any of them, though. I only want her. So I croon once more, and then nuzzle at her soft hair. She makes a frustrated sound, then taps her chest and coughs at me again. Perhaps my female is not very smart. Perhaps the colors and sounds bother her mind too. How can I help with that, I wonder, if her mind will not connect with mine? She deliberately shuts me out. Unless... I reach out and touch Luminora's mind, brushing at her thoughts. She is nursing, her patter of thoughts happy and content, her mind full of images of her dam's pale teat as she sucks on a nipple. Her dam has a pale breast, because she is also human. I knew there was something different about Luminora's thoughts, Salavatri's too. That must be it. I probe at Luminora's thoughts, asking her to call up images of her mother. The flitters that fill my head are of a dark-eyed female with thick curls and a wide smile, of gentle hands without claws. I brush at her thoughts for her father, and find they are a mixture of his battle form and his two-legged form. Ah, Luminora's mother only has one form. Perhaps my female does too. But I have two. I remember that now, my thoughts surging with delight. I have a name, Jur, and a two-legged form, as well as a battle form. Jurik, Luminora reminds me, not Jur. She is right. I forget part of myself when I only give half my name, when I only have one form instead of two. Pleased at this realization, I nuzzle my female's mane again and then retreat a few steps to shift to my two-legged form. It has been so long that I have forgotten how. My thoughts blank out for a moment, and I stare at my claws, waiting and wondering. And then bones shift. Wings disappear, and scales flex and tighten. Then I am crouched on the ground, and my body is in its two-legged form, muscles tight with disuse. I groan, stretching, and scratch at my belly with now smaller claws. The world here, this ugly, stinking world, looks different from this height. Fascinating. My female gasps and runs toward me, and I open my arms for her with pleasure. Of course, this is what she has been waiting for. I stab at her thoughts with mine, willing them to open, but there is still nothing. And I let out another growl of frustration.
15. Rachel. I'm getting nowhere with my dragon suitor. I don't know what to do with him. I've tried talking, but that gets me nowhere. I've patted my chest and said my name so many times, and he just looked at me and tried to lick my bandages. I worry he's not very bright. So I try another trick. I grab hubcaps from nearby cars after I see a discarded red ball, and then try a version of the shell game. I hide the ball under one of the hubcaps and shift them all around, wincing inwardly at the scrape of metal on asphalt, and then look to the dragon. I gesture at the hubcaps. Which one has the ball? He blinks those swirling golden eyes at me and nudges at my hand, indicating I should stroke his nose again. So frustrating. Come on, I say, thumping my chest with my hand again. Rachel! Rachel! Talk to me already, won't you? Azar says you're a person, but I'm starting to think he's crazy. I pat my chest again. Rachel! The dragon gets a distant look on his face. Either that or Azar's not the only crazy one, as if he's hearing something from far away. I pause, waiting. And then the dragon backs up a few feet, his shoulders hunching, his wings tucked tight against his back. I frown, studying him. If he was a cat, I'd say he was about to throw up a hairball, but... Then the dragon isn't there. He disappears entirely. I gasp. A much smaller, equally golden form uncurls from the asphalt a short distance away, arms stretching out and displaying spikes along the backside. One of the spikes looks broken, and I note that idly before realizing that there's a guy here. And this guy looks like Azar. No, I realize a split second later. This guy looks nothing like Azar at all. This has to be the dragon. It's the only possible explanation. He's not a dragon, he has a dragon form. Azar's irritable memory reminds me. It makes sense now. He's not a dragon completely, he's a dragon shifter. Which is weird, but at this point I'm no longer tossing weird out the window. The man, the dragon, finishes stretching and scratches idly at his abdomen, and then his gaze focuses on me. I stare in surprise. The swirling eyes are the same, but, oh God, so much else is different. Thick golden hair, as coarse and bountiful as a lion's mane, sprouts from his head and cascades down his shoulders and across his back. He's gold all over, actually. His skin and hair practically the same shade of warm gold. At the edge of his brow, he's got a frill of short, spiky horns, and more spikes on the backs of his arms and legs. He's tall, taller than Azar, and his shoulders are broad, his body a lithe, inverted triangular shape that emphasizes the breadth of his shoulders and the slimness of his tight hips. I stare at those broad shoulders for a moment, then let my gaze creep down past the tight, flat belly and all the way down to the large, semi-hard cock that hangs between his muscular thighs. I blink at that, then force myself to look at his face. Face. Must look at face. The eyes that watch me out of the strange man's face are the dragon's, even if it seems impossible to associate the enormous creature with the man standing in front of me. He looks young. Maybe my age, maybe slightly younger. His face is square, his chin blunt and equally squared off with wide cheekbones, and a mouth that's so full and almost pouty that the entire combination makes him look stubborn. He's got sharp, high cheekbones, and his intense eyes are framed by heavy brows that give him a look of fierce concentration. He's staring at me, too. I lick my lips, uncertain as he strides toward me. As he walks, I notice that his hands and his feet are clawed, as if Mother Nature decided to give him thick, scary thorns instead of nails. His full lips part, and I catch a glimpse of sharp fangs and realize that he might have 2 legs, but this man is still a dragon. I take a step back. His eyes flare and he pauses. Then, a cautious look on his face, he takes another step forward, pauses, and watches me. "I'm sorry," I whisper. "I'm just nervous." I gesture that he can approach, hoping that he takes the hint despite the communication barrier. Those strange eyes flare bright gold, and he marches toward me, hands curled into fists at his side, his shoulders tall and straight as any soldier. It's a proud, cocky walk, one full of authority and confidence, and one that makes his junk swing between his legs in a way that drags my gaze there even when I know it's best to keep eye contact. He approaches me, stopping when he gets close enough to reach out and touch me. His nose is strong but narrow, I notice, and his nostrils flare delicately as if he's taking in my scent. He looks at me, waiting. I could swear one of those heavy brows goes up just a little, as if challenging me. I suddenly feel shy and flustered. Me, who's never met a man she couldn't dismiss or ignore. Well, other than Brady. It's easy to tune the opposite sex out when you know they can't possibly be interested in you. This one is, though. And it's blatantly obvious in the way he watches me, the way he shifts on the balls of his feet as he gazes at me, as if waiting to pounce. It's obvious in the thick erection he's now sporting as he stands inches away from me. And me? I've never felt uglier. I don't expect to blow anyone away with my beauty, not with a face full of scars that distort one of my cheeks and make my smile something out of nightmares. Not with an arm that ends halfway below the elbow. Not with the good half of my face covered in bandages to help the bruising heal. And the fact that I'm wearing a men's militia uniform that doesn't fit right. I'm no beauty. It doesn't seem like my dragon friend has noticed that, though. He just keeps staring at me with those burning golden eyes, waiting. "Hi again," I whisper. He rumbles low in his throat, still somehow sounding like a dragon, and then begins to circle me. I remain frozen in place as he stalks around me, and when he moves behind me, he leans in and takes a long whiff of my hair. I feel like prey caught before a predator, just waiting for him to pounce. It's making my skin prickle with fear and something else. There's an anxious flutter low in my belly that I can't describe. Just that it's there and it's growing stronger by the moment. I wish you'd talk, I say as he prowls around in front of me again. His eyes meet mine, and then he moves closer, leaning in to sniff me again, and I squeak in distress as he practically presses his face against my neck. He makes another rumbling sound, and this one sounds like pleasure. One big hand grabs at my loose braid and he touches it, rubbing the strands between his fingers and then lifting it to sniff. Your hair is pretty too, I offer. I can braid it for you if you want, though pants should probably come first. The dragon man looks at me again, his eyes narrowing, and he studies my mouth for a moment before his gaze goes lower, to the neck of my uniform top. The first 2 buttons are undone since the backpack makes the shirt tug at my neck, and there's just a hint of skin displayed at the opening of the collar. One big claw moves toward that opening, and he flicks a button free. Okay, that's enough, I yelp, brushing his hand aside with my stump. It's a reflexive action. I was right-handed in the before, and sometimes I still try to do things with my right hand. Or arm. He immediately jerks backward, baring his sharp teeth in a hiss and eyes whirling black, and I tuck my bad arm against my chest again. Does he think I was trying to gross him out? It's just a stump with some scars. There's nothing gross about it. But I know not everyone thinks like that. To my surprise, the dragon man's eyes fade back to gold, and he makes a low, gentle sound in his throat and reaches for me. We're both jumpy, I realize. And when he extends that hand toward me, it takes everything I have not to retreat backward, but I stay in place. He reaches for my stump, of all things, and runs the pads of his fingers lightly over the end of it where the scar tissue is the thickest. Oh. I extend my arm toward him, letting him explore it, and he runs his fingers over the thickened scars, studying my arm with utter fascination. No one's ever touched my stump but me. I never thought I would like it, but it's nice. It makes me feel seen. Those claws follow up to my elbow where I have my sleeve rolled up and tucked, and he touches my skin lightly, then brushes against the fabric of my shirt, a slight frown on his face. It occurs to me that he's not wearing clothing. Does he want some? I didn't bring any extra shirts with me, I'm sorry. I can't give you this one or else I'll just be all boobs, and even I know not to go back to the fort looking like that. His gaze snaps back to my mouth and he watches me speak. After a moment, his lips part and he moves his mouth, imitating me, but no sound comes out. He moves closer to me, all wild, golden man, and puts his fingertips on my lips. A shiver races through my body at the small touch. I don't have a pretty mouth. Maybe I did once, but it's never been full and pouty like all the women in the magazines, and that was before scars destroyed the corner of it. But in this moment, I feel pretty. He studies my lips so intently, pursing his plump, darker golden mouth as he thinks. You want to hear more words? I ask, my lips brushing against the pads of his fingertips. He groans low, and his eyes turn such a hot liquid shade of gold that my nipples prick. He rubs my lower lip again, frowns at the bandages on the side of my face, and then concentrates on my mouth, and grunts. I think he's telling me to do it again. I suck in a nervous breath, resisting the urge to brush my tongue against those strange fingertips and speak once more. I can't think of what to say to you. I wish I knew your name. I wish you talked. I wish you had pants on. And then I feel like a liar because I'm not sure I actually do wish you had pants on. He's so gloriously beautiful naked. I've never seen a man erect before, and his cock looks far, far bigger than I always imagined it'd be. But I guess wishing doesn't change anything, right? He watches me talk, his fascinated gaze on my lips. I guess I could just sing songs if I run out of things to talk about, I murmur, enjoying his reaction and his touch. The way he purses his mouth and moves his lips as if smacking them is almost adorable. Which seems weird, given that he's a ferocious-looking man with claws. He practically vibrates danger. His actions should not be cute. And yet somehow, I know I'm safe here. He's had plenty of opportunities to tear me to pieces, but he's gently resting his fingertips on my lips and watching my mouth move instead. Maybe now, like this, I can get him to give me his name? I take his hand in mine, boldly reaching for his wrist and pull his fingers away from my mouth. He tilts his head slightly, giving me an incredulous look before his gaze goes back to my fingers on his wrist, and he watches me as I put his hand over my heart and pat lightly. I'm Rachel, I tell him. Rachel. I pat my chest with his hand. Rachel. Then I release my grip on his wrist and reach out, placing my fingertips over his chest and waiting. It occurs to me that I could have touched my own chest. I could have tapped my heart and not had to touch him. I just wanted to. He gazes down at my hand, then puts his free one over it, pressing my palm until it's flat on his chest. He closes his eyes for a moment, as if savoring the sensation of my touch, and then looks at me. I gesture at my chest with my stump, brushing it against the hand he still has splayed just below my clavicle. Rachel. I tap my fingers on his chest and then give him an expectant look. His mouth opens and a croaking sound comes out. I giggle. I can't help it. The odd sound, followed by the flash of consternation on his face, is just too funny. He watches me, utterly fascinated by my reaction, and his mouth curls in a hint of a smile. He tries again.
Ruh.
I repeat my name again, and this time he gets pretty close to it.
Rachel.
Close enough, I say and manage a smile. It sounds like he's swallowing my name, but all words are hard when you are nonverbal, I imagine. I tap his chest with my fingers, trying not to fixate on just how warm he is under my palm. How he doesn't feel scaly at all, despite the tight scale pattern dappling his skin. He doesn't feel lizardy or dragony in the slightest, but warm and supple and muscular and far, far too appealing. Let's see if we can get your name then, huh? I tap the hand on my chest once more and repeat my own name, then look at him, waiting. He stares at me with an intense look on his face, his eyes whirling. Did he not understand? But after a moment of this, he breaks off with a disappointed-sounding sigh and then taps at my chest.
Rachel.
He hesitates, then taps the hand I have on his breastbone.
Jur-ik.
The words sound odd, harsh. I try them anyhow. Jur-ik? A broad grin flashes across his face, turning him from slightly stubborn-looking to utterly devastating. Well, I breathe, rubbing my thumb across his smooth skin. That answers that.
16. Jurek. My female has a name. Granted, it sounds like a desert lizard barking a call to its mate, but it is a name. She smiles at me, her perfume that of curiosity and a hint of arousal. It is an intoxicating scent, and I realize I must go carefully with her. She smells strongest of arousal when I am cautious and take my time. If I just grab her, she will be awash in her fear scent. My plans to snatch her to my nest and never let her go change in an instant. Thinking feels different in my two-legged form, I realize, as I stroke the hand on my chest. My thoughts are clearer, sharper, and I do not need to rely on the bright, shining lights of Luminora and Salavatri to push away the darkness that threatens. There is no darkness right now, not with my Rachel looking at me with such curious eyes, and so close I can practically taste her. I want to taste her. I salivate at the thought. My tongue should be pressed up against her pretty throat right now, licking at her pulse spots and drinking in her taste as well as her scent. But she is as skittish as prey, so I must go carefully or she will run away again. She babbles more sounds at me, her lips moving in that constant stream of noises. As she does, I touch her, watching her reactions to see how she handles it. I cannot be around her and not touch her. She is my mate. She is mine. So I move closer, reaching out and caressing her woven hair. Her strands are far softer than mine, and it reminds me that mine itches and makes my neck hot. It has grown long, far longer than I am used to, and I want to shear it from my scalp. That can wait, though. I lean close again, unable to resist brushing my nose against her jaw, and she jumps, a little spurt of laughter escaping her. Her happy sounds charm me. I want more of them. Testing, daring, I brush my tongue against the delicate bones of her jaw. She goes still against me, her breath huffing, and then more arousal floods her scent. She does not tear away, which pleases me. I think she is getting used to my touch, which means I can do more. If we cannot connect our minds, I must explore her with my other senses. Rachel, I murmur, sliding my claws into the thick tangle of her hair. It is softer than anything I have ever felt, the strands moving through my fingers like water, the color a warm shade of brown that is unfamiliar to me. I nuzzle along her jaw, moving toward her ear as I hold her against me. She makes a soft choking sound, her fingers curling against my chest as if she needs support. I loop my other arm around her waist, holding her against me as I trace her small ear with my tongue, learning it. I like holding her like this, I decide. My chest is pressed against hers, and I can feel her breasts pushing against me, can feel the quick thrumming of her nervous heart in her chest. And Rachel whimpers when my teeth scrape over her earlobe. I growl my pleasure at her reaction, unable to remain silent. My mate is in my arms, my mouth on her skin, and there is no greater joy. I learn the small shell of her ear with my tongue, learning that her scars go even to here, one ending just above her ear and disappearing into her hairline. I want to taste her all over, I decide, and tug at the layers of coverings she has over her chest. The thin material snags under my claws, and small discs go flying, her layers revealing more skin. Good. I want to drown in her scent, bathe in it. I want to give her my fires and claim her as mine so no one will ever touch her again. She makes a startled little noise and babbles more sounds at me, sliding out of my grasp. I let out a growl of frustration and crouch, watching as she skitters a few feet away, grasping the front of her strange coverings. Her oddly colored skin is revealed now, and my mouth fills with saliva because I want to taste all of her. She looks flustered, my Rachel, but I do not detect her fear scent. This is good. Pleased, I get to my feet and stalk toward her again, noticing the way her eyes widen as I approach. "Jurek," she pants, putting her hand up to stop me. She says something else, but I do not know her sounds. I pull her close again, nuzzling at her throat, and she moans, her hand going into my thick mane. Her arousal scent is everywhere, coating the air around us, and it smells so tempting I drop to my knees in front of her and press my face against the apex of her thighs, holding her hips against my face. She makes another startled sound and skitters away again. I grit my teeth in frustration. She wants me. She likes my touch. Why does she run the moment I try to embrace her? Scowling, I watch her, trying to understand the game she plays. I can feel the madness creeping at the edges of my thoughts, my joy at finding my mate bleeding away at the realization she does not want me to touch her. "Jurek," she says again softly, and her expression is unhappy. She hesitates, and then takes a step toward me. I reach for her, only to have her push my hand away. I growl in response. She shakes her head. "Jurek." Her hand, trembling, reaches for my face, and then she pauses, watching me. I remain perfectly still as she runs her fingers over my mouth and jaw, and then pauses again. When I reach for her once more, she pushes my hand aside and puts hers on my chest, her fingers skimming over my breast. I understand now. She will not run, but she wants to do the touching. It is as I thought. She is skittish. Has she never mated before, then? Has no other male attempted her? With my people, the females mate and fight with abandon, looking to claim the strongest male possible. But in the end, it is the male's decision. It does not matter how fierce the female is if he refuses to give her his fires. Perhaps her people, humans, do not work like this. Or perhaps because she is so gentle, she does not challenge for many males. Whatever it is, she is shy and hesitant in my arms, and I want to keep her there. So I remain still as she reaches for my face again, her expression wary. This time, when she touches me, I press my cheek into her caress, but keep my hands at my sides. Her smile grows brighter. "Jurek." I cannot stop the pleased rumble in my throat.
17. Rachel. What the fuck am I supposed to do with a dragon? The thought occurs to me as I touch Jurek's face. He finally understands that the more he grabs at me, the more nervous it makes me. I'm still bruised from Brady's attack, so it's hard for me to just ease into his arms. I can't help but be nervous, and I think this irks him. But he's not leaving. He's not leaving, and he's not attacking, and his eyes are staying mostly gold, so this is a win. Azar said I needed to link with Jurek, to bring him to our side. Tiny problem, I'm not sure how I get to that other than just tugging my pants off and getting down on all fours. I'm sure both Jurek and Azar would be fine with that, but I'm not. This is my first time to be touched intimately, and I can't just jump in guns blazing. I'm far too nervous. It's clear Jurek has expectations, though. His huge cock hasn't deflated in the slightest. And when I trace my fingers over his jaw, he groans so deeply that it feels scandalous. Beyond touching his face, though, I'm not sure what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I stick to touching him for now, learning his body and the differences between us. Like, for starters, he's not shy. Jurek is proudly naked, and it's obvious from his body language that he sees no problems with all this nudity. He doesn't make exceptions for his nudity either. Maybe a normal guy would bend down so I can touch his jaw. But Jurek just remains tall and proud, expecting me to plaster myself against his front so I can touch him. He's all hot skin, this dragon man, and I'm fascinated by the hard, stubborn set of his features, and the fact that he looks so handsome and human, even though he's anything but human. He flicks a claw at my shirt as I caress his jaw, tracing his features and learning his face and just getting used to touching him. I keep wondering if he'll kiss me, but he never makes a move toward it. Perhaps dragons don't kiss. The thought's disappointing. No talking, no kissing. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I can introduce him to kissing, maybe, but I don't know how to do it myself. I guess it doesn't matter right now. What matters is keeping him calm and making him my friend. He can't fly off the handle, and I can't antagonize him until we get comfortable with each other. It's a tricky, complicated situation, and I'm not entirely thrilled to be in it. I lightly run my fingers over his face, touching the horns at his hairline and tracing his brows before lowering my hand to his chest. He puts his hand over mine, making me pause.
"Jurek,"
he growls. I look up at him, startled, and his full, strangely pouty mouth is curled at the edges in a smile. Is he teasing me? "Yeah, you're Jurek," I say after a moment, deciding that yes, he is teasing me. I think I like it. It's unexpected, that's for sure. I gesture at myself. "Do you remember who I am?"
"Rachel,"
he breathes. And the word is so fervent and full of longing that my skin prickles with awareness. Oh yeah, he remembers all right. My stomach growls, interrupting the moment, and Jurek stiffens against me. He touches my clothing, gesturing at my stomach, and then brushes his fingers over my lips.
"Rachel?"
I'm okay, I promise, and slip out of his embrace. He immediately grabs my hand and tries to tug me against him once more. No. I keep my tone light and happy. I'm not running away, I'm just getting food. I gesture at my bag, discarded the moment I got off my bike. It's right over here. I grab his hand in mine and squeeze it, trying to pull him along with me. He frowns, but when he realizes I'm not running away, he follows after me, his eyes whirling that odd mixture of gold and black. I move back to my bike, crossing the short distance on the abandoned road, and as I do, I look for a decent spot to sit and eat. The problem with a lot of the after is that it's ugly. There's no lawn crews to tend to grassy medians. No one to trim bushes that grow wild. There's no one to pick up trash or get rid of destroyed or burned objects. There's a lot of wilderness in the after, but all of it tends to be overgrown, weedy, and not very pretty. Not that it matters. I'm just happy to be alive. I consider a nearby area, 2 large trees providing heavy shade near an old bus stop. The shade prevents the grass from growing too tall underneath them, and birds twitter nearby, which is kind of nice. I take my bag, then link my arm with Jurek's and tug him along. He looks down at our joined elbows, smiles another toothy dragon smile, and then lets me lead him. We sit down and I pull out some of my supplies. There's no picnic blanket, of course. The fort would have way too many uses for so much cloth, but that's okay. I sit down on the ground and cross my legs, indicating he should sit with me. He does, sort of. Jurek hunches over, squatting deep as he possessively moves closer to me and runs his fingers through my braid again, pulling the last of my hair from its moorings. I fight back the urge to nudge him away and drink from my canteen. How long have I been out? The sun is high and I've lost track of all time, but I'm thirsty. Jurek must be too. I take a sip and then offer the water to him. "Water," I say helpfully. "Water." Jurek doesn't repeat me, doesn't even try. He takes the canteen, sniffs it, then hands it back to me. Okay, maybe dragons don't drink much. I chug a bit more before capping the canteen off again and pulling the wrapper off of my lunch. It's more a hard cornbread sandwich and paste, so I take a small bite from a corner. It's a really dry meal and not all that appetizing, but it's a meal and I've learned to savor every single one of them. I take another tiny bite and then grudgingly hold it out for him. "Did you eat the sandwich I dropped yesterday?" I ask. I kind of hope so. A sandwich shouldn't be wasted. His eyes light up the moment I offer him the food, and he takes an absolutely massive bite, his eyes gleaming pleasure. I'm a little crestfallen at his response because he's devoured over half of my sandwich in one fell swoop. Even if it's not delicious, I'm reluctant to share. There's too many missed meals in my past. "I guess you're a sandwich guy, huh?" I mutter. He chews enthusiastically, his cheeks bulging, and then his expression slowly changes to one of distaste. His chewing becomes slower, and then he looks over to the side and spits out the half-chewed sandwich on the ground. "You son of a bitch!" I exclaim. "That was my lunch!" He wipes at his mouth with the back of a hand and gives me a crestfallen look, as if I've somehow betrayed him with the taste of my sandwich. I can't help but chuckle, setting what's left of my meal carefully on my knee and then offering him the canteen again. This time, Jurek takes it and swigs it, grimacing again. All right then, dragons aren't fond of sandwiches. I watch as he drains the last of my water, then go back to nibbling tiny bites on my sandwich. He watches me intently as I eat, still in that weird crouch next to me, and he can't stop touching me. I try to ignore the dance of his claws through my hair, the touches against my sleeve, the way he seems to move closer and closer with every moment. It's like he can't get enough of me. I shouldn't be surprised at the possessiveness he's displaying. He killed Brady, didn't he? He followed me back to the fort, too, twice. Of course he's possessive. I'm his mate in his eyes. My mouth goes dry, and it takes everything I have to finish my sandwich. The moment I'm done with it, he makes another one of those low noises in his throat and leans in, rubbing his face against mine, dislodging my bandages. He tugs at my clothing again, making it clear that now that I've eaten, this is makeout time. "Wait," I say, pushing his hand aside. "That's not what I wanted." A fierce frown crosses his face, and he leans in again, trying to lick my ear. I lean so far back I'm practically on the ground, and I realize too late what a bad idea that is. The moment his eyes light up, I yelp and scramble backward, using my elbows to skitter away from him. Jurek jumps to his feet, his expression incensed. His eyes flare black for a moment, and the pit of my stomach drops. "Jurek?" I ask hesitantly. "Are you okay?" The dragon man storms away, and before I can ask anything else, he shifts forms, and then the enormous golden dragon takes to the air. I stare in shock at the retreating golden wings. What the hell just happened? 18. Rachel. I don't know what I did, but somehow I've pissed Jurek off and made him leave. I stare at the sky for a long moment, thinking maybe he just needed to stretch his legs, but no, he's really gone. The realization leaves me hollow. Out of all the choices I had before me, pissing off the dragon wasn't one of them. I don't know what I did wrong, and a little part of me hurts that I've driven him away somehow. Mostly, though, I'm just terrified of what'll happen now. I can get on my bike and return to Fort Dallas. And then what? Azar won't let me back into the program, I suspect. I'll be forced to return to working for Tinker, or worse. Lord Azar might get mad that I thwarted his plans of recruiting another dragon and take it out on Jenny and Manda as it is. I don't know how he's going to react if I don't come back with a dragon in tow. My mouth trembles, and I feel for a long, stupid moment like I want to cry. Crying does no good, though. It won't fix this situation or the prickly nature of the dragon. It won't make Jurek come back. Sure, he was overly affectionate and handsy, but he seemed to be oddly caring in his own way. He'd rubbed his face against my bandages and didn't seem to care about my scars or my stump. I touch the bandages now hanging limply from my cheek and peel them off, tossing them into the nearby bushes. My face hurts, but my pride hurts even more. What am I going to do now? Before I can come up with a plan, something massive crashes to the ground in front of me. I yelp in surprise, jumping to my feet and scramble for my knife. To my surprise, it's a dead cow, and the dragon lands behind it a split second later, tucking his wings close. He lowers his head, eyes whirling gold and black, and watches me, waiting. He's feeding me. Oh, I remember Azar saying something about feeding, about how dragons feed their mates. I smack my palm against my forehead because of course he got all turned on. I gave him my sandwich. He thinks I'm feeding him because I want to get frisky. "I'm sorry," I say to Jurek, taking a few steps forward. I carefully avoid the poor dead cow and move toward him unafraid. I lift my hand in the air and he eagerly moves toward it, pushing his snout against my hand. "I misunderstood," I have a feeling that's going to happen a lot in the next while. He rumbles low in his chest, the sound thunderous, and his eyes close with pleasure as I caress his scaly nose. Then I'm caressing nothing but air, because Jurek transforms again and stalks to my side. He's all golden frame and bulging muscles, and I definitely stare longer than I should. If I'm forced to be with a guy, I suppose I should be grateful it's one as gorgeous as him. Even so, the whole situation bothers me. I don't want to be forced to choose anyone. I don't want to be shoved into his arms because it suits Lord Azar's needs. I want to like Jurek first, and right now everything still feels so new. Jurek gives me an eager look, pulling me toward the dead cow and waiting. Oh boy. I stare at the dead thing, knowing I can't refuse. What am I supposed to do with an entire steer? At least, I think it's a steer and not a cow, judging from the horns and lack of udders. I touch one of the horns delicately, and then wrinkle my nose.
Joe?
Jurek asks, coming to my side. His eyes whirl with a hint more black than I like. The cow is great, I say enthusiastically. Thank you so much. Here I was just thinking I hadn't eaten an entire steer lately, and wham! His eyes whirl with a bit more gold, and his full mouth turns up with pleasure. It's not a simple thing to figure out what to do with an entire cow. I know how to skin and gut a squirrel and other small critters because sometimes you can't be picky about your next meal. But an entire cow is a different matter entirely. Jurek looks so very pleased that he provided for me, though, that I need to do something with it. With my knife, I managed to cut out a large hunk of one thigh. I wish it was easier to do, but since I only have one hand, I end up making a huge mess all over my clothing by the time I'm done. Of course, now that I have a hunk of meat, I have to figure out how to cook it, and it takes time to get Jurek to realize what I want. He looks skeptical, but when I insist, he takes the chunk in his hands and breathes fire on it for several minutes, watching me until I give approval. The end result is rare and unseasoned, but it's also fresh and juicy and better than anything I get served in the barracks, and I eat so much that my stomach hurts. I tear off strips of the meat as Jurek holds it, and his eyes gleam with pleasure as if I'm eating from his hand. I have the vague feeling that eating his present means a lot to him, but I'm pretty sure I don't have a lot of choice. I'm still all too aware that I need him to be my friend. The way it felt when he turned and left, I felt as if I'd suddenly fucked up everything, and the panic that set in was an awful feeling. I don't want to feel like that again. So I smile brightly at him and take another bite. The afternoon slips away from me as I try to teach Jurek how to talk. I figure if we can communicate using a few simple words like yes and no and things along those lines, it can work as a patch until I get ready to jump into this with both hands and feet. As in, seduce a dragon. Jurek, however, has other ideas. He ignores all my attempts to teach him words. It's like now that he has my name, he doesn't care to learn anything else. Instead, he gets cuddly. When he sits next to me, he starts out a short distance away and then carefully inches closer and closer, like he thinks I'm not going to notice. I discreetly get up and move away or find a reason to retreat while trying to make it look as if I'm not. He takes my hand often. He touches my hair. He sniffs my skin. He tries to make out with my ear again, but I slip out of his grasp when he does and try to go back to teaching him words. And then, somehow, it's dusk. I look up at the darkening skies with distress. There's no way I can get back to Fort Dallas before it gets dark, and I'm a little terrified of being outside the fort's gates at night. It's not like night in the before. There are no street lights to brighten things, so I'd be plunging through the dark. There's wild animals in the ruins, too. I've seen packs of wild dogs, coyotes, bobcats, and God knows what's escaped from zoos at this point. Oh, and let's not forget about dragons. I eye the dragon standing next to me. He's moved too close again, invading my personal space, and rubs a lock of my hair between his fingers. Time for me to go home, I announce cheerfully, prying my hair from his grip. I gesture at the direction of the fort. Rachel needs to go back to her friends for tonight, but I'll return tomorrow.
Rachel,
he rumbles and runs a knuckle down my cheek, his eyes intense as he watches me. I shiver because I've never seen anyone look at me with that kind of expression, the utterly pleased look that's on his face, as if I'm the completion of his every dream. It's flattering but unnerving too. Rachel has to go. I try again and move toward my bike. I unchain it and pull it free from the bike rack and move to get on it, gesturing at the direction of the fort again. Home. The realization dawns on him, and his eyes narrow and flare pitch black. Despite the alarming reaction, he caresses my cheek again, repeating my name. I pull his hand away, smiling through my anxiety. I promise I'll be back tomorrow and we'll hang out again, okay? He growls low in his throat, stepping in front of my bike. The message is clear. I'm not going anywhere. All right then, I say, not bothering to hide my irritation. Looks like I'm fucking staying.
19. Jurek. I can feel her irritation with me. What does she expect? That I will just let her wander back to the human hive and she will vanish again? But the moment she put on her metal legs once more, I knew that was exactly what she wanted to do. So I stopped her, and now she is angry with me. Her smile has disappeared, and her scent is tinged with frustration. She refuses to meet my eyes and slaps my hand away when I reach for her. I want to take her to my nest, to show her that I can provide a good home for her, to keep her safe and warm and comfortable. But she clearly wants none of these things right now. She glares at me stubbornly and grabs her pack, walking away from her metal legs and hugging it to her chest. She does not turn in the direction of the hive, though, and that pleases me. I trail behind her, on edge, until she heads to a patch of grass and sets her pack down, then uses it to support her head. She turns on her side, away from me, and curls up against herself. I glance around, unhappy at the spot she has chosen to rest at. It is out in the open, with no walls to protect her, or height to discourage. She is on the ground, exposed and vulnerable. Any Draconi could see her sleeping out in the open and grab her with his claws. The thought makes me furious. I shift forms immediately, surging over to her side. If she will not find a protected spot to sleep, I must shield her. I wrap myself around her, my tail curling around her sleeping form as a barrier, and I settle down carefully against her back. I lay my claws over her waist, keeping a firm grip upon her, and ignore her attempt with her hand to push me aside. I do this to protect her. I extend my wing over where she lies down, making her frustrated sounds in her throat, and cocoon her with my body. This, I hope, will cover her smell so no one else scents her and thinks to claim her as a mate. Until she takes my fires, she is vulnerable, so I must be vigilant. My Rachel pushes at my claws again, babbling sharp sounds at me. I croon, letting my breath ruffle her soft hair, until she gives up and lies down again, a sigh of irritation telling me she has surrendered. I am pleased. I keep crooning at her, letting her know I am here and she is protected, until her breathing evens out and she drifts off to sleep. I do not sleep. There is too much at stake. I simply curl my claws tighter around her and lower my head, keeping my thoughts open so I can remain vigilant. As I do, I can feel the distant brush of other minds against mine, crazed ones full of colors and sounds. I avoid them, drawing back, because they make me feel as if I will lose control as well. Instead, I focus in on Luminora and Salavatri, letting their bright, shining thoughts keep mine from straying, and I breathe in the scent of my mate. It is the quietest my mind has been in some time.
Rachel. Jenny is sewing by hand on her bunk, working on a quilt of scraps she has patched together. "Who's the blanket for?" I ask, sitting across from her, cross-legged on Manda's bunk instead of my own. I have knitting needles in my hands and am working on a scarf with bright golden yarn. "It's for you." Jenny pulls her needle carefully. "You're getting married." "I am?" I look up from my knitting needles. "To who?" "Brady. He said not to tell you." Jenny's expression is sad. "It's the only way, though. You don't have a choice. All of us are going to get married." "I don't want to marry him," I whisper. "It doesn't matter what we want." She keeps on sewing, her expression placid. "They married off Manda and Christy, and you're next. Pretty soon I'll be here all alone." Jenny shakes her head. "I won't have anyone to sew for." "I don't want to leave you," I protest again, but the door opens. It's Brady, and he glares down at me, his expression ugly.
"Are you done with my scarf, Scarface?"
I look down at the knitting in my hands, but it's gone. All the threads tangled around my right hand in a clusterfuck of a knot. I try to shake the threads loose, but they get tighter and tighter, squeezing my hand and cutting into my skin. Pain lances up my arm, my fingers trapped, and I claw at the threads with my left hand, desperate to get them off, to free my grip. Instead, the gold threads just tighten even more. I wake up, gasping, clawing at the spot where my hand used to be. It takes me a moment to realize it was all a dream. That Brady's dead and I'm not being forced to marry him. That my right hand is gone. I stare at my stump, rubbing the scarred end. Even though I can see my hand isn't there, it still hurts. Phantom pain. It's happened before, but never on the cusp of a dream. Such an awful dream, too. Then again, what isn't awful right now? I touch the dragon's claws, still holding me in place, and look up at the delicate veins of the wing sail. The sunlight is gray with pre-dawn, and everywhere I look there are golden scales, the dragon tightly curled around me. Still trapped. Another pain throbs through my missing hand, and I fight back a few tears of pity. I can't feel sorry for myself. I don't have time for that sort of thing. Everything's just so overwhelming, though, that I feel defeated. I clutch my stump to my chest and allow myself to cry just a little. The dragon's wing moves, and the claws around my waist tighten. I give them an angry shove, and when he doesn't release me, I sob a little harder, pressing my arms against my chest. This dragon is the biggest problem. He won't let me leave. Even if I somehow manage to get away from him, he's going to follow me. He's ruining my life, and he won't even talk to me. And yet I'm supposed to somehow romance him and form a mental bond with him. Me, who's never had experience with anything along those lines. And if I don't, it means Amanda and Jenny and Christy are going to get booted from the program. More tears bubble up, and a sob rips from my throat. My missing hand throbs, and that just makes me cry harder. A cold waft of air brushes over my back, and then the claws are gone from my waist. A man crouches next to me, crooning, and I realize dimly that the dragon's shifted back to his human form. He touches my shoulder, and when I try to shrug him away, he murmurs my name.
Rachel.
Then, Jurek lies down next to me and pulls me against him. This is different than him holding me to the ground with his claws. That made me feel trapped, like a mouse caught by a very large cat. This is kind. He cradles me against his chest, my back against his front, and his arms wrap around me in a bear hug. He nuzzles at my hair and rubs his nose against my ear, all the while making soft sounds in his throat to comfort me. And he just keeps hugging me while I cry. It's been so long since I've been hugged. So long since someone touched me with affection. Jenny and Manda are my friends, but our touches have been impersonal. No one's ever full-body hugged me to comfort me. And it feels amazing. I didn't expect this, and I sure didn't expect that it would feel good. My sobs die down and turn into sniffles. My hand keeps throbbing, but I know from past experience that it'll eventually go away. There's nothing to do but try to ignore it, because the pain's in my head, not in the missing limb. I figure I'll just wait it out, sitting quietly for as long as Jurek will hold me. Because I'm not moving a muscle. Not if he hugs me like this. It's feeding some deep and yearning need I didn't realize I had. I'm being snuggled. It's the best thing in the world. I might fight about a lot of stuff, but this... I love this. 20. Rachel. Thank you, I whisper. I know you can't understand me, but thank you anyhow. I didn't know how much I needed this. I touch the arms wrapped tightly around me, stroking his skin. Funny how the man seems to be all fangs and horns, and yet he hasn't scraped me with them, not once. When it comes to me, he's utterly careful. He strokes my hair again, nuzzling at my ear, and his breath tickles my skin.
Rachel,
he murmurs. Jurek, I say easily back. His nose brushes against my skin, and then he presses his lips to my neck. A hot prickle of arousal moves through me. I should have known he'd try to turn this into a make-out session, but somehow I don't mind. He's been holding me for endless minutes, letting me cry all over his arms, soothing me. So of course it leads to this. I half expect him to start grinding his cock against my ass, but he doesn't. He strokes my hair, murmurs those soft, nonsense sounds in his throat to soothe me, and presses his mouth to my neck again in an almost kiss. It's really nice. I feel secure. More than that, I feel cherished. Like I'm not just another mouth to feed or a human body to be used. How long has it been since I felt special to anyone? Cherished, adored. It's an addicting feeling. So instead of pushing him away, I sigh and tilt my neck so he can have free access to it. It doesn't matter to me that he has fangs and razor-sharp claws. I know he's not going to hurt me. He could have torn me to shreds at any time last night, but I woke up safe and secure. And the moment I freaked out, he comforted me. Of course he did. He thinks I'm his mate. Now he's treating me like a mate. He's soothed away my fears, and now he's showing affection. If this is what it means to be bonded with a dragon, maybe it's not so awful. I think about waking up every morning for the rest of my life cuddled in strong arms and protected. The hunger for that is near overwhelming. Isn't that what I'm trying to get from the program? Freedom, safety, knowledge that I'll have a place and a meal and won't be attacked. With a dragon, it's a different kind of safety, but he can provide it just the same. His fingertips glide down my sleeve, a gentle caress, and his thumb strokes against my bare skin just below the elbow. There's scars there, too. I have lots and lots of scars. But he doesn't seem to notice them. Jurek's never paid the slightest bit of attention to them, whereas people in Fort Dallas can't seem to stop staring. That's awful nice, too.
Rachel,
he murmurs, and there's a light scrape of fang against my skin. My neck flares with sensation. I gasp, my nipples pricking in response. He rumbles low in his chest, his hands stroking over my shirt, and he pushes at the uniform sleeve as if wanting to touch more of me. His fingers skim under the fabric, caressing my upper arm before sliding all the way down to my wrist, stroking me over and over again, like a cat that needs to be petted. I'm a little ashamed of the gaspy moan that escapes me because, I like being petted. I like it far too much. Jurek's tongue flicks against my neck, and then he moves back to my ear, taking my lobe into his mouth and sucking on it. Oh God, that feels sinful. I moan his name, and he continues to stroke my arm as he nibbles on my ear, teasing me. His hand slides up and down my arm once more. Then he slides it to my belly and waits there. I moan again, not entirely sure if I want him to go up to my breasts or down to my panties. I shouldn't want this nearly as much as I do, but I can't seem to help myself. To my surprise, he finds the button-down opening that goes all the way down the front of the shirt and tears it open. I inwardly cringe, but the damage is done. Plus, I find that kinda hot, I have to admit. Buttons ping away as he pulls the shirt open, exposing my belly and breasts. He rumbles with pleasure again, nipping at my ear as his hand glides the fabric of the shirt down my shoulder. He's stripping me naked. I should stop him, I tell myself. But then his teeth do that wonderful scrape over the shell of my ear, sending shivers through my body. And the last thing I want to do is stop him. I want him to keep touching me like this forever. His mouth finally lifts from my ear, and I'm left feeling drugged with arousal. He flicks his tongue down my neck, sending shivers through my body, and then begins to do the same to my exposed shoulder. My skin prickles with awareness, and even as I tell myself that I should stop him, I roll onto my back so he can touch me more. Jurek's eyes are such a vivid gold that they take my breath away, and the look on his face is one I've never seen aimed at me before. It's tenderness and need both, hunger and pride, and a mixture of emotions that make his gaze a heady cocktail. God, I love this. I have a feeling I'm going to regret this tomorrow, but that's for tomorrow to worry about. He gazes down at me, running the backs of his knuckles up and down my arm before crossing over my collarbones and then moving between my breasts. He pauses there, watching me.
Rachel,
he murmurs, gazing down at me as I pant and try not to squirm. I feel exposed and excited both, and when he lowers his hand to graze his knuckles over the tip of one breast, I've never felt anything better. That light touch seems to tear me apart, leaving me open and hungry and aching for so much more than just a caress. Then Jurek makes a hungry sound in his throat and lowers his head to my neck again. This time he's on top of me, his big body so impossible to ignore naked and achingly hot. His skin brushes against my tight nipples, sending new ripples through my body, and I reach up to touch the thick tangle of his hair as it falls over the two of us. He lifts his head and gazes down at me, his eyes so beautifully intense. Now he'll kiss me, I think. It fills me with a little thrill. I love the thought of kissing, of sharing that intimacy with someone. It's been so lonely in the after. Jurek doesn't kiss me, though. He leans in, nips at my jaw, and begins to nip a trail down my body. I decide that I don't mind all that much about the lack of kissing when he nips his way across my shoulders, sending skittering tremors of pleasure and heat through my body. His mouth feels like a furnace against my skin, impossibly hot, yet somehow delicious despite that scorching sensation. He moves ever so slowly down my shoulders and collar, heading toward my breasts in a way that's far too leisurely, and yet makes me clench with so much anticipation that I feel all knotted up inside in all the best ways.
Rachel,
he murmurs again, and then looks right at me as he leans down and licks one pale breast tip. His eyes look obscenely gold, like liquid metal, as he takes my nipple in his mouth and toys with it. I whimper, loud. My hand squeezes tight at my side, and then I hesitantly reach for him, brushing my fingers over his high cheekbone. He groans, eyes closing as if my simple touch gives him more pleasure than he ever imagined, and he lifts his head, pressing against my palm, his lips parted. Dear God, but he's pretty. I shouldn't be thinking of a dragon like that, I tell myself. He's a monster, a killer, a conqueror, a man-eater. But when he rubs his lips against the meat of my palm and gives me a scorching look with his eyes, I pulse everywhere with arousal. Just everywhere. Jurek lowers his head again. My hand goes to the thick tangle of his hair as he rubs his face against my breast, teasing my sensitive nipple with his lips, and then taking it into his mouth again. His other hand curls around my other breast, his claws terrifyingly close against my skin, but he never grazes me with them. He's exquisitely careful as he uses just the pads of his fingers to pluck and tease my other nipple in time with his mouth, until I'm squirming and writhing under him, needing more. I've never felt like this, ever. It's a mixture of hunger and arousal and need and just a hint of terror and naughtiness. I tell myself I shouldn't be doing this, that I'm betraying all humans when I like this, but I can't seem to help myself. I'll stop this at any time. I'll stop when this goes too far, when I feel like he's taking things beyond the point of no return. A small part of me doesn't care about any of that, though. It wants him to push my boundaries and then keep pushing and pushing until he makes me come undone. Please, I say. And I'm not entirely sure what I'm asking for. Just that I need more of this, more of him, more of his touch, his hungry looks, his affection.
Rachel,
he murmurs, flicking my nipple with one last tap of his tongue before trailing downward. I moan, squirming as his mouth travels down my belly toward my navel. This, I pant. This might be going a little too fast. He rumbles a soft purring sound, as if he's pleased, and rips at my uniform pants, shredding the fabric easily and pulling it away from my body as if he's peeling an onion. Okay, this is definitely a bad idea. I watch pieces of fabric go flying as he tears the clothing off and tosses it aside. I don't have anything else to wear. Jurek buries his face between my thighs and makes a sound of pure ecstasy. All the breath escapes me. When he gently tugs my thighs apart, ever mindful of his claws, I let him, fascinated as he spreads my body open and then gives the seam of my pussy a long, slow taste. If I thought there was ecstasy on his face before, it's nothing compared to how he looks now. Jurek looks as if he's never experienced anything better than licking me. He purrs louder, spreading my folds apart with careful fingers, and then diving down again to taste me once more. His tongue is slightly raspy, a bit like a cat's, and it should feel unpleasant against my softest parts. Except, it doesn't. It feels incredible. My skin is overly sensitized, and all the nerves are screaming with awareness as he laps and sucks at my folds, learning my body. Me, I've never done this before. It's all completely and utterly overwhelming. My body starts to shake even as his thick, achingly hot tongue sweeps up and down my folds.
Rachel,
he murmurs again, and it sounds so sultry that I shiver, right on his tongue. Then he finds my clit, circling around it with the tip of his tongue. I let out a hoarse cry as the first shudder of an orgasm rips through me. I've touched myself before a few times, but privacy is hard to find, and the tepid, quick release usually not worth the efforts. Even when I did, though, it was never like this. Never so intense, so overwhelming. I feel like I'm being torn apart in all the best ways, and slowly drifting back together. Jurek just makes another rumbling sound of pleasure in his throat and licks me again, as if he's determined to lap up every bit of my taste. Little shuddering aftershocks blossom through me. They feel good at first, and then his mouth becomes too much, and I realize what we've been doing. I push his head away with a sigh, caressing his face again. He scrapes his teeth over the meat of my palm, giving me a hot look as I struggle to catch my breath. I'm so going to regret that, I manage. Now I don't have any clothing. I let the dragon do what he wanted with me, so I've screwed our personal boundaries. Worst of all, though, now I know what it's like for him to touch me. And I'm afraid I'm going to want it over and over again. Like a child that's had her first taste of sweets, I'm going to want more and more. Jurek is dangerous. And not just because he's a dragon. He's dangerous because I lose my mind around him.
21. Jurek. She is softening to me, my prickly mate. I rub my nose against her arm, pleased at the thick mating scent that surrounds us in the grass. She makes a noise, pushing me away, but I let her slip out of my grasp. She will not go far. Her scent is in my nostrils, and I know I can find her anywhere. More than that, I know that she will turn to me when I touch her. The fierce scent she wore like her strange coverings is gone now, replaced by the occasional flick of irritation, her curiosity, and the perfume of her cunt. I lick my lips, thinking about her taste again. Rachel gets up, retrieving some of the scraps of her coverings and holding them up to her chest, making distressed noises in her throat. "I like you better this way," I send to her, but my thoughts are received by nothing and no one. Frustrated, I try again. "Will you yet not open your mind to me?" She turns and faces me, making more noises with her mouth. She gestures at her coverings, an angry tone in her voice. Is she mad that I pulled them off of her? They were in the way, and they prevented her incredible scent from wafting through the air. I like her much better this way, her skin exposed, her breasts bobbing with her movements. I can see the patch of dark curls between her thighs, which I noticed earlier as I tasted her. The differences on her body are fascinating, but I am not displeased by any of it. Like her scars and her arm, they make her uniquely Rachel, and all of it pleases me. Rachel makes another grumpy sound at me, trying to tie a piece of her torn coverings back over her pink-tipped breasts. I move to her side, and she scolds me, blushing as I approach and run my hand down her arm. She gets flustered at my caress, her gaze flicking to my still hard and aching cock, and her charming face turns a deeper shade of pink. Interesting, her reaction. I rumble with amusement as Rachel skitters away from me, rushing back to retrieve her pack. I do believe my mate is shy. Perhaps that is why she hides her fine-looking body with such ugly coverings. My cock aches, and I hunger to claim her as my mate. My desire rages through me, threatening to bring back the madness of colors and sounds with it, but I push it aside, focusing on my mate. Her nervousness tells me she is not quite ready to accept me as her mate just yet. It will take a bit more time and a few more caresses before she welcomes my touch. So, I will let her set the pace for now. Rachel picks up her pack and pulls out a round metal container, lifting it to her lips. Water, I suspect, and I notice that her expression turns to one of dismay when she lifts the container to her lips and nothing comes out. Thirst I can help her with easily. If she will not allow me to claim her and give her my fires, perhaps she will let me provide for her in other ways. I move to her side, deliberately brushing my body against hers. She makes a squeaking sound, jumping slightly as I approach, and takes a step backward. "Rachel," I murmur, holding out my hand. My mate looks at the empty water container in her hand, and then holds it out to me, a question in her eyes. I take it from her and mime drinking out of it. She nods eagerly, patting her throat. "Yes, water!" She echoes my movements, pretending to drink, and then taps the empty container. "Water where?" I rumble at her and her nonsense sounds, reaching out and stroking her cheek. I attempt to connect my mind to hers, but there is still nothing. When she blushes at my touch, a flare of her arousal scent perfumes the air, and my cock jumps in response. I ignore my body's reaction and gesture in the distance. Water that way. Rachel points, making the same noises and tapping the container again. I put my hand on her bare chest, stopping her before she moves away. "Jurek Rachel." I show her the container, and it takes a few tries before she realizes I mean to take her to the water. An uneasy expression crosses her face. She swallows and looks uncertain. Such a lack of trust. Does she not know I will protect her? No other male will dare come and snatch her from my grasp. I will fight to the death before I will let another male even entertain such a thought. She is mine. I can still taste her sweetness upon my lips, and I intend to keep that taste there even if it means pleasuring her multiple times a day. I would love to pleasure her multiple times a day, to spend a lazy afternoon between her thighs, savoring her taste until she lets me flip her over and give her my fires. nothing would bring me greater joy. Or so I think. But then Rachel brushes aside her concerns and puts her small hand into mine and nods. Rachel Jurek. She squeezes my fingers, and she is telling me she trusts me, and she will let me carry her to the water. Her trust fills me with a new kind of joy.
22. Rachel. I can't believe I'm going to let a dragon fly off with me. I know that's what he means. I know a fair amount of this area, and there's no water around here. No fresh water, anyhow. It's not only that, but it's the look he's casting in my direction. The intense golden gaze that more or less asks for me to trust him without saying a single word. It can't be anything else. What other choice do I have, though? At some point, I'm going to have to trust the dragon. I can't just not have water. And now that I'm naked, I feel twice as vulnerable. My clothes were filthy, sure, but they were clothes. Without them, I feel helpless in a way I haven't felt before. And I can't stop blushing around Jurek. He hasn't made it weird, though. Well, okay, he's made it a little weird because he's kind of clingy, reaching out to touch me and brush his big body up against mine at all times. I don't get the impression that he's doing that to force himself on me. Rather, he's just being affectionate after our, morning together. The torn clothing is totally my fault. I should have stopped him the moment he popped a few buttons, emphasized how important my clothing is and how I have to keep it safe, because I don't have a change of clothing. But watching him rip the clothing off my body as if I'm the most gorgeous, most desirable thing he's ever seen, it was so incredibly sexy that I didn't want to stop him. I knew I'd regret it later, but in the moment, God, it fired me up. Even thinking about it now makes me squeeze my thighs together. So, yeah, it's my own damn fault that I'm now bare-ass naked. There's no one around, though. And I suspect Lord Azar won't be sending anyone to this part of the South Quadrant because he wants to encourage the bond between myself and Jurek, not interfere with it. We're safe from onlookers. For now. I'll deal with the problem of being naked later when I have to go back. I chew on my dry lip thoughtfully at the realization I have to go back to the fort in a few days to check in. If I don't after 3 days, they're going to come looking for me. But Jurek is absolutely not a fan of me going back to the fort. So between now and then, I either have to establish the bond between us or somehow get him to change his mind. Azar made this sound so easy. Show up, seduce dragon, make the mental bond, end of story. Except nothing in life is quite that simple. And there are layers and layers of cause and effect that he didn't bother to take into stock. It's another thing I'll worry about in a few days. For now, I need fresh water or I'm not going to make it a few days. My throat is dry and aching, and I'm feeling like I need a quick wash. If he can lead me to fresh water, that's the first priority. He hands me the canteen back and I loop it around my neck, settling it between my naked breasts. All right, I'm ready, Jurek, I say brightly. You lead the way. The dragon man studies me for a moment, then moves close. He cups my face in his clawed hands, and I think for a moment that he's going to kiss me. My heart pounds in anticipation, and heat pulses through my body. But he only rubs his nose lightly against mine, smiles down at me, and then takes a few steps back. The shift he makes is instantaneous and leaves me breathless. One moment, Jurek the man is there. In the next, Jurek the dragon looms over me, all golden scale and massive body. But Jurek's eyes are still whirling with more gold than black, so when he extends his big claws toward me, I step into them, clutching my bag. I hold my breath, heart hammering, and the scars on my face ache as if the thought of trusting a dragon has reopened them again. This is the best option, I remind myself. Jurek doesn't want to hurt you. He just wants to be your friend. And lover. And mate. Friend makes me panic the least, though, so I chant that word in my head as the claws gently curl around my body, and he pulls me against his chest. His wings spread, and then his entire body hunches, as if coiling like a spring, and then he leaps into the air. His wings flap hard, and the air buffets my hair into my face. my limbs swaying with the force of his launch. Then we're in the air, rising higher, and I open my eyes to peek out. The world spreads out below, and all my fear disappears. It's not the heights that frighten me. It's the dragon. This part is really cool. I watch with interest as we fly over clusters of old neighborhoods utterly demolished. We pass by highways that look more like parking lots and keep flying outward. I have no idea where he's taking me, and after a while I start to enjoy the ride. I'm seeing parts of old Dallas I've never seen before, and my mind is alight with all the possibilities. We pass by a shopping area that looks more intact than the ones near the fort, and I long to go down there and start exploring, to scavenge through what's left to see what I can find. But we keep flying, and I hide my disappointment. To my surprise, Jurek keeps flying in a straight line and the buildings start to thin out. The suburbs, I remember vaguely, as more houses appear than businesses. And when he zooms in toward a particular area, it looks like just more and more houses. An old gated community, I realize. The gates destroyed and hanging off their hinges at the entrance to the neighborhood. Most of the tightly clustered houses have collapsed or been burned, but at the far end of the neighborhood, surrounded by an overgrown concrete walking path, is a sparkling lake. There are ducks on it, and when we approach, I see a man-made fountain still burbling in the center of the lake, cycling the water to keep it fresh. Well, mostly fresh, I decide, as Jurek lands in the grass at the edge of the lake and the fleet of ducks go flying. This water will be fresh enough, I decide, and if I can't drink it, maybe I can find a working faucet in one of the houses nearby. The dragon sets me down gently onto the grasses, and my bare feet touch poky weeds that prickle. I grimace, remembering my abandoned shoes. I'd slept with them off because they pinched my feet, and now I'm regretting it. Fresh water, new clothes, and shoes, I remind myself, keeping a mental list. Now I just have to somehow let Jurek know what I need. I set my bag down carefully on the grass, get out my canteen, and turn to look at the dragon. He hasn't shifted back to human form yet. His tail flicks back and forth, and he keeps his head high, nostrils flaring as he scents the air. Checking for danger? Or is there something else in this area I need to be worried about? I think of nomads and the horror stories I've heard and cross my arms over my naked breasts. I'm incredibly vulnerable right now without a lick of clothing. And I might have an ugly face, but naked boobs trumps everything, I'm pretty sure. I watch Jurek, concerned until he relaxes. He leans in and nuzzles me with his enormous head and then shifts to his human form. Jurek moves toward me, taking my arm and leading me to the edge of the water. He makes a drinking motion and gestures at the sparkling lake. There's a light breeze making little waves flicker over the surface, and the early morning sunlight makes it shine like diamonds. It doesn't hide the fact that it's still a lake, though, and not as pristine as I'd like. I bring my canteen to the edge of the water and dip it inside, filling it up. Even so, I can't bring myself to drink it. I think of the ducks swimming in the water, imagine what other horrors might have run across this pond, and quietly close my canteen. Maybe later I can make a fire and boil things. Jurek looks frustrated at my reluctance. He takes the canteen from my hands, unscrews the lid, and tries to bring it to my lips. "Oh, trust me, I want to drink," I tell him, even as I duck my head so he can't force it into my mouth. How do I make you understand parasites and boiling water, though?
"Racho,"
Jurek says impatiently, indicating again that I should drink. I take the canteen from him, and his look of pleasure turns to one of annoyance when I cap it and set it on the ground once more. I've lived in the after for years and years, though. I know the dangers of drinking strange water. I can wait a few hours, even if I'm thirsty as hell. I turn to the lake. The water looks cool and inviting, and I'm feeling particularly sweaty and grubby. My hair is a mess, too, and I wouldn't mind taking a quick bath. Unable to resist, I move back to the water's edge and poke my toe in. It's cold and crisp, but it feels so good that I wade in with a sigh. Jurek rumbles in his chest, following me into the water. He moves to my side, and by the time I get waist-deep, he takes the initiative and decides that he's going to be bathing me. With careful hands, he starts dripping water over my arms and then rubbing at the smears of dirt I've accumulated, a look of concentration on his face. It's kind of cute being washed by a fierce, intimidating dragon. He scrubs my arms attentively. After my arms, he moves to my back, and I close my eyes, letting him rub his wet hands all over my skin. I have to admit, it feels really, really good. But then his hands move to my front, and he splashes water over my breasts, my nipples hardening, and I realize I'm letting things go a little too far. Or am I? Because I'm enjoying all this adoration far more than I thought I would.
Rachel,
he murmurs, a hint of erotic appreciation in his tone. He slides his hands over my wet breasts, teasing the tips, and I gasp, pushing him away. He reaches for me again, but I indicate that I want to wash myself, wading a bit farther out into the water. It's nice to sink into the cool depths, to float like a kid. Back in the before, I used to love swimming and how weightless it felt, how buoyant. Pools are a thing of the past, though, and now the thought of having an entire pool of fresh water just to swim in seems like the height of waste. There are so many things you can do with fresh water, after all. I wet my hair, washing it as best I can without soap, and glance over at Jurek as he mimics my movements and washes his hair, too. The thick locks hang wet and heavy on his head, and there's a look of irritation on his face, as if having so much hair bothers him. He considers his claws for a moment, and then rakes the side of one along his scalp, and a large hank of hair falls into the water. "Oh, what are you doing?" He scrapes his claw roughly over another section of his head, and I realize he's shaving it. Okay then. I slide away from him, and the giant strands of golden hair now floating in the water, doing a little swimming. The day's warming up, and the water feels so nice. I wish the fort had a lake. Of course, that's just crazy talk, because the fort has to be surrounded by concrete so dragons can't attack. I glance at the skies warily, but they're crystal blue and clear, not a wing in sight. Funny how the world can change so quickly. I've spent the last 7 years hiding under concrete and scraping out a life as best I could. And in one day with a dragon, I'm swimming freely and farther away from the fort than I've ever been. I wonder where we could go if we could talk. The realization's a heady one, but I push it aside. Even if we could talk, I can't leave the fort. Manda and Jenny will be punished if I do, and I can't let that happen. I have to return by tomorrow night. Suddenly, the fact that we've flown out so far away from Fort Dallas doesn't feel exciting. It feels like a problem. What if Jurek won't take me back? What if he never wants to go back? I look over at the dragon, but he's busy shearing his scalp, his eyes closed with concentration, arms raised. I ogle him just a little, too. He's gorgeous. The big arms raised up to help with the shaving are bulging with hard muscle, his skin the most fascinating shade of gold. His belly is lean and nothing but muscles, and the water laps just below his navel, hiding everything else from view. He's got arm spikes and a sprinkle of horns at his brow, sure. But gazing at him like this, he could be a movie star. He's so attractive. Would it really be so bad to mate with a dragon? To give myself to him? It's not that I hate the idea, I decide. Jurek has been kind to me, and sometimes he makes me smile. It's the idea that we have to do things so quickly. We don't have time to get to know each other. I basically have to jump into the sack with him before tomorrow night so he can take me back to Fort Dallas for a check-in. You didn't mind what he did this morning, my traitorous brain whispers. You were all gung-ho when he was touching you and tearing your clothes off. So why am I reluctant now? I can't figure my brain out. All I know is that there's something about this that's making me drag my feet. Maybe it's because I'm a virgin and sex is still a big deal to me. Maybe because there's no going back after I seal the deal with Jurek. He's not going to want to hook up for a few days and then go our separate ways. Lord Azar made it sound like it was forever. Maybe it's that forever that scares me, because for all of his lithe beauty, Jurik's still a wild dragon and an enemy. I touch the scars on my face, trailing my fingers down my neck and over my collarbone and shoulder, where my scars end. Dragons have destroyed everything for me. My face, my family, my home, my future. And I'm supposed to welcome this one into my arms. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe I still resent him for what his people have done. It doesn't matter that Azar said he's been driven crazy. He and his people have still taken everything from me. And yet I'm supposed to smile and open my arms to him. I turn away, frowning at my thoughts. Jurik splashes loudly, and I turn back. He emerges from the water and runs a hand over his newly shorn scalp, grinning at me. He lifts his chin and rubs his head again, as if asking if I like the change. And I can't help but chuckle at his boyish expression. With his hair cut to his scalp, he looks younger, more reckless and fearless, but also more playful. His stubborn chin looks twice as stubborn now, but I like it. I like Jurik, too. It's just... I sigh. It all still feels forced. Maybe if he'd kiss me, I'd feel different. If he kissed me, it'd feel more romantic. Like we're both choosing this. Right now, it just feels like he's choosing and I'm submitting. Then again, what in my life in the last 7 years has felt in my control? Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm suddenly so tired of it. Why can't I be in control of anything? 23. Rachel.
Rachel?
Jurik asks, swimming out to my side. He touches a hand to my cheek, a curious look on his face. He knows something's bothering me. I force a smile to my lips, and he brushes his thumb over my mouth. The small, tender gesture feels good, and I wonder what it'd be like to kiss him. I wonder if he'll let me teach him. Maybe it's time that I take control of one small thing. I study his face, his pouty, full mouth that hides such dangerous teeth, and decide that yes, I should kiss him. I should show him what I want when he touches me, because if I don't, no one will. Moving forward in the water, I slide my shorter arm around his neck and press my breasts to his chest, our faces at an even height. His hand immediately goes to my back, holding me to him, and he makes a soft purring sound in his chest with pleasure, his eyes whirling gold as he watches me. I take a deep breath and then put my hand on his jaw. I'm going to kiss you now, I announce. I promise it's good stuff. He tilts his head just a little, nipping at my thumb, and it's clear he has no idea what I just said. Well, that's not a surprise. I stroke his jaw again, then lean in and carefully brush my lips against his. Jurik freezes under me, his eyes narrowing. I pull back immediately, studying him. Kiss, I announce, then lean forward and graze his mouth with mine again. Kiss. His gaze flicks to my lips, and he anchors his hand on my hip, holding me closer. Kiss, I whisper, and repeat the motion. I'm keeping them light and playful, more of a caress than anything else. I want him to be comfortable with what I'm doing because he's got a mouth full of sharp, wicked teeth, and the last thing I need is for him to not be on board with kissing. What if his people don't like touching mouths? The thought occurs to me, but I suppose if he has a problem with it, he'll let me know. Kiss, I say again, and then put my lips on his once more. When he doesn't react, I let the kiss linger just a little longer, stroking my tongue against his full lower lip. Then I pull back and watch him to see his reaction. Jurik's eyes are deep gold, and his gaze flicks over my face, going back and forth from my mouth to my eyes and then back down to my mouth again. He parts his lips and then leans in. Kiss? I ask again, curious if he'll say it. Instead, the dragon man grabs my jaw, forcing my lips in a slight pucker, and puts his mouth over mine. When I giggle, he immediately releases my face, stroking my cheek instead and pressing his mouth to mine. It's not quite a kiss, but it's clear he wants to keep trying. I'm game for more trying. Kiss, I murmur again, and rub my lips against his, then wait there, my mouth pressed to his to see what he'll do. He groans, his hand sliding to my wet hair, and his lips part against mine. He touches his tongue, searingly hot, against my lower lip and gives me an enticing lick. It leaves me utterly breathless. Panting, I hold on to him tighter and rub my nose against his, letting my lips flirt close to his mouth, but not quite touching. It's like we're trying to figure each other out, what the other likes, what the other needs. His hand slides up and down my back, his gaze locked on my mouth, but still he doesn't say anything. I know he can talk, the frustrating man. Kiss? I ask. Ki? Before I can repeat the word, his mouth crushes to mine, all enthusiasm. Gone are any thoughts of being coy or gentle. It's clear that Jurek likes kissing, and he's tired of flirting with the concept. My lips part under his when his tongue flicks at the seam of my mouth, and then he licks at my mouth once more, sending shivers up my spine. Fast learner, this man. Tentatively, I touch my tongue to his, letting him know that I like this, and that I want more. Kiss, I whisper, breaking off for a moment before diving back to his soft, hot mouth. His lips are firm but plush, a fascinating mixture that I find utterly erotic as his stabbing hot tongue. He's not a gentle kisser, this dragon man. He's a conquering force. I don't mind it, though. It's a kiss, and for all that it's raw and enthusiastic, it's also intimate and hungry. Every time he licks deep into my mouth, I feel a surge of arousal through my body, and I whimper when his big hands slide down to my ass and drag me closer against him. His cock is hard against my body, our chests pressed together just barely under the water. I want to rub up and down against him, to feel the strength of his body against mine. God, he feels good. Kiss, Jurek murmurs thickly. So you can talk. I gasp as his hand slides between my thighs, parting them. He cups my pussy, his gaze on mine. Kiss, he says again. And then I feel his fingers slide through my folds, the pad of his index finger settling unerringly on my clit. He claims my mouth again, and as I gasp against him, he kisses me deeply, his tongue plundering my mouth even as his finger strokes me oh so carefully between my legs. Despite the water we're standing in, I can feel the thick fluid of my arousal making me slippery, and his fingers glide so effortlessly over my clit that it feels incredible. Within moments, I'm arching against him, crying out my need. His hungry kiss swallows the sounds I make, and he doesn't let me up until I'm quaking against him, a feverish orgasm rocketing through my body with such speed it leaves me breathless. He claims me with a ferocious kiss even as I tremble with the aftershocks of my orgasm, not letting me up until he's satisfied. I suck in a deep breath, clinging to him, my forehead pressed to his. That escalated quickly. Jurek, I whisper. Kss, he says again, his hand stroking me in my most sensitive place, as if he's reluctant to let me go. I squirm out of his grasp, trying to move to the shore. I need to think, need to compose my thoughts. He grabs my wrist and tugs me back down against him, and then my back is pressed to his front, and the hard length of his erection presses against my backside. Kiss, Jurek says again, and begins to press his mouth hot and hungry against my neck. Oh, Lord, I've created a monster. I shiver, moaning as he continues his onslaught. He thrusts against my backside, and the sensation is as thrilling as it is startling. He pushes my thighs apart, settling his cock between my spread legs and lightly thrusting again, and I realize he has no intention of stopping now that I've come. He wants to claim me. I panic. I'm not sure I'm ready to do this yet. I plunge forward in the water, slipping out of his grasp, and head for the shore.
Rachel?
Jurek asks, a few steps behind me.
Kss.
I need a moment, I tell him shakily. I need to get my head on straight. I need to figure out what it is I want, because he's going to get tired of being patient and start taking what he thinks is his. And he thinks I'm his. I scramble onto the shore, racing for my pack. Jurek is a few steps behind me, a frown on his stubborn features. He saunters toward me, a hand outstretched in silent invitation. His cock is erect and utterly enormous, though, and that makes me pause. I need a moment, I tell him again, not taking his hand. I need... A shadow falls overhead. At first, I think it's nothing but a bird flying through the sky, but when Jurek stiffens and his eyes go black, I realize something is very, very wrong. I look up, and sure enough, there's a dragon, golden scales gleaming as he flies high overhead. Oh, shit. Jurek? I call out. No! His shoulders hunch, and his teeth bare in a snarl. I can tell his attention isn't on me at all, though. His focus is entirely on the dragon that flies overhead. I panic. Something tells me that if he launches himself into the air, I'm going to lose him. I'll be stranded here alone with no clothing and no way to get back to Fort Dallas. So I do the only thing I could think of. I reach out and grab his arm. Those black eyes blaze into me. His body shudders and he tries to release my hand, no doubt wanting to transform, but I don't let go. I dig my fingers in, holding onto his wrist. Stay with me, I beg him. Please, stay right here. Don't go.
24. Jurek. There is an interloper, an intruder. Another seeks to take my mate. I hiss up at the sight of the male flying leisurely through the skies. He is high enough that I cannot see his expression or smell him, but there is no mistaking that glint of gold on scale. With a furious blast, I send my thoughts to his, challenging him. When I reach out to my mate, there is nothing. Trying to connect with her is like trying to connect to a rock. But when I reach out to this Draconi male, it is different. I can feel his mind. But he is utterly lost to the madness. There is no realization of a mateable female below, or of my presence. He is lost in the colors and sound, his mind empty. There is no name, no nothing. Just emptiness. Even so, instinct tells me that I must attack him. I must protect my mate. I must prove to her that I can stave off all challengers, that I am strong enough to claim her and keep her. "Jurek," my mate calls out, and says one of her nonsense words. She grabs onto my wrist, her fingers tight, and I try to shrug her grip free. I cannot transform to battle form with her hand on me. I do not want to harm her. She will not let me go, though. No matter how many times I try to gently break free from her grip, she will not release me. She does not want me to fly off. She does not want me to defend her. Instead, she says my name in a soft voice and watches me with a worried gaze. I do not know what to make of this female. I do not understand her. The rival male drifts away, lost in his thoughts, and still my female does not let me go. I pull her close, burying my face in her wet hair, and she strokes her hand down my back. Frustrated, I try to connect my mind to hers again. It is useless, always useless. I know Rachel is my mate, that she is the one for me. Her scent is perfect, her body appealing. She calms my thoughts just with her presence. Yet everything I do is wrong. If she were Draconi, I would challenge any male that comes forth, and she would encourage it. She would challenge me, too. If I did not prove my strength, she would not let me mount her. I would be cast off, discarded, shunned. Yet my Rachel sends me confusing signals. She does not want me to fight for her. She tries to run away from me and return to her human hive. She presses her mouth to mine and lets me touch her cunt, but she will not let me claim her. I bring her to water, and she does not drink. I touch my mind to hers, and she does not respond. When I touch her, her cunt grows slick with arousal, yet every action she takes tells me she does not want me. I do not understand. My frustration continues to mount, and I can feel the madness creeping in at the edges of my mind. The colors and sounds begin to bleed in, and I squeeze my eyes shut, breathing her scent in deeply. It would be easy to lose myself to the madness again, to forget all about Rachel and her confusing responses. But I cannot. I need her. It is about more than just release. I crave her body. I crave her and need desperately to sink into her cunt, to pump into her and give her my seed. But more than that, I need to give her my fires. I want the connection with her mind. I want the intimacy of a spirit bond between us. I want to share my thoughts with her and receive hers in return. I want to feel her mind touching mine at all times. I want her spirit, not just her body. And to do that, I must claim her. But when I nuzzle at her, she pulls away again. With a heavy sigh, I let her go again, my mind racing. What does she want? What is it that I am doing wrong? The more that these questions swirl in my head, the flimsier my grasp upon sanity becomes. The colors in front of me start to bleed, the sounds growing too loud. Even Rachel's soft voice sounds very far away. Luminora's thoughts flutter toward mine. She soothes me, pushing away the madness, and my mind clears. "Hungry," she tells me. I tell her what I always do, to let Doc know. She sends me a mote of assent and then goes quiet again with one last childish mental caress. "Jurek?" Rachel asks, a worried note in her voice. She reaches out and touches me, lacing her fingers with mine, and she does not cringe away from my touch. That is something, at least. It is not enough, though. If another male scents her before I have claimed her, he might take her from me. I cannot have that happen. I need a solution. For some reason, my thoughts swirl back to Luminora. There is something there, at the edge of my consciousness. A solution. But what? I touch minds with the infant again, feeding off of her effortlessly bright strength, and she sends a hazy mental picture. She is nursing, snuggled up against her dam's breast, as the woman caresses the tiny girl's back. Luminora's thoughts are drowsy with contentment. Of course. I always tell Luminora to connect with her father, to speak with him when she is hungry, because Luminora has no mental connection to her mother. Yet, her mother is very real. Luminora is aware of her. She loves her. But there is no mental connection because her mother must be human. Which means Luminora's father has mated with his female and shared his fires. Somehow, he has connected with his female. He has figured out the human's bizarre mating rituals and claimed his female. He will have answers. I close my eyes, reaching out my thoughts toward Luminora's father. Sometimes I connect with him, but usually only when it comes to Luminora. I send my thoughts toward his and am rebuffed. There is no interest there. Very well, I will go to him. I will show up on his doorstep with my mate. He will not be interested in her because he already has one, and insist that he tell me how he won his so I can win my Rachel. I like this plan. I open my eyes and see Rachel staring at me with a hint of worry. I smile at her, caress her soft cheek, reassuring her. I touch her mind one last time, but there is still nothing. That is all right. We go to seek answers, I promise her. This silence between us is almost over. I take her bag in my hands, shift forms, and snatch my mate into my claws before she can run off. And then I take to the air.
25. Rachel.
Jurek's swiftly changing moods are giving me whiplash. One minute he's threatening to chase off another dragon, his eyes black, and then the next he grabs me and shifts into dragon form, heading off in a completely different direction. A little warning would be nice. I cling to his claws as we fly, but I'm not worried. He's got a good grip on me, so I know he won't drop me, and he's got my pack in his other hand. His eyes, from what I can see, are still mostly gold, so the rage that threatened him earlier is gone. Whatever it is we're doing now, it's something different. We fly, and as we do, I notice that he's heading back toward Old Dallas, toward the skyline filled with tall buildings. Most of them are broken now, but I recognize them. This is the same way to the fort. Is he taking me back there? Has he given up on me? I'm alarmed at the twinge of fear and disappointment that sends through me. I thought he liked me. I thought he liked kissing me. Just when I decided that I want this thing between us for me, is he changing his mind? I wish I knew what he was thinking. I wish he'd let me find some clothes, too. Jurek veers away from Fort Dallas, though, and heads toward a tall building. I'm shocked when a large golden dragon launches himself to meet us, bellowing a challenge. I bite back a shriek of terror and hunch down in Jurek's claws, but there's nowhere to go. What the fuck is going on? Jurek snarls at the other dragon, ignoring him when he flies closer and heads for the building. As we approach, I can see a large hole at the top of the building, as if part of it has collapsed in on itself. There's a few fluttering pale sheets, and then Jurek sets down in the middle of the floor even as the other dragon snarls a protest and circles overhead. Oh, so carefully, Jurek sets me down on the floor, and I collapse on the tile, panting in terror. I look up as the other dragonfly settles in high overhead, the need to escape near overwhelming. To my surprise, I see furniture. This place is tidy. Rugs scattered on the floor, a large sectional sofa set up in a protected corner. There's a table and chairs, there's boxes and crates of foodstuffs. There's a baby crib. And a door opens in the back, and a woman in a dress comes out holding an infant in her arms. She cradles the baby's head and looks at me in utter surprise. What's going on? I cross my arms over my naked breasts and twist my legs, trying to hide my nudity. I wish I knew. Where am I? Jurek settles down next to me, still in dragon form, and his lashing tail knocks the table over as he curls his claws protectively around my body. Immediately, the other dragon jumps down from his ledge and puts his body between Jurek and myself, blocking the woman out of my view. I can hear her sputter, and a moment later she comes around from the other side of the big dragon's body. You guys are destroying my living room. Stop this. You live here? I ask, staring between the two dragons. Of course I do. She glares up at the dragon trying to protect her, a frown on her face, and is silent for a long moment. She glances over at Jurek, and then everyone's quiet for so long that I wonder what's going on. Then, suddenly, both dragons shift to human form. Jurek steps protectively in front of me, pushing me behind him, my pack tumbling to the floor. What's going on? I ask again. Who are you? I'm Sasha, the woman says, jiggling her infant in her arms. She looks over at the dragon man at her side, and then her gaze focuses on me. Her eyes slide to my scars, and then she focuses again. This is my mate, Doc. I study them. Sasha looks vaguely familiar, as if I've seen her somewhere before. She's got lovely olive skin, a pretty face, and thick, curly hair. She might be a few years older than me, but it's hard to say because the after ages everyone. At her side, the dragon man is a bit more scarred. He's huge and bulky, his hair spiky atop his head, and he looks fierce and dangerous even in human form. But then he takes the infant from his mate's arms and cuddles her, and he just looks like another dad. A scary dad, but a dad for all that he's naked and golden and a dragon. As for why you're here, Sasha says, her hands on her hips. Apparently your friend Jurek brought you here to us because he doesn't understand you. I look at Jurek. He stares straight ahead, and I can see bits of black swirling at the edges of his golden eyes. He doesn't understand me. Why would that mean he should bring me here? It's probably because of Luminora, Sasha says with a sigh. We get a lot of visitors now. Would you like something to wear? A drink? I'm suddenly achingly thirsty and extremely aware of my nudity. Yes, to both, please. I'll get you something, and then we should probably talk. She leans over and kisses the baby's fat cheek, then stands on her tiptoes and kisses her mate's cheek. The dragon man's eyes whirl gold, but black edges in as she moves away, and he glares at Jurek. Are these friends of his, I wonder? If so, they don't seem thrilled that we're here. This is all so confusing. Sasha returns quickly with a dress, and I toss it over my head. The bust is a little tight and the fit in the waist all wrong, but I don't care. Relieved, I follow her when she gestures at another door. This is my kitchen. Jurek immediately grabs my arm and tries to stop me from following her. I try to pry out of his grip. Let me go. Doc, love, please talk to him, Sasha says to her dragon man. Tell him we're happy to give him answers, but he needs to stop acting like this. I slide out of Jurek's possessive grip, and this time he lets me go, a frown on his face. He follows as we head into the next room, Sasha's kitchen, and I notice Sasha's mate Doc follows as well. Sasha's kitchen looks like an old office break room, complete with a dead refrigerator, but it's got a sink, and when she takes a glass and pours water into it, my dry mouth waters. I practically pounce on the drink, gulping it down before holding out my empty glass and asking for a refill. Sasha fills it without protest, and then moves to sit at a round gray table complete with 4 gray chairs. Want to sit and talk? Is that why I'm here? I ask. So we can talk? Jurek can't talk to you without a mental bond, so he's throwing questions at Luminora. I glance over in surprise at the infant. The baby? Well, they did warn me he was crazy. She doesn't think like we do, Sasha explains with a proud little smile. Even though she's an infant, she can send her thoughts to the others. There's something special about their thoughts, too. They're calming, I guess. It helps with the madness. They? There's more than one baby? Sasha gives me a curious look. 2, actually. I guess you wouldn't know that. The other belongs to a friend. She leans forward. You're from Fort Dallas, aren't you? How did you meet Jurek? How did he find you? I thought the dragon attacks there had stopped a few months ago. I'm hesitant to say too much because it feels like I don't have the right to share the answers. I don't want to get Jenny and Manda in trouble if it gets back to Azar that I'm blabbing all about the program. They did stop. I was out scavenging, and I guess Jurek smelled me. They let you out to scavenge alone? Her brows furrow, and she looks surprised. No, I had someone with me. Jurek killed him. She nods slowly, as if unsurprised by this admission. The Draconi are very possessive. It's taking a lot for Dach to allow Jurek here in our home. Luminora's soothing him. I look over at the dragon man holding the baby. The little one is slobbering on her fist, her eyes closed as she leans against her father's shoulder. I see. I drain my glass of water again and set it on the table. Immediately, Jurek grabs it and goes to the sink. He fills it up, after pawing at the knobs for a moment, and then brings it back to me, thrusting it under my nose. I take it from him, a little bewildered, and set it down on the table. I just drank 2 full glasses, and I should probably pace myself, but he doesn't look pleased at my response. He takes the glass and offers it to me again, scowling. Sasha watches us curiously. He says you won't drink for him. He told you that? No, he told Doc. Doc tells me. At my curious look, she continues. The Draconi talk to each other telepathically, but humans don't have that ability, so I can only talk to Doc because we're linked. I can't talk to Jurek or Luminora, so I'm just the middleman. Her gaze drops to my stump, where it rests on the table, and I suddenly feel uncomfortably aware of just how scarred I am. Sasha meets my gaze as we talk, but it's almost too focused, as if she's deliberately trying not to look at my scars. I know they're awful. I've seen how bad they are in mirrors. I know it makes me look hideous, the way they pucker across my cheek and draw part of my mouth up. In front of Sasha, I feel acutely ugly. She's beautiful. Her thick hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes bright and her skin perfect. It's a terrible feeling, but I push it aside. Feeling sorry for myself won't change a thing. Jurek nudges the glass of water toward me again. He says you won't drink, Sasha repeats. He said he took you to a lake and you wouldn't drink. I look up at Jurek, scowling, and deliberately take a sip of water from the glass. I'm not drinking this because I'm not thirsty anymore, and I didn't drink the lake water because it needs to be boiled first. Haven't they ever heard of microbes? Probably not, Sasha says with a little grimace. She tilts her head, going silent for a moment, and Dach and Jurek look at each other. The stiff, aggressive set of Jurek's shoulders eases a little, and then he reaches out and tentatively rubs his knuckle against my cheek, as if trying to reassure himself that I don't hate him. Is that what this is about? He thinks I'm trying to push him away? Even though I don't want it, I take another sip of water, deliberately keeping my gaze locked with Jurek's. His eyes warm and even brighter gold, as if pleased. Men, Jesus. He wants to know if you'll mate with him, Sasha continues. I spit water all over the table, coughing. Then he can talk to you directly, Sasha says, amusement in her voice, because your spirits will be joined. I sputter a bit more, and Jurek makes that soft crooning noise in his throat, rubbing my back. It's surprisingly touching, and I remember how he held me in the water and made sure that I came. He's a mixture of possessiveness and hunger, this man. And I knew what he wanted, but hearing it from Sasha still feels odd. He moves really fast. They all do. Jurek's big hand continues to rub my back, and I'm aware that he's waiting for an answer. What to say? Tell him I'm shy. A long pause. He says he will be gentle. Her gaze flicks to the bruised side of my face. That wasn't him, was it? I shake my head. Someone else, the one he killed. I glance up at Jurek, at his stubborn face with its stubborn chin and sharp cheekbones. He's handsome, in his incredibly alien way, and I glance over at Dach and Sasha. They're both attractive people, too. It makes sense that Doc would fall for her, but I absolutely don't understand what Jurek sees in me. There are other girls in the program that are far more attractive. Manda with her dark eyes, or Jenny with her bright attitude and sweet smile. I don't understand why he wants me, I confess. I'm not trying to be coy, I just really, truly do not understand it. I gesture at my face with my stump. Sasha pauses for a long moment. I look up at Jurek again, and his eyes are pure gold as he watches me, his big hand rubbing my shoulders as if he can't stop touching me. He says, Sasha begins quietly, that you're the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. Those words take my breath away. Of all the things I expected to hear, that wasn't it. Jurek's eyes are so intense as he gazes down at me that I feel soft, fluttery, pleased. Looks like I'm gonna sleep with a dragon. 26. Rachel. Tell him I'll mate with him, but I need to pick the right moment. It feels weird to declare my intentions like that, but I need Jurek to understand. I love the attention he gives me, and I'm attracted to him, but I still want the ability to choose when and where. Sasha nods, and her eyes go unfocused as she speaks to her mate through their mental bond. I feel weird discussing my sex life like this with strangers, but what about this situation hasn't been completely and perfectly weird? He says he will wait, but he is eager to talk to you, to bond with you. Sasha gives me a tiny smile. And from me to you, it helps with the madness. He doesn't seem all that mad, I admit. I keep hearing about it, and I thought he'd just be utterly crazy all the time, but he just seems focused. Sasha shakes her head. Don't be fooled. Luminura is helping. Being around her is very calming for them. I glance over at the baby, now sleeping, and wonder how it works. Because she's little, it stops them from being mad? No, it's... She purses her lips. It's hard to explain. She clasps her hands in front of her on the table and thinks for a moment. Being in this world, it's like they're stuck in a bedroom with the lights off, if that makes sense. Their minds are stuck in darkness. I think it has something to do with the way this world handles the mental links they rely on so heavily. It's like something gets crossed and makes them insane. So they're in the dark. More or less. But it's worse than that. It's like the dark makes their brains sick. She puts her hand on her chest. When they bond with their mate, it's like having a flashlight in that room. It's enough light to keep most of the madness at bay, but it's still there, and still surrounding you, if that makes sense. The babies are something special, though. Because they're half human and half dracony, it's like they're able to use their mental powers fully in this world. Their minds are so bright. For a moment, she looks sad. Or so I'm told. When Jurek connects with Luminura, it's like someone turned the hall light on and that light is spilling into his dark room. It pushes a lot of the darkness away, and he's drawn toward that light. It's different, but it's powerful. That's why he doesn't seem as crazed to you. Without her light calming him and Doc, you'd see a very different Dracony. So you're told? I echo, curious. You can't feel your baby? Her expression grows sad again. I can't, no. When she's older, maybe she can connect with me, but for now, only Doc can feel her. I can only feel Doc because he shared his fires with me. It's just how things are. I look over at the bulky dragon man holding the tiny sleeping baby, and they both look as content as could be. So the little one has an impossibly bright light in her mind, and without it, Jurek is in darkness. That makes me sad. So I'm nothing more than a flashlight? I'm explaining it badly. She shakes her head. It's more like his own personal light. Or rather, it's like he can see in the dark now. He knows the dark is there, but it doesn't smother him like it did before. And this is why Azar wants dragons bonded with women. So they're not crazy and attacking the fort. So they protect it instead. In a way, it makes sense. I see. You'll understand more when you bond with Jurek. I'd tell you that you don't have to, that you're free to do what you want, but we both know that he's not going to give you up. She grimaces. But Draconi with their mates, it's not like a human man with his wife. It's different, soul deep. You're never alone again, and best of all, you're not tied to a fort for safety. I force myself to smile at that. Bonus. She's wrong, though. Even if I mate with Jurek and we become bonded so we can talk, I still have to go back to the fort. It's not because of myself, but because of others. It's like Azar knew what would force me to stay in line and pulled those strings deliberately. No matter how much I like Jurek and the thought of a soul-deep bond, I won't abandon the fort. I won't abandon my friends. I know they wouldn't abandon me. Jurek rubs his knuckle lightly along my cheek, reminding me that he's hovering close nearby. While we're on the subject of the fort, Sasha continues, waving a hand. Your man keeps peppering Doc with questions, but I need to warn you. You don't want to go back there. Why not? The fort is run by a bad man. They're all bad. I break in, thinking of the mayor we had before. He was awful. I'd never felt so unsafe while under his rule. It's different under Azar. I find Azar creepy and his zombie dragons unsettling, but me personally, I've been fed and kept safe. I feel an odd sense of loyalty to the strange man. No, you're not listening. She squeezes my hand tightly. He came over with the dragons, and he was a bad man there. He's a worse man here. You need to be careful. Jurek growls and pries Sasha's hand off of mine, leaning over the table as if he can protect me from her. Dach immediately bristles as Sasha retreats backward, and then the room is filled with vibrating tension. Luminora, the baby, wakes up and begins to cry. I get to my feet, pushing Jurek backward and away from the others. His eyes are whirling with black around the edges, and I remember what Sasha said. I'm his light, and he thinks someone's hurting me. He's going to lose his shit because we don't have a bond yet. The baby wails louder, even when Sasha moves her dragon mate's side and takes her from his arms. Doc looks dangerous. Gone is the placid father, and in his place is a black-eyed dragon, his shoulders hunched as if it's taking all that he is not to attack Jurek for daring to touch Sasha. Maybe we should go, I say over the wails of the baby. I think that's a good idea. We'll have to talk more some other time, Sasha promises, lowering the front of her dress as she offers the baby her breast. Her gaze flicks to her mate, and she looks concerned. Definitely time to go. I take Jurek's hand and tug on it, indicating that I want to leave the room. He bristles as if I'm taking him away from a fight he desperately wants to have. But his reluctant gaze slides to me, and then he allows me to lead him out to the main area with the open roof. I retrieve my pack and hold it out to him, then point at the sky. We need to go, I say again. His eyes have far too much black in them for my liking, but the message must be clear. He touches my cheek one more time, backs up, and then shifts to dragon form. In the next moment, his claws wrap around me, he grabs my pack, and then we take off, leaving Sasha, Doc, and the crying baby behind.
27. Jurek. She has promised to be mine. My mind is full of elation as I fly through the warm skies, hope coursing through my veins. Mine, 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 I repeat to myself with every pump of my wings. She is not averse to being my mate. She just wants to pick the right moment. It is up to me to provide her with that right moment, I decide. I cast aside all thoughts of Doc and his displeasure with me, or his strange mate who made the same noisy, babbling sounds that my mate does. I push away Luminora's displeasure because nothing matters right now except that Rachel has promised to be mine. I must find her the perfect nest, one where she will feel safe and secure, one where no other Draconi can find her and steal her away from me. It must be remote enough for me to claim as my territory, and I must defend it if others approach. No one will touch my mate. No one but me. I circle over the spot of my last nest, the flat building with the large, cave-like rooms. That is where my mate tried to feed me, but it is not the right place for me to claim her, I decide. It is flat upon the ground, and any could try to snatch her from me. Some place high in the air, perhaps, like Doc's nest for his mate. I roll the idea around in my head, and then discard it. My mate liked the water that came from the spout. She drank it happily, but she did not seem to like the place otherwise. I want her to smile when she sees her nest. I want her to feel joy. Perhaps the lake again. She smiled when I brought her there. I veer in that direction and find the place soon enough. There was a human hive here once, I think, but it was demolished long ago. The surrounding walls are destroyed, and all of the scents here are old and dusty. It is a good place to stay with my mate until we find a better nest. I land gently by the lake, taking great care to set her down easily. She makes more mouth noises at me, gesturing at the lake and then the rows of mostly collapsed dwellings nearby. I remain in battle form, testing the air for interlopers, and when I am satisfied that no one is around, I shift to my two-legged form and approach my mate. She does not flinch back when I walk toward her, but she does not greet me with more of the kuss either. Instead, she has her pack looped over one shoulder and gestures at the distant buildings. "Rachel," I murmur, pulling her into my arms. "Kuss." My mate blinks up at me, her fascinating face turning pink, and I remember what she told Doc's mate, that she is shy. Her gaze flicks to my mouth, and she turns pinker. When I lean in, she gives me a quick peck on the mouth and then wiggles out of my grasp. She takes my hand and drags me forward, pointing at one of the places left standing. I suppose we are hunting for a nest before we mate. Her nervous scent is obvious, mixed with a hint of her arousal. She holds my hand in hers, though, and if she wishes to find a secluded spot first, I will go along with this. So I let my Rachel lead the way, keeping my senses alert just in case of danger. She does not like the first one, or the second, but the third dwelling fills her with pleasure. She goes from room to room, touching scattered objects, and twists the knobs that make water spit out. This makes her very happy. Rachel touches more things in the dwelling, brushing dust off of surfaces and then pulling open doors and sighing with pleasure at the sight of more body coverings inside. I fight back a groan at the discovery. When will she understand that I like her bare-skinned and touchable? I love the sight of her body. It makes no sense to hide it. Rachel moves around one of the rooms, delicately touching things, and then sits down on the edge of a long, flat platform. She bounces on the edge and then lies flat, and I realize it is a sleeping place. The sight of her on her back makes my cock stiffen, and I want nothing more than for her to roll over and present her spine so I can claim her properly. "Rachel," I murmur, sitting down on the bouncy edge next to her. It is soft, this sleep platform. I can see why she likes it. Rachel's face turns pink again, and she looks over at me with a wary gaze. I remain where I am because I do not wish for her to be afraid. I do not want to maul her like a beast. I want to claim her as my mate. She has shown me she does not like rough caresses, that she is gentle, so I will be gentle with her. I lightly touch her cheek, hating the mottled bruises that mar her skin. "I will destroy anyone that tries to harm you," I tell her, "even myself." She sits up slowly, facing me as I turn toward her. I can feel her nervousness. It is obvious on her face, and it permeates her smell. "Do not fear me," I promise her. "You are mine to protect, mine to cherish. I want nothing more than to bask in your light." I take her small hand and raise it to my face, rubbing her small fingers against my cheek. Rachel touches my face thoughtfully, a curious expression on her face. She lifts her hand and traces over my brows, then moves on to my horn frill. They stand out now that my bushy hair is gone, I imagine, and I hope she does not find me unappealing. Her fingers lightly move up one horn and push against the tip. I have no sensation in them, but her touch makes me hard anyhow. I close my eyes.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
leaning into the sensation of my mate's touch. Does this mean she is choosing this as our moment? Is this to be our nest? I want to ask her, but my thoughts batter against the blankness of her mind, never received. For a moment, I am filled with frustration. I want to return to Doc and his mate and ask more questions. I must learn patience, I remind myself. I am not good with patience. But then her fingers skim down my horns and trace over my ear, and I fight back a growl of pleasure. Just that small touch is enough to make my cock jerk in response, and I breathe deep, trying to calm my surging need. I want her to explore me. I want her to feel as if she can touch me. I want her to be eager for our mating, not hesitant. Her fingers slide across my jaw, and then she brushes them over my lips. I cannot help but react. I nip lightly at her fingertips, using my mouth in the kuss motion she showed me. Rachel lets out a little gasp, and her arousal scents the air. I rumble low in my chest, reaching for her. Rachel? She moves toward me, her actions awkward. She holds her shortened arm against her chest, crawling forward on her knees just a hint, until our shoulders touch. Then she slides her hand over my shoulders, her gaze moving to my mouth as if she finds it utterly fascinating. Kss, I ask. I do not like the barking sounds of the human language, but if coughing a noise at my mate gets her mouth on me, I will do so over and over again, 100 times over. Kiss, she agrees, breathless. And when I pull her into my arms, I slide her across my legs, into my lap. She gasps when I do, but I feel the hard points of her breasts rub against my chest through her flimsy coverings, and her arousal scent grows thicker. I adjust her against me until her legs are across my lap, my cock digging into her hip. She is turned sideways in my arms, her shorter arm under my shoulder, so her free hand can continue to explore my body. I touch my fingertips under her chin, lifting her face so I can claim my kiss. Her mouth trembles under mine, but the taste of her is utterly sweet. She sucks in a breath when our lips touch, but she does not pull away. If anything, she fits her body closer to mine, as if trying to crawl under my skin. I tease her lips with mine, the way she showed me, using my mouth to caress hers, before I dip my tongue into the hot well of her mouth. Her tongue flicks against mine when I invade her, hesitant but growing in enthusiasm as I lick into her mouth. It feels like I am claiming her, mating her with my tongue instead of my cock. Is that why she is so enthusiastic about this kiss? She wishes to test things before I claim her? If so, I will make it the best kiss ever. I slant my mouth over hers, claiming her with redoubled effort, making sure every sweep of my tongue makes her body shudder with pleasure. She moans against my mouth, and still I claim more, over and over, until she is breathless and squirming on my lap, and her arousal scent is everywhere. It hangs so heavy and thick in the air that I know if I pushed my hand between her thighs, I would find her wet. My Rachel likes kiss very much. Rachel puts her mouth on mine, and her taste fills my senses. I nip at her lower lip, enticing her, and she feels soft and pliant and perfect in my arms. The moment I nip her chin, and then lower again, though, she stiffens, just a little, and her nervous scent returns. I hide my frustration, returning to her mouth to claim her once more. I must work her past this hesitation. I do not want her afraid of me. I want her body open and singing to mine. I want her pulse pounding with arousal, and I want the scent of her so thick in the air it fills my lungs and envelops my body. So I kiss her once more, our mouths coaxing and teasing and playing. She's panting when I lift my head, her eyes glazed with hunger, and her scent is gorgeous. Her lips part, and I taste her mouth again, unable to help myself. "Jurek," she whispers, her fascinated gaze on my face. I put my hand to her coverings, the annoying robes she covers her glorious body with, and this time she makes a yelp of alarm and stops me before I can tear it off her body. Rachel shakes her head and grabs at the hem, hiking it up her thighs. Her indication is clear. She will take it off, but I am not to rip it. Very well, then. I hold her as she wiggles it higher and higher, and then I help her drag it over her head and toss it to the floor of our new nest. She shivers in my arms, her nipples tight, and small bumps prickle over her skin. She looks nervous once more, so I stroke her arm, her cheek, her thigh, trying to get her to relax. I know she likes my touch. I can smell her arousal. If I put my face between her thighs, I know I could make her come, but I want her to want this. I want her to want me, to acknowledge that she wants this as much as I do. I think for a moment, studying her lovely face, and then take her hand in mine. I kiss the palm of it, flicking my tongue over the center, and then an idea flashes through my head. With her hand in mine, I lower it to the junction of her thighs. Rachel looks confused for a moment. I gently push her thighs open with a nudge of my hand, and then with our joined fingers, I caress her mound. I use her finger to find the tiny bump of her clit, and when she sucks in a breath, I pull my hand away. Her gaze flicks to mine, startled. "Rachel," I murmur, and kiss her mouth, nudging at her nose with mine in silent encouragement. She lifts her hand, and I immediately put it back between her thighs. I take her fingers and deliberately rub her folds with her own hands, then lift mine again. She understands now. I will hold her while she pleasures herself. I am going to look into her eyes and put my mouth on hers while she touches herself. This will be a joined pleasure, not just me slaking my needs on her body. My mate shudders, her breath gasping, but she finally does as I ask. Her movements are small and slow, and when I touch my mouth to hers again, her lips connect with mine hungrily. She trembles as she touches herself, and I can hear the slick slide of her fingers over her cunt, my tongue toying with hers as I claim her mouth. She moans against me as I caress her cheek, and I let my hand trail down her arm, then cup one of her breasts and tease the point with the pad of my thumb. That makes Rachel light up with pleasure. She whimpers against my mouth, her eyes closed as she concentrates on touching herself. Her hand moves faster and faster between her thighs, her body stiffening as she makes her pleasure escalate. I rumble gentle sounds to my mate, nipping at her soft mouth, rubbing the tip of her breast. My cock has never ached so fiercely, but I ignore my pleasure. Soon enough, I am going to claim her as mine. Soon enough, she will take my fires. Then, all this guessing will be done. Her mind will open to mine like a flower, and we will be one forever. I swipe my tongue over her lower lip as she stiffens in my arms, her small breast thrusting against my hand. Her hips jerk, and then her scent blooms in the air, thick and heady. I feel the wetness between her thighs as she comes, and I slide my hand between her legs so I can touch it for myself. She is so very wet now, and she pulls away from our joined mouths, her head resting on my shoulder as she pants, exhausted from pleasuring herself. She does not pull my hand away when I rub my fingertips carefully through her slick folds, nor does she stiffen with nervousness. All of that is gone, replaced with a sated pleasure that calls to me to bring her to such heights again. I lift my wet hand to my mouth and taste her, rumbling my pleasure at just how good it is. She makes a little sound in her throat, her hand resting on my chest, and I love that her fingertips are wet with her arousal too. I want her to paint it all over me. I will wear it like a cloak and revel in her scent. I hold her against me, caressing her as she catches her breath, sliding my hand up and down her thighs and arms, touching her all over. Mine, comes the urgent thought in my head. Mine. I do not want to wait any longer. I capture her chin between my thumb and forefinger, mindful of my claws, and tilt her head so I can claim her mouth again. This time, when I kiss her, I am conquering and fierce. She moans, clinging to me, and there is no better sound in the world than the panting noises she makes in her pleasure. I take her with my mouth and my tongue and push my hand between her thighs. She is already hot and wet, but I want more from her. I rub her clit, and her fingers spasm against my chest, digging into my skin. This time, it does not take long before she is at the edge. She bucks her hips against my fingers, her mouth frantic on mine as we kiss, and she is hungry and utterly ready. When I slide my hand away from her cunt, she makes a whimper of distress. I kiss the tip of her nose and lift her into my arms, then settle her on the bed. She tries to sit down on her legs, watching me, and I indicate she should lean forward, stroking my hand along her back. She hesitates for a moment, and then gets on her elbows, presenting her bottom into the air, and I groan with pleasure at the sight. Her cunt is slick and inviting, flushed pink with her arousal, and it calls for my tongue and my cock both. My tongue wins out, though. I push her forward on the springy platform, grasping her hips, and lower my head so I can taste her. Rachel gasps, her hand clawing into the springy surface, her body quivering, and I drag my tongue over her cunt and then push it inside her, testing her heat. There is no doubt she is aroused, but her body heat is so much less than mine. I know I burn with fire, and my seed will be scorching hot inside her. I cannot claim her until she takes my fires. Once she does, her temperature will rise to meet mine. For now, though, I will pleasure her with my tongue. She pants and cries out as I work her cunt with my mouth, tasting and lapping at soft skin, claiming her with gentle thrusts of my tongue like I do when our mouths are together. I can feel when she is almost at the edge, when her cunt tightens reflexively with every caress of my mouth. When she comes, it is with my tongue buried inside her, and my hunger is so great that I grind my cock against the springy surface, too, just for the friction of it. I need her. I have never needed anything so much. Rachel shudders and quakes, collapsed on the platform, and I gently pull her back into my arms. Her eyes are dazed with her arousal, and her kuss slow and languid. She reaches for my cock before I can stop her, but when her hand grazes the wet head, she hisses and pulls back, startled. "Rachel," I murmur, pulling her close and holding her against me. I keep a hand over the head of my cock, shielding it from inadvertent contact with her body, and tug her in for another kiss. "Jurek," she whispers, her hand going to my chest, my face. Her eyes are so soft. There is nothing but sleepy, sated pleasure. She whispers something, but I still do not know her words. It is time. I am done with waiting. I lie down and indicate she should join me. She moves to my side, curling up against me, her gaze flicking to my aching cock, before she looks up at me once more. Now that she is on her back, I roll over onto her. She trembles a little, but watches me with flushed anticipation, a question in her eyes. I cannot answer her questions yet. I will soon, though. I press my mouth to hers again, and she sighs with pleasure, her eyes closing. I make my way across her jaw with presses of my mouth. She cranes her neck, giving me access to her skin, and then I feel it. My fires flare hot in my fangs, burning with the need for release. They fill quickly and extend, brushing against the inside of my mouth. Hot, terrible need flares through me, as thick and rich as the madness. I cannot wait any longer. I must claim her now. I press one more kiss to my mate's neck, and then sink my teeth deep, even as I push her thighs open and sink my cock into her. I should not take her like this. A potential mate should be taken from behind, but I know Rachel is mine. I will never spill my seed on her back and shame her. She will take all of me. Rachel jerks against me, her gasp one of startled pain. I smooth her hair with my hand. I want to tell her how perfect she is, how wonderful, how good she tastes. I batter at her mind with such thoughts, but there is still nothing. Soon, I promise myself, even as I fill her veins with my fires. My mouth works on her throat, and I do not dare move my cock and pump into her like I want to, because I will not last long. The hot clench of her body is too good, my need too great. Madness roars in my head, along with hungry need. I am utterly aware of her body, her walls tight around my cock. She ripples in response to my movements, as if her insides are twitching at my invasion. Beneath me, Rachel is utterly silent, unmoving. I want to lift my head and look into her eyes, but I cannot, not while my fires are being transferred. I press my tongue against her throat, trying to tease, and when that action elicits no response, I move my hand to her breast, and then lower, to her cunt. That gets a reaction. She inhales sharply, and her hips lift. The sensation makes my pulse race, and the madness of claiming her mingles with hunger for my mate. I am too rough with her, I think, but it is too late to worry about such things now. All I can do is ensure that I give her more pleasure than pain. Gently, I rub her clit, even as I rock my hips against hers. The sound she makes is intense. Her arms twitch, and then she wraps them tightly around my shoulders, clinging to me. It is a silent request for more, and it fills me with such joy that I growl against her pretty throat, and my hips thrust forward of their own volition. I cannot stop. Now that she is mine and I am buried in her, I must claim her. I must. I pump into her, moving faster and faster. I cannot stop. Giving her my fires has ignited an inferno inside my body, and I rock into her wildly, even as I work her clit, determined to make her feel the same pleasure I do. Her tight breaths turn to moans, and then she is lifting her hips to meet mine, and I have never felt anything better. My release explodes out of me, and with a roar, I give the last of my fires to her, even as I flood her cunt with my seed. Perfect. Mine. All mine. My thoughts are hazy as I come down from my release. She wiggles underneath me, and I realize that I did not make her come again. Lazily, I try to correct that, rocking my hips in slow movements against hers, even as I drag my thumb over her clit. She gives the barest of quivers, her body tensing around me, and then she pants too, and I can feel pleasure wash through my mind. Her pleasure. My mind. I touch her thoughts, utterly fascinated. They are hazy as mine, but they will grow stronger. Exhaustion is taking over me, the result of giving so much of my fires. I roll off of her and pull her against me, holding her close even as my eyes slide shut. Her thoughts flick through mine, mere shadows, but I lean into them, fascinated at the gentle touch of her mind. So sore. My cock was so big it hurt at first, and she thinks she will waddle in the morning. The thought fills me with a smug sense of pride.
My first time.
I try to send my thoughts back to her. Each time will be better, I promise. I cannot connect with her, though. Not quite. Not yet. But there is more give when I push at her, as if she is slowly opening to me. I press my lips to her brow as I drift off into a heavy slumber, and one final thought drifts through my head.
At least now I can go back to the fort.
She wants to leave me? Utter betrayal swamps me moments before I am dragged into sleep.
28. Rachel. I curl up next to Jurek, utterly raw in both mind and body. That was intense. Beyond intense. Just when I thought I couldn't possibly come again, when I was too sensitive for him to touch me more, he wrested another hard orgasm from my body, even as he bit the crap out of my throat. The biting wasn't my favorite. I touch my sore neck and it pulses feverishly hot. All of me feels warmer, actually. Not in an unpleasant way, but as if I've spent a day luxuriating in the sun. I squeeze my thighs together and the ache there is greater. He'd thrust into me without warning, and the sharp burning sensation of being stretched had been alarming, but gave way quickly to pleasure, and then it just felt intense all over as he thrust inside me. It felt like too much, but in all the best sorts of ways. And with his cock buried in me, it made my third orgasm the hardest one. I blushed just thinking about it. Here I'd been so reluctant to have sex with him, and then the moment I decided to go forward, I come and come and come so many times it's embarrassing. It was like the floodgates had opened, and that mental image makes me blush all over again. Jurek doesn't wake up next to me, and I remain curled up at his side until the sweaty, sticky feeling on my skin starts to bother me. It's warm in the house, and this mattress still looks fresh and brand new despite years of neglect, and I don't want to stink it up. I glance at Jurek, and he's still fast asleep, his lips parted. And he looks so replete and content that I decide to leave him be, even if I'm a little miffed that he just rolled over and started snoring. Is that part of sex? Or is it something different with dragons? I'll have to ask him when he awakens. I ease out of bed, and I'm sticky and messy between my thighs. My embarrassment grows, and I hurry to the nearby bathroom. Inside, everything's dusty, but I try one of the knobs on the shower, and after a few moments of questionable gurgling, brackish water spits out. The tap turns clear after a minute, and I step in and wash up. The water's ice cold, but I don't care. Just getting clean is an utterly amazing feeling. I luxuriate in the shower, taking a few sips of water as I do. The shampoo's dried up, but I manage to get a dry chunk of it out of the old shampoo bottle and rub it into my hair, and it works just as well. You learn not to be picky in the after. I'm all too aware that after this shampoo is gone, there's no more shampoo at all unless I learn how to make my own. You take what you have, no matter how dried up, beat up, or broken, and you're grateful. After I'm done showering, I tilt my head under the water and drink my fill. My stomach rumbles, reminding me that I've missed even more meals, and I get out of the shower and squeeze the excess water from my hair. There's old towels left in the cabinet under the sink, some of them moth-eaten, but I find one that seems pretty clean and dry off. I retrieve my dress from the floor where Jurek cast it away, slip it on, and then find my pack. I sit on the edge of the bed with it and hunt for my food. My extra rations of food are a little squashed and stale, but they taste fine. Or I guess they taste like rations. I think of the fresh meat that Jurek fed me yesterday and my mouth waters. After he'd fed me, he'd shifted to dragon form and ate the rest of the cow. Maybe I can get him to catch another cow for us. I'd love more fresh meat. Heck, I'd be happy with anything that's not corn, and more corn. With that thought in my head, I remember there's a kitchen attached to this cute little house, and it might not be raided either. If there are towels and a bed, surely there's something in the kitchen. I look down at Jurek. He's still passed out, his big body sprawled. I wonder if there's an etiquette to this sort of thing. Do I need to stay by his side? Will he care if I poke around a bit? The scavenger side of me wins out, and I tiptoe back out of the room to go wander about the house. I open every cabinet and poke around in every box, and I see a decent amount of treasures, but I leave most of them there. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen when I go back to Fort Dallas with Jurek, but until I know if I'll have a safe place to store things, they're better off left here. I do find a can of something dented in the back of one pantry and spend several minutes looking for a can opener. As I do, I get turned on. I ignore the quiver racing through me at first, digging through a utensil drawer, but when another hot quiver rushes through my body, I pause to concentrate. An image of someone drifts through my mind, and it isn't until I see the scar that I realize it's me. Oh, Jurek's dreaming about me. I can feel the connection between us, small but growing stronger by the moment, and if I concentrate, I can pick up his feelings. His thoughts are sleepy and pleasant, and utterly distracting when the dream me parts her lips and starts to do very un-me sorts of graphic things. I shake my head to clear it, a little disturbed that my new dragon mate is having erotic dreams about me when I'm in the next room over. But I'm also flattered. The Rachel in his head is me, messy braid and vicious scars and all. But he really does find me beautiful. His thoughts are full of awe and hunger, and it's hard not to be pleased about that. I find a can opener and break open my prize, and immediately start gagging. Whatever it is, it went bad ages ago. Hastily, I take it outside and pitch it as far away as I can, coughing and dry heaving at the god-awful smell. After I recover, I wipe at my mouth, shuddering, and look around the silent, empty neighborhood. It's not a bad place. Some of the houses are burned to the ground, but that's to be expected. There's a lot of them that look like they've survived at least partially intact, and I'd love to explore more thoroughly. Another time, though. Even now, Jurek's thoughts take a decidedly more erotic bent, and I'm blushing as I return to the house. I see a curled, worn magazine left atop a cabinet and snatch it for myself, then head in to check on Jurek. He's still fast asleep, but his cock is hardening again, as if his dreams are affecting his body, too. I sit on the edge of the bed, magazine in my lap, and try to concentrate on it while I wait for him to wake up.
29. Jurek. Rachel. That is my mate's name. The thought bursts into my mind with clarity the moment I return to myself. Rachel. A strong, beautiful name, one that matches my dark-eyed female with the claw marks that cross her face and a delicate chin. Her thoughts filter through mine, a waterfall that cascades through my mind and settles me. Rachel's mind is pure and sweet, and so strong it fills me with hunger. She flips through a book of pictures with her hand, her body pulsing with awareness of my nearness. Rachel. My mate. A betrayer. I remember now. The realization makes me jerk upright, off of the soft platform. A bed, her thoughts tell me, and I leap to my feet. She flies backwards too, tumbling off the other side of the bed in a panic. Betrayer, I snarl at her. You have used me. What? Rachel picks herself up off the floor, hating how clumsy she is with her missing hand. I catch the flash of irritation that drifts through her thoughts before it is swallowed by her confusion. What are you talking about? You mated with me simply so I would take you back to your human hive? You plan on leaving me? She blinks, getting to her feet. I thought we would go back together, you and me. Why would I go there? To stay with me? I have to go back. Not if I do not take you. You are mine. What is so important there? The thing that has been bothering me, the thing that has made me suspicious, coalesces in her mind. A mental image of her home, the fort, rises in her mind, and with it, the face of a hated Solorian. Lord Azar. Madness explodes through my head, along with my fury. "You have betrayed me to a Solorian!" "What?" With an angry roar, I shift to my battle form, letting the madness flow over me. Through Rachel's thoughts, I see my eyes go pure black, and she is afraid. Fresh anger washes through me. She thinks I would hurt her? Even after all this? She has used me, betrayed me, but she is still my mate. I would never harm her. But I cannot trust her, and right now I cannot look at her. I fling myself into the madness, shove at the roof of the house, and explode out of it, beating my wings to take off into the sky.
Rachel. Coughing, I barely managed to escape the collapsing house before it tumbles to the ground. Thanks to Jurek's rage-induced flight, the entire building collapsed, and I stare mournfully at the rubble. Somewhere in there is my pack and the magazine, and I've been left behind, I realize dully. I stare up at the skies, but Jurek's body is nothing but a gold speck retreating into the distance. His thoughts won't touch mine, as if I'm polluted somehow. Gone are the pleasant, sexy thoughts from earlier. There's nothing now, just remnants of his anger. I think of how ugly he was to me when he woke up, and it hurts. I don't know what I did wrong. Is it so weird to want to return to Fort Dallas? But it hurts to be abandoned, hurts to be left behind, alone and helpless. I've been abandoned before. My parents deserted me when I got hurt in the early days of the after. I remember how betrayed and awful I felt, how alone. I feel like that right now. I thought a bond with a dragon was supposed to give us a mental link, a forever partner. Instead, I've been abandoned an hour after we had sex. That stings. A lot. More than that, it hurts that when he looked at me, he was disgusted. I'm used to that from others, but it cuts deep coming from him. He's always made me feel pretty. Until now. I don't know what I did that's so wrong, that made him instantly hate me. I guess I'll never know either because he's left. I try to reach out to his mind, but I feel nothing but madness, nothing but sheer and utter chaos. Maybe he didn't realize it was me he took as his mate. I touched the bite mark on my neck. Maybe he realized it was a mistake once he saw me and realized what he'd bound himself to. And now he's left me to fare for myself, miles and miles away from the fort. I look at my surroundings, at the cute little houses with considerably less enthusiasm now that I'm trapped. I thought that the worst thing that would happen would be that Jenny and Manda would get kicked out of the program, that they'd be forced to fend for themselves in the fort. I thought that would hurt me the most. Turns out the betrayal and disgust in Jurek's eyes hurts far, far more than I imagined it ever could.
30. Jurek. "You are lost," Luminora tells me, her infant mind pushing through the darkness with all the grace of a thunderstorm. "Where are you?" The world is slow to return. I drown in the overwhelming color and sound until Luminora reaches out to me again. This time, I follow her light, and as I do, the madness recedes. I sit atop a tall building, the slaughtered remnants of a herd animal in my claws, and my head full of questions. It is night. I do not remember it being night. I wonder how much time I have lost. Immediately, I think of my mate, Rachel. She does not want me, just wants to go back to her hive, but I want to reach out to her just the same because I need to touch her mind. I hunger for her, even though I do not want to. She betrayed me, but I still need her, still crave her. I shift from battle form to clear my raging thoughts and reach out for her. I only vaguely recall leaving her side, just the rush of anger and betrayal I felt. I push through the clouds of anger that threaten to overwhelm me again, and send a wave of affirmation to Luminora, letting her know I am fine. I turn my focus to my mate, clearing everything else from my head. The thread of Rachel's thoughts is surprisingly easy to find. It is there, clear and sweet and pure, and full of terror. She is scared and hurt. She is abandoned and feels alone. I can practically feel her tears on my face. Rachel's sadness claws at me. It is my fault she is so sad. Yes, she betrayed me, but she is my mate. The last thing I want is her misery. I push aside all my anger and shift to battle form once more, heading toward her. I follow the stream of Rachel's thoughts through the skies, and they lead me back toward her as unerringly as a scent trail. I have gone far from her indeed. When her scent returns on the wind, I feel such intense relief that it washes over me like a physical thing. There, my spirit says. There is your mate. I cannot leave her again. Luminora's thoughts settle down, touching mine one more time before she drifts back to sleep. And then my focus is wholly on my mate, on Rachel, and the worried, sad drift of her thoughts. I home in on where I left her, and the dwelling that was there is gone now. Confused, I circle around it twice before picking up her scent trail. It winds through several of the abandoned dwellings before I find one that has all the doors and windows shut tight. Rachel's scent comes from within, though. I want to tear the roof off of the small dwelling and pull her out, and I send her that thought. "Don't you fucking dare," comes the reply. "Just leave me alone." She is mad at me? But why? I thump to the ground with a hard, graceless, distracted landing. My temper flares. Why is she mad at me? She is the betrayer. But I am also frustrated. I want to pull her close, to bury my face in her hair and feel her soft body clenching under mine. I want to breathe in her scent and lose myself in her. That need takes precedence over any sort of anger or frustration, and I shift to my two-legged form and approach the strange dwelling. A house, I pick out from her thoughts. I stare at the door, trying to figure out how to open it, and when the knob doesn't work, I brace my shoulder against the door and push until the wood splinters and caves. The door falls to the ground, and I stumble inside the house. "Damn it, Jurek! I said leave me alone!" My mate gets to her feet, a baseball bat in one hand, and a strange, shiny, round thing acting as a shield, a garbage can lid. She holds both, and her cheeks are wet, her eyes red with weeping, and her scent is full of emotions. Anger, frustration, fear, sorrow. I made her feel those. I croon low in my throat, even as I hold my hand out and approach. "Why are you sad?" "Why am I sad? You left me!" She gestures at her surroundings. "How am I supposed to get home?" It is more than just that, though. I can feel it in her mind. She hurts because this bond between us is supposed to be more. I pursued her relentlessly, and then the moment I had her body, I cast her away. She thinks she is disappointing to me, that she is lacking somehow, that I do not want her as her parents did not want her. I press my thoughts against hers, not caring if I overwhelm her or not. I still want you, even though I do not trust you. It wounds me that you are cruel like this. I dreamed of taking her as a mate, but I never imagined to find this in her head. Even now, my anger and disillusionment threatens to let the madness creep back in. Her bewilderment drifts through my mind, chasing the dissonance away. "What are you talking about?" "The Solorian." "The who?" She blinks up at me and shakes her head again. "If you don't want to be with me, just say so. It won't surprise me. Just enough with the games." Reactions flitter through her mind. of her hurt and disappointment that I would turn away from her. In her mind, this must surely be why I left. I push against her thoughts, looking for lies. I see none. She truly has no idea what I speak of. Curious, I move closer to her, reaching a hand out to touch her face. Shame and frustration war through me. I have hurt her, and she does not understand why. I need to show her. "What are you doing?" she asks warily, stepping back. She holds her baseball bat aloft, as if a warning to me. "I need to go deeper into your thoughts," I tell her, even as I brush my fingertips over her scarred brow. "Will you let me?" I expect her to be angry at me, to push back. After all, in her eyes, I have not been kind to her. To my surprise, she closes her eyes and waits patiently under my touch, giving herself to me, trusting me. I want to crush her to my chest and fill my mind with apologies. I am not worthy of such a response, and it humbles me. Never again will I doubt her. I gently tug her against me, pulling the shield from its makeshift harness on her shortened arm and tossing it to the ground. She drops the bat and steps into my arms, and I hold her tight. I do not have to hold her to my chest to read her thoughts. I just want to. I pull her close, breathing in her scent, reveling in how it has changed with the addition of my fires. She smells spicy now, her skin flushed with my heat. I nuzzle at her brow, filled with such wanting for her. She is perfect in my arms, my sweet mate, and I never want to let her go. But yearning will not give me answers. I stroke my claws carefully through her hair and probe her mind. Her thoughts are crisp and focused compared to my own. No traces of madness, of overwhelming colors or sounds. There are no other minds tapping in either. She is an island, entirely alone in her thoughts. I feel as if I am invading as I seek my answers, but her mind is open and welcoming. She's a little wary of me, but she trusts me, and it feels like the greatest gift. I see her home, the hive in her mind. She calls it Fort Dallas, and once it was a great, thriving hive of so many that my head cannot wrap around the thought of it. After the Draconi swept through, there were not many survivors left. Rachel has scrabbled and struggled to survive through years of hunger and heat, and never knowing who to count on. All of that changed months ago when Lord Azar, I recoil at her memory, stepped in and took over the struggling fort. Her thoughts of him are odd. She does not like him, but he is a fair leader in her eyes. He has sheltered the young females, making sure they have food to eat, are protected from the ravenous attentions of unscrupulous human males, and gives them a place to stay. In her eyes, it is kind. She knows they are being used, but her options are limited, and this is the best deal available to her. I see her conversation with Azar, the night she stayed in the clinic. He looks tired and drawn for a Solorian, his features disguised, as if he wishes to hide amongst the humans and look like them. His once elegant claws are filed to nubs, and his teeth are squared, his horns masked by a hat. He covers his body from head to toe like the humans, and has taken a human mate of his own. It is odd, because when he speaks of the fort, he speaks of it as if it is his home as well. I know that is not true. He came through the rift, just as I did, but it has not made him crazed. It has not flooded his mind with incessant colors and sounds that threaten, even now, to tumble in like the tide and wash away all coherent thought. He has not attempted to enslave Rachel or the other human females. Instead, he protects them. He has plans for them. He wants them to bond with other Draconi males, males that are lost to the madness, and bring them to the fort. I pull away from her mind reluctantly. Thank you for showing me. Oh, she breathes, her gaze heavy-lidded as she looks up at me. She sways toward me. Are you done? A tinge of disappointment colors her thoughts. She liked the way it felt when I was in her mind. It was strange, but not unpleasant. My protective thoughts felt like a warm blanket. With me in her mind, she felt not alone. The hungry ache for my mate starts in my belly once more as I rub my knuckles up and down her cheek. I want to toss her back down onto the platform, the bed, her memories tell me, and claim her again. My cock is instantly hard, my body aching for her. She blushes, and I realize she has picked up my thoughts. Well? I try to focus, but she is so lovely and so close. I skim the pad of one finger over the soft invitation of her mouth. Your people welcome a Solorian. He goes by the name Azar. I don't understand. What is a Solorian? I try to open my mind to show her, only to find that my memories are empty. There are large blank areas where thoughts and memories and experiences used to be. Frowning, I concentrate, but the blurred thoughts remain, and I can give her nothing. I cannot show you. Only know that he is evil, and you must trust me. Her laughter is rueful. I figured he wasn't leading Fort Dallas because he was pure of heart. But you have to look at it from my perspective, too. Before he took over, if you weren't married or under a man's protection, you had to live off of scraps, or you had to whore for a living. My grip tightens on her as I pick up the truth of what she is saying. I am not familiar with the word whore, but when it pairs with a thought in her mind, I do not like it. I do not like it at all. I growl. At least with Azar, we're protected from most everyone. Is he using us as dragon bait? Yes, but he feeds us and clothes us and keeps us safe from others, and it could be worse. She shrugs. Ever since he arrived in Fort Dallas, the dragon attacks have stopped. She pats my arm lightly. With the exception of your visits. He enslaves my people. I show her the mental image I plucked from her mind, of the dead-eyed dragons that sit atop the barrier of Fort Dallas. They are gray-eyed because he hovers in their minds like a parasite. They are victims. And those same dragons ate my people, she reminds me, her tone bitter. I know he's not doing anything good to them, but at the same time, if he lets them all go and they start attacking the fort again, what's going to happen to us, the people that live there? We glare at each other for a long moment. Rachel sighs, puts her hand on my arm again. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's complicated. But I'm not on his side. I'm not on anyone's side. But I need to make sure my friends are all right, that they're safe. If he kicks them out of the fort... She bites her lip, and I pick up from her thoughts that she is worried they will be forced to mate with many men just to survive. I have to go back for them. I will not let you. You belong to me. This time, she pushes at my chest, glaring up at me. You can't stop me. I do not want to stop you. I want to keep you. That makes her pause. Astonishment blooms in her mind, followed by a reluctant pleasure. You still want me as your mate? In her eyes, she is maimed, and her scars make her unattractive. I thought you left because you didn't want me. I groan, leaning in and capturing her mouth. Her lips part under mine, and her thoughts are hungry and as full of need as mine. I care nothing for your scars or your hands. You are beautiful and strong and fierce and proud. You have seen yourself through my eyes, have you not? She shudders against me. I have. Then never doubt how I feel. Ever since I scented you, I have wanted you. My spirit knew you were perfect for me. I will never look at another. I claim her soft mouth with a thrust of my tongue. You are everything. Rachel moans against my mouth. You left me, though. I did. I regret it. I did not mean to hurt you. My mind still twists up quickly. It might always be like that. If I do so again, you must help me return to myself. Please. I cup her face, even as I slant my mouth over hers. I never want to hurt you. Ever. I only want to cherish you. She lets out a soft little whimper of pleasure and thinks of the bed in the next room over. It's not as comfortable as the last one, but she put a tarp over the old mattress and covered it with blankets, and it's almost as good as new. She wants me to touch her as much as I want to. I am overjoyed at her generous heart that she will forgive me so quickly. I press my forehead to hers, humbled at her arousal, her giving spirit. I will never leave your side again, I promise her. You are mine. I can feel that she does not entirely believe me. That is all right. I have the rest of my life to show her just how serious I am. I caress her cheek again, unable to stop stroking her lovely, small face. I brush my lips against hers in another kiss and probe at her mind. Shall I just pleasure you? Or do you wish to mate with me? We can mate. Her response is shy. I did not hurt you last time? Her cheeks color pinker. It hurt, but it was my first time, so I expected it to hurt. Should we think about birth control this time? Birth control? A flash of her mind with mine shows me an image of something sliding over my cock, preventing my seed from entering her body, from making her pregnant. Absolutely not, I tell her, cupping her face in my hand so she will meet my eyes. I am going to fill you with my seed over and over again. Every dracony that sees you will scent me on your skin and know that you are taken, that you are claimed. Rachel quivers, and her arousal scent blooms in the air. She gazes up at me with wide, hungry eyes. I guide her to the bed, and she lies on her back, her eyes full of trust and excitement. She wants this to work, wants the two of us to work. She wants to be part of this bond with me. The thoughts flit through her head, full of longing. She's both terrified and thrilled at the thought of belonging to me, and the constant press of her thoughts against mine feels like coming home again. But better. Because I am not touching minds with another dracony. I am touching minds with my mate, my other half. We are one. I lie down next to her and take her mouth in more soft, slow kisses. I caress her body, and now that the madness has edged away to nothing more than a distant hum, I concentrate on her, on what touches make her quiver, which caresses wring little sounds out of her. I learn my mate with one leisurely caress after another, my hands on her breasts, her stomach, her thighs, and eventually her cunt. She's hot and wet by the time I stroke her folds, and when her body begins to quiver uncontrollably, her muscles tensing, I send her a mental image of her on all fours. With a little moan, she does as I ask, leaning forward on her elbows. I claim her from behind, pushing into her, and nothing has ever felt so good, so right, as the clasp of my mate's body. Rachel is perfection, and her body my home. I thrust slowly and evenly, taking my time to work her until she's clawing at the blankets and panting. When she comes, it's with a low cry and a hot clench of her cunt around my cock that sends me over the edge. I thrust into her, filling her with my seed, and when I catch my breath, I am pleased to see that my mate is still sprawled beneath me, a hint of a smile on her face, my hands on her hips.
"You aren't passing out this time?"
she asks me drowsily, her words floating through her mind instead of making noises in her mouth. No. Last time that happened because I shared my fires with you. I lie down on the bed and pull her down against me, wrapping my arms around her and holding her tight. Now you cannot run away from me.
"I don't want to run. I just want to be safe."
I bury my face against her hair, breathing in her scent as I stroke her skin. I cannot stop touching her. Each caress leaves me hungry for more. And do you feel safe?
"Right now I do."
She tucks herself down against my arms, and I can feel just how much she enjoys being held. I vow to myself that I will hold her every day from now on, just to give her pleasure, just to share this moment with her. With my body wrapped around my mate's, it feels like I have found peace for the first time in years. I close my eyes, drinking in her scent, the softness of her skin against mine, the "hungry" Luminora's thoughts jab into mine. Then eat, I tell her. Wake your sire. Rachel stirs against me. She strokes the hand I have cupped over her breast.
"Do you need to eat something? I can share what I have left."
I focus on my mate, brushing my lips against her neck. I am not hungry. That was Luminora. That rouses her. She turns her head, looking over at me.
"The baby?"
Yes. Her light, hers and Salavatri, are the only thing that has pulled me back from the madness. I nuzzle at her throat. Before you. It was worse before? She remembers Sasha telling her this, but cannot picture it. She thinks of the way I acted yesterday, when my mind went as black as my eyes and my head was nothing but rage. I was like that always, I admit. I have lost a great deal of time since coming through the rift. It is all time lost to the madness. I share with her a glimpse of the madness, the swirl of color and overwhelming sound that creeps at the edges of my mind. I show her how Luminora's thoughts keep them at bay, and how with our bond, I feel whole. My memories are blurred, but I am myself again. It is a good feeling. It will get stronger with every day that passes, I tell her. Your scent will continue to change, to become a blend of my scent and yours. And I will wear your scent, too. Others will be envious that I have such a fine mate, and no Draconi will approach you because you are claimed. Safe, she thinks, and it is a feeling she is not used to. Safe, I agree. Safe and cherished. Mine. My thoughts grow possessive, and I slide my hand between her thighs, wanting to produce more of her arousal scent. I want my skin coated in it. I want it so thick in the air that every breath that goes into my lungs is full of her perfume. Rachel gasps as I find her clit and begin to stroke it, her cunt clenching tight around my hardening length, still seated inside her.
"Before we go on, we need to talk about tomorrow."
Her thoughts drift back to her human hive and the friends she worries about. Sadness makes me ache. Even after all this, you would abandon me?
"No, I don't want to abandon you at all. But I can't abandon them either. I can't destroy their lives just to please myself."
Her thoughts are full of frustration. She is torn, too. She wants to stay with me. She doesn't want to go back to the fort. And yet, she feels obligated to protect her friends, because they would protect her. I nip at her shoulder, trying to distract her. It means this much to you? It does. Her voice chokes with emotion. It'd be so much easier for me if it didn't, but I can't abandon them, Jurek. Please understand. I'm not asking you to go back, but I have to. I will go back with you. I meant it when I said you are never leaving my side again. Rachel sucks in a breath. You're sure? Of course. I stroke her clit, loving the little shudder that ripples through her body. How else can I protect you? You're amazing, she tells me, her thoughts full of happiness. Tomorrow she will find her friends and figure out how to fix this. Tomorrow she will save them. But tonight she is all mine, and I intend on claiming her over and over again. 31. Jurek. It is near dawn, but I do not sleep. The air is perfumed with mating scents, my scent mingling with that of Rachel's, until I cannot separate the two. Over and over I claimed my mate, until she drifted off to sleep in my arms. Even now, I hold her as she dreams, her thoughts of a more peaceful time when she had 2 hands and no scars. I want to dive into her dreams and experience them with her, but my head is too full of the day ahead. I must think things through. My mind feels whole, even without the constant darting touch of one of the 2 infant Draconi. Rachel's light, Rachel's connection is more than enough to keep the madness at bay, and I consider what we are to do later this day. After she rises from her slumber and eats, I will fly her back to her human hive, her fort. It is madness to even think of doing so. Every Draconi knows to avoid Solorians, because they can capture minds and enslave spirits. I have known far too many Draconi that have been enslaved in the past. I myself might have been enslaved in the past. I cannot recall. My memory is as bare as my mate's pink flank. When I search for names and places, there is simply nothing left in my mind of another time, another place. I cannot even recall Solorians, just that they are bad, that they are evil, and they enslave my people, that I should avoid them. Yet, this world changes all. Have I not been changed to my very bones? I am not the Draconi that came through the rift, and I do not need memories to tell me this. I have taken a human as a mate, though, and soon we will establish a nest. I want to fill my mate's belly with my seed until she swells with my young. And it takes me a moment to realize that I have not once thought about returning to my homeland. Some part of me knows I will never go back. With Rachel here, I do not even wish to attempt it. This is my home now, in all its ugly, noisy, smelly glory. And it is a good place because my mate is here and in my arms. She makes everything bearable. She makes me think I can do anything. Even face down a Solorian. I think back to her mental images of the Solorian, Lord Azar. The name is unfamiliar to me, but that might be due to my blank memory once more. I think of her mental images of him, of the gray-eyed dragons he keeps on the fort's walls, of her observation that he seemed tired, strained. He told her he could not take more Draconi because he is at his limits. Perhaps I am a fool for trusting this, but I think he is right. I think he is right, and because he is at his limits, I will be safe. I will not touch my mind with his, I am no fool, but I will fly under his nose and take my mate there to see her friends. And if he puts her at risk, I will raise the place with fire and claw.
Rachel. I wake up to Jurek nibbling on my neck, his hips flexing against my backside.
Oh, good. You are awake.
I bite back a snort of amusement. How am I supposed to sleep through all that? Not that I'm complaining. I'm sore all over, aching in places I didn't know I had muscles, and I'm sticky and sweaty, but not complaining. Because right now I'm being snuggled against a big, warm chest and held as if I'm the greatest treasure in the world. It's a feeling I suspect I'll never be able to get enough of, this safe and cherished feeling. So, yeah, definitely not complaining.
Good. Roll onto your belly and I will fill you with my seed again.
He nips at my throat, sending little pinpricks of delight through me. Such a tempting thought. I look up at the window and sunlight is pouring in. Shit. Immediately the lazy feeling evaporates and I push out of Jurek's arms. We have to go back to the fort. I have to be there by sundown or I don't know what'll happen to Amanda and the others. What time is it? Jurek tries to draw me back down into bed.
Time?
Do your people not have clocks? I cling to the edge of the mattress as he tries to drag me down to his arms. Never mind. Let's just assume it's late and we need to get going. I think of all the things we need to get done first. I have to find new clothes, scrounge up whatever I can bring in my bag as a peace offering, and I need to shower and eat and...
No.
Jurek lets me get up, but he's on his feet too in the next moment.
We will go to your human hive, but I want you smelling of our mating. I want the others to know how thoroughly you have been claimed.
My face feels like it's on fire. I'm sticky between my thighs and incredibly aware of just how many times I was claimed. I'd rather not.
Then we do not go to your hive.
I glare up at him, my hands on my hips. Are you serious? He crosses his arms over his chest.
Very. I want you to smell like my mate. It keeps you safe. Otherwise, I will get back into this bed and laze in the sun all day instead of flying you to a place I despise.
I purse my lips, debating this. I can go smelling like sex, or I cannot go. Fine, you win. He grins, showing me bright white, sharp teeth. I know. I hate that he looks cute. I hate that his stubborn chin looks so kissable because right now I cannot kiss him. I need to get back to the fort. 5 minutes and then I'll be ready, all right? Jurek pulls me into his arms and brushes his lips against my hair.
Shall I catch you a meal?
My stomach growls. Only if you're going to cook it for me, too. I fill my thoughts with him flaming the haunch from before. I don't eat raw meat. It's not safe.
I can flame it.
His eyes brighten, all golden hues as he gazes down at me.
Cover yourself with your human things, and I will get you food. Then we will go.
He kisses me once, and then his body tenses. I grab his forearm. Wait. He freezes, his eyes flaring black for a moment, and I can feel the change in his thoughts, like static breaking in through a radio signal.
What is it? What is wrong?
Nothing's wrong, just don't tear the roof off this house, okay? I might want to come back. He grunts, caresses my cheek one more time, and then steps outside. I watch him go, wincing as he steps over the broken door. We're going to run out of houses if this keeps up. Broken door on this one, roof collapsed on the other. He doesn't realize just how valuable these houses and their contents are.
I do now. I will be careful in the future if it means a lot to you.
Oh. Even though I can't see him, I can feel his thoughts. That would be great, Jurek. Thank you.
Say my name again. I like hearing it from you.
I blush again. Jurek. I can feel his pleasure, and I force myself to go to the bathroom, hunting for a comb. Sure enough, my hair is a sex-snarled mess, and there are hickeys all over my throat and shoulders. The spot where he bit me and gave me his fires is reddened, but no teeth marks show. Everyone in the fort is going to know what I've been up to, but I suppose that's the idea. I find a comb and pull my hair into a low ponytail as best I can, since no one is here to braid it for me, and I find it impossible to do one-handed. I drape my hair over my shoulder and then raid the closets looking for clothing.
I will braid your hair for you,
Jurek tells me.
I will do everything for you.
I don't need everything done for me, I point out. I'm fine on my own, but a braid would be nice, thank you.
I am bringing you a meal,
he tells me and sends me a mental image of a black and white furry creature that is even now running away from him. Oh God, no, a skunk. Abort! Abort! I tell him, panicked. Don't touch that! I can feel him wheel into the air quickly, narrowly missing the spray that the skunk lets out. The stink permeates the air, and I feel through his mind how awful it is. He immediately heads for the nearest lake to dunk himself. Nothing got on him, but he just wants to get away from the smell.
I guess those are not good eating.
His response is sheepish. I will never, ever know, I admit with a giggle. The stink's too awful. Look for a deer or a cow if you're hungry. If you can't find anything, just come back. We'll make them feed us at the fort.
We will eat first, Jurek says stubbornly.
I will not eat anything a Silurian offers.
Fine, you pain in the ass. I smile as I send the thought, though. I might have found the only person on Earth slightly more stubborn than I am. We're going to be an interesting pairing.
A good one, Jurek sends back. You will challenge me and I will challenge you. We will stay strong and sharp that way, and I will enjoy conquering you each time.
Even though Jurek is miles away, I still blush and heat up at the thought. 32. Rachel. Jurek makes sure that I'm fed all right. He brings a deer, cuts slices out with his claws, roasts them, and then makes sure to feed me bite by bite, his eyes gleaming with enjoyment every time I chew. It's a little disconcerting, but it makes him happy, and the food is delicious. I'm a sucker for a bit of fresh meat, it seems. Once I'm done eating, I pack my bag with as much stuff as I can carry. A few t-shirts, a hairbrush, and several magazines I found stacked in one of the rooms. There's no crossword and no sewing materials like my friends requested, but they'll be excited just the same. When I'm ready to go, I shoulder my pack and move out to the front yard, highly aware of the marks on my neck and the sex smell that seems to float around me like a cloud.
You smell incredible,
Jurek says, wrapping his arms around me from behind and nipping at my ear playfully. I can feel his amusement at my startled squeak, and then he releases me, takes a step back, and shifts into what he calls his battle form. He snatches me into his claws, and I swallow my surprise, determined not to scream like a little girl. I'll get used to being dragged around by a dragon someday.
I would never hurt you,
Jurek reassures me, his enormous head lowering to nudge mine. I know.
Nor would I drop you.
Now, why would you even bring that up? I'm going to be thinking about you dropping me. I can feel a flash of his playful amusement, and he launches himself into the air with me clutched against his chest. His powerful wings beat hard, and we're in the air gaining altitude, and my fear at being jostled is gone the moment the houses underneath us spread out like toys. I might not like the takeoff, but I love flying. I love the freedom it makes me feel like I have, even if it's just borrowed freedom.
Not borrowed,
Jurek reassures me.
My wings are your wings. I will go nowhere without you. My strength is yours. My claws are yours. And my cock is most certainly yours.
I snort at that, and I can feel the rumble of laughter in his chest. I had no idea all this sass was hiding behind those gold scales all this time. Now that Jurek is himself again, he's incorrigible. The playfulness that he hinted at all this time is in full effect, and it's charming and silly and ridiculous, and makes me realize just how much I don't know about him.
Anything you wish to know, I will share,
he tells me easily.
We have a lifetime to learn each other.
Yeah, well, I hope it doesn't take that long. I peer over his claws as we fly across the glittering lake. Speaking of long, how long until we get to the fort?
Not long enough,
he teases, letting a hint of sourness into his tone. He's still not thrilled we're going there, but he's doing it for me. I send a mental wave of thoughts to let him know just how much I appreciate that. I watch the world below as Jurek flies. We make good time. And it isn't long before I start to see familiar buildings. He can fly over everything, whereas my bike has to wind through streets in between abandoned cars. We're going to get to Fort Dallas so quickly that it makes my head spin. I think of how easy it'll be to do scavenging runs, how far we can go, all the things we can bring back to the fort to improve life. Is this what Azar has in mind when he wants women to bond with dragons?
Dracony,
Jurek corrects.
And no, he wants an army to rule. He wants nothing good for anyone. Trust me when I say that.
I believe you, I tell him. But the explanation doesn't fit as neatly as it should. There's some key piece of information we're missing. It's a lot of effort to go to when he already has a bunch of dragons and the entire Fort Dallas militia at his beck and call. I don't argue, though. I think he's partially right, and I'm partially right, and the truth is somewhere in the middle.
I smell your hive,
Jurek tells me. We're almost there. His thoughts are unpleasant, as if the stench of humanity is suffocating him. Does it smell that bad? I ask, curious. Nothing in the after smells great, given that working toilets and fresh water are rare, and deodorant is pretty much gone. I'm used to it at this point, but I can only imagine how it smells to someone with as sensitive a nose as him. Do I smell bad too?
You smell like my fires,
he tells me, and his thoughts turn more pleasant.
My fires and my seed.
Yeesh. The man, Dracony, has no filter. Then breathe deep of me and ignore everything else. I bite back a gasp of surprise when he lifts his claws to his nose and inhales deeply of my scent. I push at his muzzle, chuckling. Wise ass. A dragon bugles a warning nearby. My playful mood vanishes and a shiver of old fear rushes through me.
I have you. He cannot touch you.
Is it one of Azar's dragons? I ask.
It must be. I will not touch his mind for fear of being trapped myself. But no others are at your hive.
His steady flight wobbles in the air and his mind feels oddly pressured. Are you okay? I ask, worried. What's wrong?
I feel the Silurian's presence. He has not tried to steal my thoughts, but he will.
The thought fills me with panic. Then concentrate on me. Concentrate on my smell, my presence, my touch. I tap a finger on one scaly claw in a pattern. Concentrate on how it felt when we held each other this morning.
When I buried my cock deep inside you and filled you with my seed?
If that helps you concentrate, yes. Think about that. And think about us touching again. And again. Because you know we're going to want to do it again. Last night wasn't enough for me. Even now I feel this strange craving for him. And I'm not sure if it's because of our bond or because I'm new to having sex and never imagined it could feel quite that good. That it could make me feel so utterly cherished and sexy and alive all at once. So, yeah, I don't mind encouraging him. I rub my hand on his scales as I watch us fly over the barricade that surrounds Fort Dallas. The gray-eyed dragons barely look up, their expressions calm. Of course they're calm. Azar's expecting me. After I didn't come back the first night, he must have known that I was successful. Somehow the word successful sits wrong in my belly, as if this is nothing more than a calculated plan. It doesn't feel like that, not at all. Maybe it started that way, but it's entirely different now that our minds and our hearts are connected. He's mine and I'm his, and it's terrifying and breathtaking to think of how quickly everything has changed. But it also feels like everything is settling into place. Like I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Between my claws?
Jurek asks, his sly self returning. Right there, I agree. As we circle the fort, I point at a clear open area near the barracks. As I do, soldiers file out holding assault rifles. The sight of it worries me a little. I know from past attacks on the fort that a gun won't do much to Dragonhide, but I'm absolutely vulnerable as a squishy human. The guns are pointed down, though, not at us, even though the soldiers watch Jurek fly overhead. Let's land, I tell him boldly. They don't want to hurt us. They're just waving their dicks. They need us more than we need them.
Waving their...
Figure of speech, I promise.
I am the only one that should be waving my cock at you.
Jurek agrees. He moves lower, folding his wings in. He settles heavily onto the ground, making a loud, obvious thump. His long tail lashes out against a fire barrel nearby, smacking it with a resounding bang that makes the soldiers jump. I can feel Jurek's smug pleasure at their reaction. Don't make them any jumpier, I chide him as he sets my feet on the ground. The last thing I want is someone shooting me because he's nervous.
You're staying behind me at all times, Rachel,
Jurek says in a voice that brooks no argument. I don't know if that's necessary.
All times. This is not up for discussion.
He doesn't let me go, still holding me in his claws. He turns away from the armed soldiers, his back to them.
Stand down,
one of the militiamen calls. Daniels. He yells out to me again.
If you can talk to the dragon, tell him to stand down.
Stand down, I tell Jurek dryly. You really need to let me handle things. Jurek shifts in the next moment, and I stumble forward, my balance off now that I'm not held in his grasp. He moves toward me, impossibly quick, and snags an arm around my waist, hauling me back to rights. Breathless, I let him pull me against him. His cock obvious and hard, and I can feel my cheeks heat. Thanks, I whisper.
Remember that you are mine,
he tells me, nips at my chin affectionately, and then takes the pack from my back. He slings it over his shoulders and then turns to face the soldiers, all naked and erect, wearing nothing but my backpack. Someone snickers. Daniels clears his throat and eases his weapon down to his side before stepping forward. I try to approach, but Jurek immediately steps in front of me again, keeping an arm out so I can't go around him. He meant it when he said I should stay behind him at all times, and he's determined to be annoying about it.
Lord Azar is waiting for your return, Rachel,
Daniels says in a calm voice, trying to look around Jurek's overbearing presence.
I will escort you inside.
He glances at the dragon man.
Is he going to attack me?
I'm sure he's not. I begin, and then pause, because there's a hint of that noisy color and sound leaching into Jurek's thoughts. I put my hand on his side and push into his mind. Are you okay, Jurek?
I do not like the way he looks at you.
At me? I'm baffled. Daniels is nice.
He is familiar with you. Easy. I do not like it.
A jealous, possessive flare shoots through his mind.
I want to kill him so the others know not to look at you at all.
I wrap my arm tight around his waist and press my cheek to his shoulder blade, trying to give him as much full body contact as possible, just because he seems to need me right now. Jurek, calm down. We're not killing anyone. The colors bleed in thicker, the noise in his mind growing louder with his agitation.
This place is not safe for you.
If you think we're in danger, we'll leave. We're just here to talk, I promise. Remember that he needs us more than we need him. I press my mouth to his skin, kissing. But you have to be calm. We have to show him that you're in control. Slowly, the bleed of colors eases from his mind. He grunts aloud.
Very well.
Let's go inside, I say, stepping out from his side and into the open. Jurek immediately snarls and tries to push me behind him again. Do you want to lose a hand? I snarl back at him. Because that's how you lose a hand. I deliberately push out of his grasp. His mouth twitches and I catch a flare of his amusement.
I like it when you are fierce to me.
I hold my hand out, indicating with my thoughts that he should put his hand in mine and let me lead. For a moment, I can feel his protective nature warring with my request, and then he grudgingly takes my hand.
If they so much as move toward you,
he warns. I know, but they won't. I take the lead, heading towards Daniels. If your men want to keep their lives, they need to stay away from me. He's very volatile right now, and I won't be able to stop him if anyone even so much as speaks to me." Daniels nods, swallowing, and waves for the men behind him to stand down. He opens his mouth and then thinks about what I just said and focuses on Jurek instead, deliberately not looking at me.
"Lord Azar is waiting for you inside. Please follow me."
He turns and heads toward the main barracks without looking to see if we follow. I'm a little amused by that, and I squeeze Jurek's hand to let him know we're going inside. The interior of the barracks is dark. A few tallow candles on sconces lit to allow us to see. Most of the barracks themselves are portable buildings that were moved here not long after the fort was established. But over time they've been built up and added onto until they're a maze of small hallways and rooms, a tumble-down palace in the middle of a tumble-down fort. The portion of the barracks where I stay with the other women is on the far end of the cluster of buildings. I've never been on this side. It's reserved for leadership, a.k.a. Azar and his cronies. As we walk through the warren of halls, Jurek's hand tightens on mine.
"I smell him. He is near."
He's practically coming out of his skin with unease, and I know this is hard for him. I can feel the madness threatening to surge forward once more, so I think dirty thoughts. Thoughts about all the things we can try when we're alone together again. Things I've read about in books, like blowjobs and finding my G-spot. It works, though. Jurek's fascinated at the concept, the madness receding.
"I cannot push a finger inside you without hurting you,"
he admits as we head through another doorway.
"I will need to shear a claw to do so."
You don't have to.
"I will, though. Why would I miss out on finding a spot that makes you have intense pleasure? I want to find it, for both of us."
I'm blushing as Daniels pauses in front of a door. He knocks and Jurek tenses again, the madness threatening once more.
"Enter,"
Azar calls out. I give Jurek's hand one last squeeze. We're just here to talk, I promise him, and then step inside. 33. Rachel. To my surprise, Lord Azar isn't alone. He sits at a long table in an elegantly neat room full of framed art that I'm pretty sure came from one of the long-abandoned museums. There's a window built into the ceiling that allows light to pour in, but there are also lit candles dotting the walls and fresh wildflowers in a corner. Food covers the white tablecloth-covered table in front of us, plates of an astonishing amount of varieties that make my mouth water at the sight. I'm not entirely surprised to see Melina sitting near Azar, dressed in another lovely gown, her hair pulled into a thick ponytail. It seems that wherever Azar goes, Melina is nearby. They sit with a pair of strangers, though. There's a woman, tall and lean, her skin a rich tan and her hair a cascade of thick black curls. I've never seen her before, and when she puts a hand on the man at her side's shoulder, I'm even more surprised. The man at her side is a dragon. His hair is thick like Jurek's was before he shaved it, but not nearly as long. His skin is a deep gold and he wears nothing but a pair of shorts. Jurek is tall and lean with sculpted muscles, but this man is all hulking bulk and golden eyes. I look at them, open-mouthed in surprise. Lord Azar gets to his feet.
"Please, come and sit."
You didn't tell me you already had a success with your program, I protest, more surprised than anything. Program? The woman asks. The panty program? Panty program? Both Melina and the strange woman raise their brows and look over at Azar. You didn't, Melina hisses at him.
"We will talk about it later,"
Azar tells her in a curt voice and gestures at the table once more.
"Sit, both of you."
There are 2 empty seats across from the strangers, and I hesitate, but the scent of Azar's food is calling me with its siren lure. I smell fresh plums and peaches, and there's a small bowl of each in the center of the table, along with something that looks suspiciously like pancakes. I'm weak, I confess to Jurek, Because I really want to eat their food. I let go of his hand and approach the empty seat to the right of Azar. Jurek slings off the backpack, thumps into the closest seat, and pulls me into his lap before I can sit anywhere else.
If you want his food, I will feed it to you, but I must inspect it first.
Ah, the blissful first days of a fresh mating,
Azar says, watching us. Jurek glares at him, grabs one of the pancakes off of a plate and holds it up to his nose, sniffing it. After a long moment, he holds the pancake out to me.
It does not smell like poison.
I have no intention of poisoning you,
Azar comments. I hold the pancake, eyes narrowed. Are you talking to him? I ask Jurek.
Never. Never will I open my mind to him. He is the enemy. One touch connecting my thoughts to his, and I will be exposed forever.
I take an enormous bite of the pancake, devouring it as quickly as I can in case we have to run out of here fast. The tension in the room is overwhelming. Across from me, the woman and her dragon mate are silent. But after she casts a few glances at Azar, she seems to take the initiative. I guess we're not doing introductions. All right, then. Hi, I'm Gwen. I'm from Fort Shreveport, and this is my mate, Vaughn. The other dragon just watches me with narrowed eyes. I notice he eats, though, and Gwen's plate is full of food, too. I swallow around my dry bite of pancake. I'm Rachel. This is my dragon. I don't know if giving them Jurek's name makes him vulnerable, so I opt not to give it at all. What is Fort Shreveport doing here? How did you get a dragon? Looks like we both have a lot of questions. I'm dying to know about this panty program, Gwen says, shooting a look over at Azar.
Now that we are all together, it seems there are a great many things for us to talk about,
Azar says easily. He takes a cup of tea and lifts it to his mouth, all elegant manners.
Where shall we begin?
Panties, Gwen says flatly.
panties,
Melina agrees. I just want to know if my friends are okay, I add, shoving another huge bite of pancake into my mouth. Jurek, are you getting this conversation? Do you need me to translate?
I can understand it through your thoughts.
His arm is around my waist, tight, and he reaches out and takes one of the peaches, sniffing it before offering it to me.
You wanted one of these?
Oh, God, yes. It's been forever since I've had fruit, and I snatch it from him greedily. He rubs my back as I bite in, and I can feel the pleasure in his mind as he feeds me. I know my table manners are terrible, but I don't care.
Your friends are fine,
Azar says, a hint of irritation in his tone. He lowers his teacup.
The program continues on as it always has, though there have been no other successful lures.
Program? Lures? Melina asks.
I am keeping the young, unattached females of this fort safe,
Azar says after a moment.
I put them in the barracks, I feed them and clothe them, and they are not to leave the fort without a guard. I keep them safe from the soldiers, from the other men in the fort, and ensure that they do not have to sell their bodies in order to eat. In exchange for this, they hand over their clothing to be used as scent lures, and they venture out into the scavenged lands in the hopes of calling a dragon to them to tame him.
Except they don't know they're being used as dragon bait, I offer, my mouth full. I found out after my dragon found me. He smelled me and killed my guard. Gwen gasps. He killed your guard? It's okay, I offer. He was a rapey asshole. Gwen's gaze flicks to my scars and she flinches. Is that... Nope, dragons. I smile thinly and show my amputated arm. Dragons happened.
Is that why you tried to run from me?
Jurek asks, his thoughts piercing into mine.
Because you were hurt in the past?
I ran from you because you were a dragon and you guys eat my people, I point out to him.
Do you hate me for it?
He rests his chin on my shoulder and I can feel his gaze on me. I turn slightly until I meet his eyes. No, I don't hate you. I could never hate you. His eyes flare a brighter gold with pleasure, and I bask in the warmth of his gaze as Azar and Melina argue nearby. It's clear that Melina had no idea about the program and she is not happy. She thinks the women should be made aware of what they're volunteering for. But I don't think it matters. No one has options in the after. And being with a dragon, it's not so bad.
Not so bad.
Jurik's eyes flare with amusement.
Such praise.
I don't want it to get to your head, I tease.
Was it not so bad when I had my mouth between your thighs this morning and made you scream?
He asks, his teeth gently nipping at my shoulder through my t-shirt. I choke on a bite of peach. You're distracting me. I try to focus in on Azar and Melina's argument, but Jurik's mouth is taking all my attention, and my body is starting to respond. Not right now, not right here. So, this program of yours, Gwen begins, glancing over at me before turning to Azar again. It's obvious it works. At what point were you going to let me and the others in on it, since we're supposed to be partners? Partners? I echo, coughing on more peach juice. Jurik helpfully grabs the nearest glass of water and sniffs it, then holds it out to me so I can drink. Partners, Gwen agrees, her tone flat. Because of the danger. Or is that another lie? Another half-truth full of omissions so we can let down our guard. I still want to talk about the women, Melina continues, her tone snapping fire at Azar. You... Enough! Azar slams his hand on the table, making the silverware rattle. I jump, just a little, and Jurik's arm tightens around me and he growls. Vaughn is growling too. Melina and Gwen just look pissed.
The danger is real,
Azar says, cold fury in his voice.
Why do you think I make this program? Why do you think I focus so hard on finding more dragons?
Because you're an evil son of a bitch, Gwen offers. Because you're a control freak, Melina adds, though she frowns at Gwen.
Because I have a great vested interest in living,
Azar says bitingly.
Even if it must mean living in this world. And if we do not work together, none of us will live beyond the next year. If that thing comes through the rift, we will all perish.
I swallow hard. Thing? I ask. Gwen sits back in her chair, uneasy. She exchanges a look with her dragon, who puts a comforting, possessive hand on the back of her neck. Azar gestures at me.
When your people tore open the rift between our worlds, the Draconi and the Fusiliorians were pulled through. That rift still pulses, and it has not been closed. Since it has been open for so long, I think it has come to the attention of other things. Dark things.
This sounds like something out of a horror movie. Dark things? Jurik hands me another pancake and I take a bite, but it's no longer as pleasant as it was. Instead, it tastes dry, hard to swallow. I thought nothing else awful could happen to our world. The shithole we have left has already been through the worst. And now he's saying something else might happen? Something worse than what we're living through right now?
He is trying to scare you,
Jurik sends fiercely.
He lies.
But look at Gwen and her dragon, I send back. They look worried too. Something is going on.
There is a presence,
Azar continues in a calmer voice.
It reaches out through the rift from time to time. I feel it. I spend great amounts of energy every day trying to influence it not to come through, not to explore this world. Someday my efforts will not be enough, though. We must find a way to close the rift before then, or we risk losing everything.
What is it? I ask around a mouthful.
I do not know. Because he makes it up,
Jurik says.
Because it is a lie to put fear into our hearts.
He's got a point. Then how do you know it's bad? I ask Azar. How do you know it's not just someone on the other side checking for all the Draconi that are lost here?
You think I do not know how it would feel to touch minds with another Draconi, even across great distances?
His lip curls in a sneer.
I know what a Draconi mind feels like. I know what 1,000 of them feel like. this is something different. Something darker, from an entirely different world. And it is hungry.
He gestures at Gwen and Vaughn.
Ask them if you do not believe me.
But Gwen looks uncertain. We haven't actually seen anything either. But some of us, a friend of mine, has had bad dreams. The same type of dream every night, and she sees the same thing he does.
I have bad dreams too,
Melina admits. Azar's mouth thins into an unhappy line, and he looks over at us. So everyone is scared of something that we don't know of that might or might not come through the rift? I frown at the thought. It just doesn't feel like enough.
He could be planting the thoughts in their heads, Jurek offers, controlling them from afar with concepts and ideas instead of directly controlling them like he does the dragons on the wall.
How do we know, I begin.
That this is not a trick?
Azar asks.
You do not. You think this is all some game I play at because I wish to rule. But I already rule here.
He gestures at our surroundings.
I have enough to be comfortable, and my mate at my side. Yes, I wish to rule this place. But it means nothing if I am a king of corpses. And that is all that will be left if this thing pushes through.
He leans forward, a desperate look on his normally calm face.
It grows bolder by the day. I have tried to dissuade it, using tricks and mind control, but nothing works. It sends out probes. And once it decides that this world is ripe for the taking, it will come through.
What's stopping it right now?
I do not know,
Azar says.
Something holds it back, but I do not know what. It was growing in strength for a time and then grew weaker recently. It is pushing harder, though, and it will keep growing in strength once more. The young, Jurek tells me. Luminura, Salavatri. They're keeping it back.
How do you know?
It grew weaker recently. Luminura was born.
They're babies. What if they're thinking there's a problem because he's putting it in the air?
That is possible, Jurek admits.
I focus on the half-eaten pancake in my hand. Then what do we do? How do we believe him?
We must see for ourselves.
How?
I will go to the rift, Jurek decides. Fly as high as I can and see what I can sense.
What? I sputter. Not without me, you aren't.
You will be free of our bond if I die.
He makes it sound so positive.
I know you were afraid at first. If I die, there is no need to be afraid.
I don't want to be free. I want to be with you. Jurek's thoughts whirl faster, more emotional.
I do not wish to risk you, my Rachel.
Then don't go. Neither of us goes. I slap the pancake down on the table. Everyone stares at us. He needs proof, I mutter as an explanation. Azar inclines his head.
I can open my mind to your Draconi and show him what I have seen. Never. If I let him in once, he can push his way in again. Never will I join minds with him.
He says no.
That much was obvious from his expression,
Azar comments dryly.
Let the other show him then.
The other has a name. Gwen's voice is sharp with irritation. It's Vaughn, remember?
Of course.
The woman lets out a little huff of annoyance and looks over at us. Vaughn says he's happy to show you some of the images from Claudia's dreams. I can feel Jurek's skepticism even before he answers.
How do we know his dreams are not simply images planted by the Silurian? How do we know we are not being misled?
I convey this to the others. Azar's exasperation is obvious.
You give me far too much credit. I am as neutered in my powers in this world as any other.
Yes, but all we have is your word for it, I point out. And everything my dragon has told me shows that you can't be trusted.
So you're just going to turn around and leave?
Melina looks upset.
If there really is a problem, you'll turn your backs on everyone when we need you?
I remember how kind Melina was when she patched me up, how she thought of my comfort before anything, forcing Azar to wait until I was ready. She's been good to me. In a way, Azar has too. And if there is a problem, I can't abandon everyone I know. I came back here for Jenny and Manda, but there's so many people in the fort that deserve to be safe. Even Tinker, that asshole. He's just scraping a living as best as anyone can these days. Even if we leave the fort and they're right, we won't be safe. It still sounds so incredibly ridiculous, though. Like a story made up to keep us in line with just enough details to make sense. Well, think about it, I say, and pick up my pancake again. No sense in wasting food. 34. Rachel. The rest of the meal is stilted, and I keep shoving food into my mouth so I don't have to make conversation. Gwen watches me closely, as if she has more to say but doesn't want to say it in front of Azar. We'll let you know what we decide, I say to Azar. For now, I'm going to check in on my friends and get settled in my bunk.
You and your Draconi will be given quarters here in the main building as my guests,
Azar says.
I will have someone show you to your new rooms. And I would prefer if you would not tell your friends about particular aspects of the volunteer program.
He gestures at Jurek. I frown at that. How do I explain where I've been for 3 days if I can't tell them what's happened? Or why I'm being moved?
You're working on a special project for me.
Azar's reply is as instant as it is smooth.
You can't discuss it with them right now, but it's about something you found on a scavenging run, and you're looking to incorporate it into the fort's defenses. Give them just enough details to sound believable.
Like he does? Ugh. I'm filled with even more distrust. And how do I explain Jurek's presence?
You don't. Not yet. It can be explained later, if you stay.
I scowl at that. I know where your rooms will be, Gwen says, suddenly jumping to her feet. Come on, I'll show you. She gives me a meaningful look. Vaughn will want to talk for a bit anyhow, and if you're visiting, that's the perfect time. I open my mouth to protest that I haven't agreed to be separated from Jurek, but something in Gwen's manner stops me.
It will be all right,
Jurek reassures me.
They cannot keep you from me anywhere in this hive. I have your scent in my nose, and our spirits are shared. I will find you anywhere, and they know that. He will have no luck trying to keep you from me if that is his goal.
If you're sure.
Oh, I am very sure that I could find you anywhere.
Jurek stands next to me, toying with my ponytail, and he gazes down at me with that utterly confident expression that makes my insides flutter. Now I'm the one that hesitates. He's just going to let me go? Just like that? After being so possessive? I'm oddly hurt.
I am trying to give you room,
he explains.
I cannot hover over you at all times, though I would prefer to do so.
He caresses my cheek.
I will let you go for a short time, but only because I intend on smothering you with my attentions the moment you return.
Fair enough. I hate that I've turned into this silly, needy creature, but at the same time, he's not laughing at me. I like that he feels the same. Come on, Gwen says, gesturing that we should follow her. I'll show you to your rooms, and then you guys can figure out whatever you need to. She heads off down the hall, Vaughn giving us a curious look before he follows behind his mate. I take Jurek's hand in mine, and he carries my pack as we head out of Azar's private quarters. She leads us down another one of the many halls and then pauses in front of a door. These are the guest quarters Azar saves for visitors, but we don't get many. He's not a popular guy. Her smile is tight. I think he keeps hoping that some of the other Dragon Bonded will take him up on his offer and show up in Fort Dallas, but no one will. She gestures across the hall. This is me and Vaughn. Feel free to ask us anything you need to know. We've been here a month or two ourselves. Thanks. I let go of Jurek's hand and push the door open to our new room. It's dark and quiet inside, but clean. The bed takes up the majority of the room and looks a lot like 2 full-size beds pushed together into one massive setup, complete with fresh blankets and fluffy pillows. New-looking magazines and books are set up on a shelf, and it looks as if there's an attached bathroom. Swanky. Oh, Azar makes sure he lives in style, Gwen says wryly. She looks at Vaughn and then nods. Then she turns to us, her voice low. Can we come in for a minute?
Vaughn is reaching out to me, Jurek says. He is trying to connect with me, to touch minds. I have been blocking him because I thought he was one of Azar's creatures, but now I do not know. Should I speak to him?
I don't know. Gwen senses our hesitation. Vaughn was infected by the Silurian mind control back in his world, but he says it's not possible for Azar to tap into your mate through him. That takes too much control, and he's stretched thin holding on to the dragons he has. I know you probably don't believe me, but I swear it's the truth.
He is stretched thin, Jurek admits after a moment. I felt the Silurian trying to probe my mind once, and then I felt his captive Dracony waking up. After that, he pulled back.
Okay, then. I trust you. I glance at Jurek. Jurek looks over at Vaughn, and the 2 golden-skinned men stare at each other for a long moment. Then, like the sun coming out from behind the clouds, recognition dawns on Jurek's face.
I know him.
Vaughn grins too. And then the 2 Dracony men are bro-hugging and slapping each other on the back in the world's most enthusiastic but silent reunion. Funny how they've been staring at each other for the last hour, but it's just now they recognize each other, Gwen murmurs. It's the mind touch. That's how they communicate. It makes sense that he doesn't really see him until their minds link, I say, then feel stupid for pointing it out. Of course she knows that. I can feel Jurek's joy, and it makes me so happy for him. To have a piece of his history returning to him like this must be a priceless treasure. While you 2 catch up, I'm going to talk to Rachel, Gwen says. I'll escort her over to her friends. She caresses Vaughn's cheek, and the dragon gives her a heated look of promise that makes me blush, because it's also very familiar. I've seen that same look on Jurek's face as he watches me. I turn to my dragon, hesitating. You'll be okay while I'm gone? I won't be long. I just need to check on Jenny and Manda and the others. He pulls me into his arms, nuzzling at my neck as if determined to leave another mark on my skin.
I will miss you, but we are connected. If you feel in danger, call for me. I will hear you, and I will tear this place apart to get to you. This I swear.
No tearing apart necessary, I tell him.
So you say. I will reserve judgment.
He takes the pack off his shoulder and carefully slides it onto mine, snapping the belt at my waist so it won't slide off my shoulders.
Do not make me come look for you.
So bossy, I send back. You're not the boss of me.
I am, and I will show you just how I boss you later.
His eyes heat bright gold with promise. I stare, entranced, because he really is the most gorgeous thing in the world, and I'm utterly besotted with him. Gwen gently puts a hand on my shoulder, steering me toward the door. I know how you feel. It gets better over time, the obsession. Obsession is a good way to describe it. It's not quite love, not yet. But Jurek consumes my every waking thought and moment. I'm having a hard time thinking about my pre-Jurek life because it seems so pale and colorless and one-dimensional compared to what I have now. Everything's changed in a few days. It gets better over time? I echo, forcing myself to break eye contact, to head to the door. Jenny, Manda, Christy. I have to check on them. Well, not exactly, but you just get more used to being dazzled by them. Gwen offers me a crooked smile. Dazzled. Now that's a good word for it. I take one last longing look at dazzling Jurek and then head out with Gwen. I'll visit my friends, let them know I'm fine, drop off my gifts as an apology for not being able to stay, and return to Jurek as quickly as possible. Gwen waits for me to take the lead. Immediately, I head in the opposite direction of our quarters. Gwen immediately links her arm with my good one, acting like we're best friends. I'm startled at the contact, but she leans in. Just make this look like we're best buddies catching up if anyone reports back to Azar. Do you not trust him, then? Trust is such a strong word. I believe that he thinks he's doing the best thing for this fort, and yet his methods make me squint hard. Her smile grows stiff. Like the whole volunteer program and the panties? That's a problem. He deliberately didn't tell us about that shit because he knew Vaughn and I would have a problem with it, and we do. That program feeds a lot of people that wouldn't have options otherwise, I warn her. You might not like it, but for some girls, it's either that or spend all night on your back for a bowl of stew. I know, all of this is problematic. Like the dragons. She gestures at the barricade in the distance as we cross the sludgy yard heading toward the main soldier barracks. You and I both know that there are real people in there, trapped people, for all that they're dracony. But they're also insane killers, and Azar keeping those 6 captive means the 200 or so people that live here are safe. It's an ugly trade-off, but I don't know if it's the wrong one. Like I said, it's all problematic. I wish there were clear-cut answers, but there aren't any, which brings me back to Azar. Oh? When Vaughn and I first arrived to hear him out, he wanted us to fly to the rift. Apparently, he's been trying to get someone to fly back through for a while and see if they can make it back to the other side. Mated draconi are best, you see, because he'll come back for a mate, whereas someone he has mind-controlled he might lose if they get to the other side. And that's a big if. I'm not entirely convinced anyone can get to the rift. She shakes her head. But it might be worth it to try anyhow. How do you know we're going to try and fly to the rift? I keep my voice light, as if that wasn't what we were thinking entirely. Because Vaughn and I had the same thought, and we keep thinking about it. What if we're wrong and Azar's tricking us? What if this is some sort of long con? There's no way for us to know. So why don't you fly and see if you can get to it? I want to, if Vaughn says no. He especially won't try it now, because... She glances around. When she's sure no one is listening in, she continues, We're expecting. Oh. Congratulations? I know, and you know, that the babies have special powers. I don't want Azar knowing that I'm pregnant. She bites her lip. Or that I've started having dreams, too. That uneasy feeling grows in the pit of my stomach. Dreams? About the rift. They started after I found out I was pregnant. She grimaces. Again, I don't know if it's because Azar planted something in my head, but you suspect it's real. I finish. I'm terrified that it's real. She purses her lips. Utterly terrified. She squeezes my hand. So, I want you and Jurek to know the deal going in. What Azar's been trying to get people to do. And I want you to know that Vaughn and I will have your back if you tell him no. What does he want from us, truly? Exactly what he says. He wants dragons, sane dragons, to protect the fort. He wants to stop whatever it is from coming through. And he probably wants you guys to fly to the rift and check it out. Answer a few questions we all have.
Maybe we should.
Jurek's thoughts float through my mind.
Not just to see if he is a liar, but to see if I can return home.
A hot knife of grief stabs through me. You'd go without me?
Never. I'd take you with me. But if we have options, we can choose what world to live in.
He's got a point. We're talking about it, I admit to Gwen. I thought you might. And if you try it, I have riding gear. Riding gear? Her smile grows wide. Of course. Riding gear so you can ride your dragon. I never thought of that. 35. Rachel. Gwen drops me off in front of the familiar barracks I've called home for the last several months with a promise to talk later. I've got a lot swirling through my head. An overwhelming amount, really, and it's underscored by the faint, constant touch of Jurek's mind to mine as he checks on me telepathically
and manages to hold a conversation with Vaughn at the same time. Vaughn is describing his madness and how long he was lost for, and I send a positive wave of affection to Jurek because I don't want him affected by the other dragon's story.
I will not fall apart,
He promises me.
The touch of your mind on mine keeps me centered.
Good, I tell him as I push into the barracks and head for my room. I want you centered. I want... Oh my God, Rachel! Jenny's happy squeal echoes in the hall, distracting me entirely. I'm bear-hugged in the next moment, Jenny's exuberance nearly sending me crashing into a wall. Where have you been? Rachel! Manda's right behind her, waiting to give me a hug, too, her face lit up with happiness. God, I want to tell them everything. Seeing them feels so strange. And it makes me oddly sad, too. I feel like I haven't seen them in 1,000 years, not just 3 days. I feel like the old Rachel is gone, and in her place is a different Rachel. A Rachel with fire in her blood and a dragon in her head. I've been entirely remade in the last few days, reforged with steel, and given new things to worry about. And the two of them seem so innocent. Jenny and Manda are wearing the stupid sack dresses of the program, and Jenny has her hair pulled into a clip atop her head, while Manda has her typical long ponytail. Looking at them, I feel leagues older. And they can't know about any of it. It feels as if there's another rift opening up, one separating me from my friends. And it's awful and it sucks, and yet it's for their own good. I think. So I smile brightly. You're not going to believe me, but I have had a wild 3 days. And then I launch into a big story about how I found something that I'm not allowed to talk about, and how I've been working on a secret mission for Lord Azar for the last few days. They buy it easily, and Manda even adds that Daniels told her I was working on a special project. No one even asks about a single dragon, and that just makes me feel even more distant from them. We retreat to our room and sit on our bunks to catch up. Jenny shows me the stitches on a new quilt she's working on. I smile and listen as they talk about barracks gossip. It seems Christy reported Manda sneaking off with one of the soldiers and complained about it to Daniels. Instead of getting Manda booted, Christy was reassigned to a different room and told to keep her mouth shut. Manda blushes as she tells me this, but I think she's secretly pleased.
Of course she is. Her mate is looking out for her.
He's not her mate.
Then this is how he becomes it.
Jurek doesn't see a problem with any of this, and I fight back a sigh of exasperation. You okay? Jenny asks, nudging the candle at her bedside so she can see better. She shoves her needle into her quilt block even as Manda pages through a magazine. You got a weird look on your face just now. I'm fine, I promise them. I haven't slept much lately, and there's so much to do, it's hard to turn my mind off. I gesture at her new project. Tell me about your quilt. Where'd you get that pink patch? Jenny smiles brightly and starts talking, but I'm not listening. I'm thrilled that they're okay, but even so, this feels hollow, forced a little. Jenny and Manda are so safe and secure in their bunks. They really have no idea of what's going on. I feel like all the layers have been peeled away and I'm left raw. How can I sit and talk about quilts when our world could be invaded by something worse than dragons? How can I listen to Manda's sigh about how polite and kind Daniels is when I can't tell them about Jurek? It's only been 3 days, but I feel years apart from them, and it hurts. Even so, I try. I smile and pay attention to their stories, but when the dinner bell sounds and Jenny and Manda jump to their feet, I'm slower to rise. Hurry up, Manda tells me, tossing the magazine down on her bunk. I heard the soldiers caught 2 deer today, and there's fresh meat for everyone. Jenny just gives me a weird look. She touches Manda's arm as the other girl rushes past us. Save our spots in line, okay? When Manda leaves the room, Jenny turns back to me, troubled. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, I lie. You're usually the first one at the door when the dinner bell rings, Jenny says. She's not wrong. It's just, right now my belly's full of Azar's food and my thoughts are on Gwen's flying equipment. Flying on Jurek's back, a saddle. The thought makes me breathless. I can't imagine all the places we can go, and... Jenny touches my hand. Rachel?
Right. I flush, feeling ashamed for ignoring her when she's standing right in front of me. I squeeze her hand. I'm sorry, I've got a lot going on. You go on to dinner, I have to be somewhere. Are you sure you're all right? I want to tell her that I'm more than all right, that Jurek has me, and being linked to him is the most breathtakingly intense feeling, and I've never experienced anything that felt so right. At the same time, I just learned about the rift, and if it's true, I'm not sure I'll ever be right again. Right enough, I promise her, and then hug her close. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. She laughs and hugs me back. I'm not worried about you at all. I'm worried about anyone that stands in your way. Somehow that makes me feel better. I rejoin Jurek a short time later, and it's interesting how very easy it is for me to find him. Even though I'm unfamiliar with this part of the barracks, I can sense his presence, as blazing and real as the sun. And so it's just a matter of heading toward it until I find the right door. He's seated in our room, resting on his folded legs on the floor, his eyes whirling gold as he communicates with Vaughn. The other dragon sits across from him in a similar pose, both of them naked. A few days ago, this would have been weird. Now I barely blink an eye.
He remembers so much more than I do,
Jurek tells me, thoughts warm with delight.
He is sharing with me the cliffs of his home. It is like seeing my world again.
I catch a flurry of glimpses of another world, one with redder skies and desolate sweeping sand dunes and craggy cliffs. It's beautiful but harsh, and in his mind's eye there are dragons in the skies, and his thoughts are free and bright and full of joy. I'm sorry you're stuck here.
It is an idealized memory,
he admits, getting to his feet.
We do not share memories of being enslaved by the Silurians, or being torn from families. We do not share hard years under their rule. We want to only remember the good things.
Fair enough. Should I leave?
No, stay.
His eyes whirl a brighter gold.
I like you here with me. Vaughn's female will meet us when we are ready.
Ready?
To use their riding gear.
Have we decided then?
Have we not? I am in your mind. I feel how you feel.
His thoughts are surprisingly gentle, even as he rises to his feet and pulls me into his arms, shamelessly making out with me in front of his buddy.
You know as well as I do that there will be no rest for either of us until we have answers.
He's right, much as I hate to admit it. The thought of flying up to the rift and seeing just what's lurking there is mildly terrifying. What if something really is looking back? What if it doesn't like that we fly up to say hello? What if just flying that high hurts Jurek or makes him lose his mind again? Weirdly enough, I'm less afraid of seeing a monster than finding out that one's running Fort Dallas, though. I need to get answers, if only to establish what path I need to go down. I run my fingers along Jurek's strong jaw, looking into his eyes thoughtfully. So we're doing this tonight?
Is there a point in waiting?
He asks me.
I will wait if you want to, but I am fondest of learning bad things quickly so I know how to deal with them.
Ripping the Band-Aid off, I agree. And I can't help but ask. I notice we're assuming that he's right, that there is something up there.
I do not know if he is right or if he is lying,
Jurek admits, leaning in to kiss me with the lightest, most fluttery of kisses.
But Vaughn and his mate are convinced that he is right. Part of me hopes that he is wrong and just a liar. But then that will make Vaughn and his mate his accomplices, and I do not like that thought either.
He's got a point. Like Gwen said, there's no easy answer. It's all tricky. No matter what we find out, it's not great news.
Even if he is a liar,
Jurek looks at me with serious, steady eyes.
I would like to see if it is possible to get to the rift, to see if there is a way home for my people. Now that I have returned to myself and I am happy with my mate, I feel I owe it to others of my kind that still suffer under the madness. If they can cross home, we must do everything we can to help them, for your people's sake and for mine.
He's right. There's a million reasons to go and check things out. Let's get this ball rolling, then. Jurek gives me a smile of pride, and I know he wants to check things out as badly as I do. He won't be reckless with my safety, though, so if I'd said no, he'd have pulled back. But in this, we're united.
We are united in more than just this,
Jurek reassures me.
Do you not feel it? How one we are?
He presses his forehead to mine, gazing into my eyes. I do. Just like I mused earlier, my life feels distinctly divided between before Jurek and after Jurek. Before Jurek, I was managing to squeeze through life day by day. Now, the world is full of possibility. I just don't want that possibility snatched away from me by whatever is lurking in the rift. If there's anything lurking in the rift.
We get answers,
Jurek promises me.
Tonight.
Answers, I agree, and suck in a breath. I'm ready. 36. Rachel. We meet Gwen on the roof of the parking garage where she sits atop one of the old abandoned cars. She hops to her feet at the sight of us, shaking her head. I don't know if I'm thinking you're both ballsy or crazy. Her gaze rests on me for a moment. Either way, I should say thank you for doing this. Her gaze flicks to Vaughn, who stands near my Jurek, and I suspect that this is something she and her mate have argued about several times more than she's let on. Let's just hope we find some good information out and it's not a waste of time. Vaughn and Jurek gaze at each other for a long moment, and I can feel the flutter of Jurek's thoughts as he speaks with the other dragon man privately. I'm oddly jealous that Jurek has someone else to talk to. It's stupid, but I want to monopolize him. I want to be part of everything. How needy is that?
Not needy,
Jurek sends back to me.
I understand it, and he is asking if he and his mate need to restrain you.
Restrain me? I shoot a worried look at Jurek. Restrain me how?
If I decide to go up alone.
His burning golden gaze locks on me.
Vaughn thinks it is safest to leave my mate behind, in case you are with child.
I stiffen. Don't you fucking dare.
I would not.
Jurek reassures me.
I want you with me. I stand the best chance of doing this with your strength.
He reaches out and takes my hand.
We are in this together, no matter what.
I smile, relieved. I don't want to be left behind ever again.
Never,
he agrees. Everything settled? Gwen asks, and I nod. She opens the door on one of the cars, one with the glass still intact, and pulls out a big leather saddle and what looks like a jillion straps. Let me show you how this works, then. A short time later, Jurek has shifted to his battle form and the small saddle is perched between his shoulder blades. A harness network anchors the saddle in place, looping around his neck and his forelegs. There's reins for me to hold on to also, that loop around his neck, but Gwen warns me they're just for show. Even if you tugged as hard as you could, I don't think you could stop him like you could a horse. I give her a wry smile and hold up my stump, reminding her that my grip is still half as strong as hers. Right. She purses her lips, studying Jurek's big form. When you get up there, I suggest you knot them around your arm then. I think we're in more danger of falling than they are of losing control. Gotcha.
I will not let you fall,
Jurek tells me, slightly indignant at the thought. I know, but her suggestion is smart. I smile at Gwen, then take a deep breath and approach Jurek. Time to do this then. Help me up. My dragon lies flat on his belly and extends his palm out to me. I step onto it and his claws curl around my lower half. Then he raises me into the air up to his shoulder. I nearly slip out of his grasp, but manage to clumsily grab at the saddle. This would be tricky with two hands, but with just one, it's frustratingly awkward and near impossible. I end up face-planting against his scales and inchworming my way until I can reach the pommel.
It is my fault,
Jurek says, and I can feel his frustration.
Next time, I will be better at assisting you.
It's no one's fault, I reassure him. I'm not laying blame. We're both still figuring things out. We'll get better at it. I heave myself onto the saddle, and then spend the next several minutes listening to Gwen's called-out instructions as I snap belts onto my waist and then tie the reins around my stump until I feel practically strapped to Jurik's neck by a million cords.
"Are you sure you are secure?"
Jurik asks.
"I can hold you in my claws if you would rather."
I'm pretty sure I'm in good, I tell him, patting the seatbelt buckle across my hips that's threaded through the back of the saddle itself. Give a good shimmy and try and buck me off, and we'll see how this holds.
Very well.
In the next moment, the calmly sitting dragon gives a massive heave and then shakes like a dog flinging water, and I let out a yelp of surprise. I cling to the pommel as the world sways back and forth and my stomach heaves.
"You said to shimmy."
I did, I manage, swallowing hard as I compose myself. I'm still on, though, so I think it's a success. I lift my hand from the pommel and give Gwen a faint thumbs up. We're good to go. She bites her lip and looks at Vaughn, moving a little closer to him. Good luck, you guys. Speak up if you need help, and Vaughn will come after you. Thanks, I reassure her, knowing very well we're not going to call for him. If we get into something we can't get out of, no sense in dragging him down with us. Not when he's got a baby on the way.
"We will be safe,"
Jurik assures me.
"We are only going to fly as high as we feel is comfortable and take a look around. If it's something he senses, surely we should be able to sense it if we fly closer. And the moment we sense something, we fly back."
Sounds good. Logical. I nod briefly. Let's do this before we have second thoughts.
My heart swells with affection for you,
Jurik sends to me with a fierce wave of pride and pleasure.
You are the bravest of mates.
I'm overcome with emotion at that declaration. There's so much I want to say. But then Jurik leaps into the air and I yelp as he surges forward, and then we're flying. The late afternoon breeze rips at my hair and I squeeze my eyes to slits to stop them from watering. The sheer freedom of flying comes over me, and I gulp down large breaths of fresh air as we fly higher and higher, moving away from Fort Dallas. I can feel Jurik's pleasure at being in the air, at the fresh breeze that takes away the stink of the fort. For a moment, there's nothing but us in wide open space. Opportunity, joy, freedom. Then Jurik wheels in the sky and begins to pump his wings harder, gaining altitude. I look up and the rift is at the edge of the sky, just as it always is. It never seems as far away as the moon, but I still have my doubts that we can actually get to it. It doesn't seem possible.
We will get as close as we can,
Jurik promises.
I came through, so I should be able to get to it again.
He's got a point. I watch as he goes higher and higher, the pulsing scar of it across the sky leaving me with an uneasy feeling. The edges are an unnatural green, as if tearing a hole into our world made the sky sick, and it's decaying at the edges. Inside the rift, I see nothing but blackness. That's normal, though. For the next while, neither Jurik nor I speaks as he continues to fly higher and higher. I can feel his determination to get to the rift, even as the air grows cool and thins out. The clouds drift below us, and yet we're still not there. Surely we've been flying for at least an hour, but to me, the rift looks no larger than it ever does.
I can go higher,
Jurik tells me. His wings strain just a little, but he keeps going. Higher and higher. So high that now I'm having to gulp at the air to try and fill my lungs. It's cold and slightly damp up here, and I shiver as my dragon pushes himself harder and harder.
I can do this,
he tells me.
I can.
I know you can, I send to him fiercely. If anyone can, it's you. You're amazing. I feel his pride and the renewed surge of energy. Jurik pushes closer. And then something pulses. It's like reality breaks for a moment. The rift itself seems to grow larger because now it covers the sky in front of us, where it didn't moments ago. Before I can ask Jurik what's going on, I feel him falter. His mind goes black. And then I feel something. Something dark and awful and wrong. The rift feels oppressive and strong, and I gag in the back of my throat. I struggle to focus, to pay attention, to try to see what it is that's causing this feeling. Is it the rift itself? Is it something else? Jurek? I ask. Do you see anything? No answer. The Dracony flaps his wings slowly, bobbing in front of the now insanely close rift, but there's no response to my mental touch. Something brushes against my hair. A bird? I jerk in surprise because birds don't normally fly this close to Jurek. It's only when I feel the spindly, hard legs in my hair and hear a strange buzzing that I panic. I scream, grab whatever it is, and fling it away from me. I'm horrified at the sight of the insect that flies away. It's a weird, shiny green, about the size of my forearm, and looks like nothing I've ever seen before. With a gasp, I look up at the rift just in time to see another enormous bug crawl along the edge before fluttering into the sky here. Why are bugs coming through? Why? The air grows heavy. There's a foul, awful smell that suddenly permeates the air, and the rift pulses again, growing larger. It looks like it's going to swallow us up, and I let out a little cry, jerking on the reins attached to my stump. Jurek! Jurek, we have to get away! Jurek doesn't answer. His mind is completely blank. Jurek! I scream, tugging as hard as I can. Jurek! The smell gets stronger and I gag again, fighting to keep my lunch down. The rift shimmers and I stare uneasily at it, watching in horror as another bug comes through. And then something shifts inside the blackness. Something gleams, ever so slightly, like light reflecting off of an eyeball. But if that's an eye, it's the size of a football stadium. Jurek! I cried, jerking on the reins again. Please! The dragon gives a great bodily shudder, as if he's finally hearing me, and flails. His wings flap wildly, his body tilting in midair, and I go flying. My ass leaves the saddle for a long, ugly moment, and then thumps back into it as air rushes past us, ripping at my hair, my cheeks, and my clothing. The world spirals around us, out of control. Jurek's no longer flapping his wings. He's free-falling.
37. Jurek. I cannot see what lurks behind the rift. I cannot see it, but I can sense it. And it is enough to numb my mind with such horror that I am not certain if I can ever recover. Evil. Pure evil. Filth. Decay. All these things flood into my mind, corroding the telepathic links I have worked so hard to reforge. Gone is Vaughn's voice, the mail checking in as we flew higher and higher. Gone is my mate's sweet light, leaving only the sickly residue of whatever it is that emanates from the rift. Then, the rift pulses and enlarges, almost as if it is reaching out for me. Dimly, I hear my mate scream my name, but I am frozen in place, locked into the horror that peers from the other side of the rift. It wants to come through. It is hungry, and it will leave nothing in its wake. The rift throbs and pulses again, an open wound begging to be healed. Instead, it has become even more infected than before, and that infection threatens to spread from beyond the rift and into this world. No! The voice is soft, young, strong, full of light. Luminora. No! Comes another, equally strong. Salavatri. She adds her light to Luminora's, and both of them reach out to touch my mind, to bring it back from the darkness. I feel them join together, their mental bond sweeping me up into the light as they push back against the rift. Whatever is there does not like their brilliance and recedes once more. I know it is not gone for good. This world is too tempting. But for now, all is well. I float in a haze of distraction, not wanting to return to myself. Not yet. My mind hurts. It is not ready to dwell on what I have learned. I am here, Luminora tells me, and her thoughts are like a balm on my shredded mind. All will be well. Fly, Salavatri commands, her tone less sweet than Luminora's. Fly. Fly? I come to my senses, only to realize that I am plummeting toward the ground, my wings collapsed, the wind tearing at the small passenger on my back, who only stays strapped to me due to the cords holding her to my shoulders. Rachel. My everything. I can feel the frantic beat of her mind against my own. She desperately says my name over and over again, and she sobs, only for the sounds to be ripped away by the wind. She is terrified we are going to die, but more than that, she is terrified that I am broken. While I floated outside of myself, I forgot everything. I have to save her. She's everything I have struggled for, everything I have ever wanted. I can't let her fall. I have to fly. Now. I spread my wings, hard. The wind rips at them, and we fly backward, caught in an updraft. My bones creak, pain throbbing through my body. The world resists trying to stop my fall, but I clench my jaw and force myself to remain locked, to keep my wings out and upright no matter what. I am here, I tell Rachel. I have you. Jurek, she sobs, her mind full of relief. Oh my God, are you okay? I am now. My muscles feel as if they are on fire as our tumultuous flight slows and we begin to drift lazily toward the ground below. What? No, I interrupt. We cannot talk about it yet. I am still afraid that if I do, I will get lost in the darkness of it and lose myself once more. I can't risk my mate. She is everything. I fill the mental bond with a rush of love, of protectiveness. Let me get you to safety. Then we will talk. She leans forward on her saddle and presses her cheek to my neck scales, ready to collapse. We're together, she promises me. That's all that matters.
38. Rachel. I have never, ever been so scared in my damn life. Jurek glides to the roof of the parking garage, the same spot that we launched from a lifetime ago. Vaughn is there in dragon form, Gwen waiting with him, but I barely pay attention to them. I'm too focused on Jurek, the rigid set of his thoughts, the pain that I can feel throbbing through his wings from trying to stop our freefall. Jurek lands as gently as a butterfly, and the moment he touches the ground, I rip at the belts and buckles that hold me strapped to him, gasping for air. I'm on the verge of a panic attack as I fumble at straps, tearing them free, until I slip off his side and land on my ass on the concrete. Rachel! Gwen rushes to my side, Vaughn ruffling his wings in distress. Are you okay? I roll onto my side, closing my eyes and pressing my cheek to the warm concrete for a moment. Ground. Solid ground. Or close enough. I take a deep, shaky breath and then sit up, nodding. I'm okay, Gwen. Then I immediately look over at Jurek. Jurek, who's been so quiet in my mind. Jurek, who shifted back to two-legged form and has his head in his hands, as if it holds entirely too much information right now. God, I know how that feels. With a choking sob, I get to my feet and fling myself at him. I wrap my arms around his big golden body, my fingers on his skin, wishing I had 2 hands to touch him, 2 hands to cup his face and tell him that it's all right, that I wanted to try that just as badly as he did. Because I can feel it now, even though he's trying to trap all of it inside his head. Jurek is riddled with guilt. His thoughts creep in through our bond, even though he tries to hide them from me. He should never have taken me with him. He should never have risked me like that. He almost got me killed. The thoughts roll through his mind over and over again.
You risked her.
He chides himself.
You risked everything.
I'm here, I tell him, choking on my tears. I'm here. He looks up at me, and there is such intensity in them. The gold so heavily striated with black that I can see the torture he's putting himself through, even if he won't share all of it with me. We chose to do that together, I remind him with a whisper. I didn't want you to go alone.
I risked you.
And if I hadn't been there, I might have lost you. Who's to say you wouldn't have reacted worse to that thing if I hadn't been there? If we hadn't been linked? He shudders and buries his face against my chest.
I was not prepared for that.
No one could be prepared, I tell him, cradling his head to my chest as he holds tight to me. His arms are clutching me so tight he might leave bruises, but I don't care. I just want to be held by him right now. I stroke my fingers over the shorn locks of his hair, rubbing his scalp. Don't blame yourself. No one could ever be prepared. Are you guys okay? Gwen asks after a moment.
Vaughn wishes to know what we saw.
I can feel the distaste in Jurik's thoughts. Not for Vaughn and his question, but at the thought of having to relive what we just went through. I hold him closer, not caring that his face is buried between my boobs. Will you show me what you saw? I'll show mine too.
Give me a moment, and we will all share,
Jurik tells me.
I will share what you give to Vaughn, and he will share with his mate.
I nod. Then we only have to live through it again once. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Azar sensed that thing. Does he feel what we did every day?
I do not envy him. Not at all.
We all sit down on the concrete, and I lean my cheek against Jurik's arm. I feel totally drained right now, just completely done. It's going to take me days to recover from everything that I've experienced this afternoon, and it'll take me even longer to forget it, if I ever can. Some, I suspect, is going to be burned into my brain for all time.
Are you ready to share?
Jurik asks, putting his hand out for mine.
Vaughn and his mate are ready.
I swallow hard, then nod. We only have to do this once. I can get through it. I take a deep, calming breath and then try to relive that awful moment. The pulsing of the rift. The bug that landed in my hair. The bug that crawled out of the rift as I watched. The eye that stared back. The feeling of wrongness, of evil, of decay. Jurik shares it too. How his mind pulsed with the awfulness of whatever it was. The looming presence. The sheer power and evil of it. Whatever it was, it's very, very real, and it's not looking to play nice. It's an utterly sobering realization, and Gwen and Vaughn are shocked as we share it. Eventually, Gwen swallows and speaks up, but I can tell that she's shaken. Azar said, I didn't imagine. She put her fingers to her mouth, thoughtful. The rift. It pulsed when you guys were there, as if it was trying to reach out and take you, like a Venus flytrap. I shudder. I don't think it's safe for anyone to go back and try to go through the rift. Anyone at all. We have to warn any others that it's not worth trying. How do we fight this? Gwen asks, her expression devastated. I'm sure it matches my own. How do we stop something like that? I don't know.
We do not stop it,
Jurik says, his mind suddenly calm.
We do not have the power, but others do. Salavatri and Luminura. They pushed it back without effort.
They're babies, I protest. Vaughn agrees with me.
They are infants, but they are not like infants in your world or mine. They are the best of both worlds. We do not have much of ourselves left in this place, but both of them arrived with long, glorious names and strong minds, able to withstand all that this world tries to destroy. They are the solution.
Gwen touches her stomach after glancing at her mate. The Draconi are right. The babies really are connected to this world, and strong. Vaughn struggled a lot more before coming to Fort Dallas. Just having the babies close by helps him, and your mate seems solid.
Their presence helps me as well. I was lost before Luminura's birth.
The more babies there are, the safer we'll be, Gwen says. When mine is born, he or she can help. Already I feel it at times. It comes in, and when I start having bad dreams, he chases them away. Or she. She smiles. It's hard to explain, but Vaughn feels it too. Babies, I echo. Who'd have thought the answer would be babies? Do we have enough time to wait for more babies? How far are you along? Do we have 7 more months? Try 2, Gwen says. Dracony gestation is a lot faster than ours, apparently. Oh. I can't imagine. It seems so sudden. Jurek takes my hand and lifts it to his lips. You know what this means, my fires. It means I must get you pregnant with my child. I sputter, my face searing bright red. I avoid looking at anyone but him as I ask my question, silently. You mean to tell me we have to have sex to save the world? It will be no hardship. His smile is predatory as he kisses my knuckles again. I can just guess what he's telling you, Gwen muses. Is it even the right thing to do? I ask. Bringing a child into this world with that hanging over our heads? I nod at the skies, indicating the distant rift. It might be the only thing to do. Gwen shakes her head, a rueful expression on her face. Man, I really, really hate that Azar is going to say I told you so when he hears about this. Maybe we don't tell him. We must, Jurek says. If we have information, we must share it. We would expect the same of him. As much as I do not like or trust him, we must all work together in this. Together, I echo. Making babies. What does this world come to? For that, you only work with me. Jurek's tone is utterly possessive, and he pulls me closer.
39. Jurek. I can feel Rachel's thoughts whirling with worry and distress as we leave Vaughn and his mate. My female wants to retreat to our quarters, to sort through everything we both have learned this day, and to sleep. She is exhausted, both mentally and physically. When I pick her up in my arms and carry her toward our new nest, inside one of the hive's many cave-like structures, she does not even complain. She just burrows against my neck and sighs deeply. When I get to our quarters, I pick through her memories for how to operate the round thing on the portal. A doorknob. I twist it and push the door open, and then close it behind us once more. The room is small and dark, the air stale, and I immediately feel trapped. This is to be our home for the near future? I fight the feeling of suffocation rushing through me. There is no place to stretch my wings, to recline in battle form. No nothing. Just a small, cramped room made for humans. And the stink of the human hive is everywhere. I'm sorry, Rachel says tiredly. She senses my distress. I know it's not great for you. It's a good human place, but not a good dragon place. In her eyes, they are very fine quarters. The bed is large and soft, with pillows and fresh blankets. There are no windows, because windows are not safe when attacks come from above. In her eyes, the room is stuffy, yes, but cozy and protected. That makes me calm a little. We can find a better place for both of us, Rachel promises me. Maybe Gwen and Vaughn know of some abandoned building with a nice roof for you to stretch out on, and we can make a bed there. Tomorrow, I promise her. For tonight, this will do. You are tired. You are too. Even when I set her down on the edge of the bed, she clings to me, wrapping her arms around my waist and burying her face in my neck. I can feel your exhaustion. We have learned a lot today, I admit. It will take some time for all of it to sink in. Rachel makes a soft noise against my neck. I wish he'd been lying. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again with what we saw today. She shudders, and I can feel the terror she pushes to the back of her mind, the overwhelming fear. I will keep you safe, I say. I will, and the infants will. Let me show you how easily they push the evil in the rift back. I open my thoughts to her, giving her a glimpse of Luminora and Salavatri's light, showing her how it felt when they stepped in and so easily thrust the thing back to where it belonged. Rachel's hand plays down the front of my chest, tracing over my pectorals and sending flames of arousal licking up my spine. Is it the right thing to do? To make a baby just to fight this? I pull away from her, gazing at my sweet mate. I study her scarred face, so beautiful and strong that it makes me ache. It would not be the only reason. Do you not want to have a child with me? My child? I have never thought that far ahead. Her thoughts are musing, idle. My life has been consumed with getting through day after day. I've never thought about the future. A family? Someone that will love me and stay with me forever? Having people that won't abandon me? The last thought makes a hot rush of yearning course through our joined minds. Would having a baby be selfish? Not if we both want it. She turns to me, eyes bright. Do you want it? Truly? The thought of you carrying my child fills me with great joy, I confess. I touch her flat stomach, imagining our young growing there. I picture us having a family, and my heart wants that more than anything. But you'll be trapped here. Don't you want to try and find a way home? Her thoughts flick to the thing in the rift earlier, and then flick away again, as if she can't bear even thinking about what that was. My home is here, with you. You are my home, Rachel. Even if I could go back now, I would not leave you. Her eyes brim with tears, and her lower lip wobbles. My mate gazes up at me, and before I can tell her more, she flings herself into my arms, her mouth on mine. I growl low in my throat with pleasure, letting her topple me backward onto the mattress, even as I am careful not to brush my arm spikes or my sharp claws against her soft skin. Her lips slant over mine, hot and hungry, and I love how fierce she is, how full of joy. I flick my tongue against hers, a coaxing tease, and when she shudders, I want to do more. I send her mental images of me ripping her clothing from her skin, my mouth devouring her in all her most secret places. Rachel shudders and pulls away from me, lips parted. Not the clothes. Take them off then. Hurry, because I want to claim you. A little moan escapes her throat, and I can feel how badly she wants that too. She jerks to her feet, scrambling to undress, and I watch her with a hungry gaze as she slides out of her dress, working it off her body and then tossing it to the ground. She wears little scraps of bright-colored fabric over her breasts and loins, ones I have never seen before. I got them at the house. Her mind fills with the images of the place we left recently. There was an entire closet of clothes there, lots of things. I want to go back and bring stuff here if we can. We will go back as often as you like, I promise her. All of it is yours. Her smile brightens, and she turns, presenting her back to me. Can you unsnap this? She indicates the band of fabric. I reach for it with a claw, but she sends me a mental image of how I should work it free, not tear it apart. I glance down at my claws, frustrated. They are far too dangerous for delicate work like undoing her clothing, or touching her in all her pleasurable places. I think of Vaughn, and how he has shorn his claws short. "Because I like touching my mate far too much," he told me with a rumble of laughter. I decide I will do the same. With a hard snap of my teeth, I bite off each lethal claw down as low as possible, spitting it to the side. Rachel turns to watch me, a frown on her face. "Should you be doing that? What about your hunting?" I still have teeth and fire, and this affects my hunting in a bad way. She tilts her head, curious. "What do you mean it affects your hunting in a bad way?" I snap off the last of the claws and then pull my mate into my arms. Because the prey I want to touch is far too fragile for my caresses. Her eyes grow wide, and I can scent her arousal on the air. Instead of pulling her last bits of clothing off her body, I tug her down onto the bed and then run my now blunted fingertips over her glorious body. This is much better, I admit. Now I can put my hands everywhere. Rachel gasps when I slide my fingertips underneath the band of fabric at her hips. I tug it down her legs, and a wave of her arousal scent washes over me. I rumble low in my throat, pleased at how perfect my mate smells. "Are you wet for me, my fires?" "Oh, God," she whispers. "Very." I think I shall find out for myself. I nuzzle her stomach, loving how she reacts to my touch. Her belly shudders and she twitches hard, as if doing her best to stay still. I pull the colorful fabric off her legs and toss it aside, and then gaze upon the feast before my eyes. My mate's strong legs, barely parted, the darker curls covering her cunt, so very enticing. Without my talons, touching her feels very different. I glide a fingertip over the seam of her cunt, and then slide deeper. When I find the entrance to her core, I push into her slowly, savoring the gasp she makes. Her cunt walls clench hard around my finger, making my cock throb in response. Ah, yes. Now I see why Vaughn sheds his claws. I will keep mine short from now on as well. I lower my head, pressing my mouth to her skin in the human way of kissing. She moans, and I can feel her pleasure rolling through her mind like a wave. My cock is unbearably hard with anticipation, but I want to linger over her soft body, to give her as much pleasure as possible. I can wait for my own. I move my lips to the juncture of her thighs and kiss downward. "Jurek!" she gasps, and her hand flies to the shorn hair on my scalp. She clenches there, then grabs at my horns when I give her cunt a long, satisfying lick. The taste of her just makes me hungry for more, and with a ravenous growl, I bury my face between her wet folds, licking and sucking, even as I drive my finger into her cunt, using it as I would my cock. Rachel cries out. Her cunt clenches tight around my finger, and as I drag it out, I add a second one, flexing my fingers as I move inside her. A thought flitters through her mind, and she wonders if I am looking for her G-spot, a spot that human females are said to have that gives them intense pleasure. Well, I am looking for it now, I tell her. If there is a spot I have not touched that brings her pleasure, I want to find it. "Everything," she wheezes, struggling to breathe as I lick the button of her clit. "Everything you do brings me pleasure. Oh, God, right there!" Her legs draw up, her mouth contorting as I touch a soft, spongy spot on the front wall of her cunt. I rumble with pleasure at her response, dragging my tongue over her clit as I tease that new spot inside her once more. Rachel has never quite come apart like this in my arms. Each time, I have always made sure that she has climaxed and received her pleasure, but the woman I stroke right now is utterly wild with need. Her hips buck against my mouth, her thighs jerking and clenching, her head tossing back and forth as I work her. "Jurek! Fuck! Oh fuck! Jurek! That's—" Her body seizes tight, and a hot flood of release bathes my mouth as she climaxes. I growl against her clit, loving this. I am going to find this spot every time from now on, I promise her. I want you to come like this every time, my Rachel. She slowly drifts back to herself, and then lets out a soft, dreamy sigh. Oh, wow. Hungrily, I kiss back up her legs, sliding my body over hers. Let me fill you with my seed, my mate. Let me give you a child. I let my hunger for her, for the family we could create together, drift through my mind. I push her thighs apart, resting my cock against the slick warmth of her cunt. Even though this is not how Draconi mate, I like this. Prefer it, even, because I can look at her in the eyes and watch her expression as I claim her. I dig my fingers into her soft hair and drag my cock through her folds, even as I take her mouth. Shall I do that, my sweet fires? Shall I give you my essence? Shall I fill your cunt so full of my seed that it will drip out of you, and then I will fill you again? Rachel whimpers against my kiss. Just promise you'll never leave me. Promise we'll always be together. I feel the worry inside her, the terrible fear, that she will lose her heart to me and give me everything, only to be abandoned again. You are mine forever, I promise her. Once a Draconi has shared his fires, he is complete. There is nothing else for him but mate and family. I would never look at another, never even scent another female but you. Even the thought is appalling. Do you not feel my cock shrivel at the thought? Look in me and see the truth of it, my mate. She kisses me hungrily. I trust you, Jurek. I trust you. Her trust alone is the greatest of gifts. I claim her mouth, and as I press gentle, soft kisses to her lips, I push into her yielding body. She welcomes me with wide eyes and a full, trusting heart, and I feel complete. This is my world. It does not matter what comes from the rift, or where our lives will take us. As long as I have Rachel at my side, we will make a home together. It is enough. She is enough. And when I release inside her and fill her with my seed, both of us are excited about the future. Together.
40. Weeks later. Rachel. Life goes on. I suppose it always does. Weeks pass and no monster comes through the rift. Instead, the rift looks as it always has, an ugly green and black scar on an otherwise cloudless blue sky. No monsters reach through, no leering eyes peek out, no nothing. It's enough to make a girl doubt her sanity because the next few weeks are just perfect. Life is wonderful. As I lie in bed for my afternoon nap, I touch the small bulge of my belly, where it's just now starting to get hard. My baby's in there. My baby and Jurek's baby. I wasn't sure at first how I felt about having a child. There's so many reasons it feels selfish. But Jurek's enthusiasm fueled mine, and the moment I felt the bloom of life inside me, I knew it was the right decision. I can feel my baby, which is strange and wonderful. It's a little current of thoughts trickling against my own, occasionally stirring at times and making me crave weird foods, like raw meat. Luckily, Jurek is the best mate a girl could ever have and sees to all my needs. I roll over in bed, yawning as my stomach growls. It's always growling now.
as if my body is realizing that we have a dragon that can hunt for fresh meat and see to all my needs, and so now I'm constantly hungry. Ravenous, really. Gwen tells me it's the baby, the dracony side craving fresh meat. I'm sure she's right. The only person that eats more around here is Gwen. In the months since Jurek and I have mated, her belly has gone from invisible to popped out, and I'm amazed at how fast her pregnancy is increasing. Amazed and a little envious, too. I can't wait to meet my baby. Oh, sure, I know I don't have to wait long, but I'm impatient. I can't wait to hold him or her close and protect him or her from the world. I want to show them that there's good and bad in everything, but the good can be so damn good if you let it.
I like your thoughts,
my mate sends to me.
Hungry?
Starving. I sit up in bed, excited. This morning I'm not hungry for raw meat, but something else. Did you have any luck?
I could not find what you wanted, even though I checked many, many places.
I can feel the frustration in his mind, and his thoughts flicker through a dozen or more empty stores that he searched through, all in vain. Oh. I get to my feet and ignore the surge of nausea that rolls through me. Gwen, the lucky bitch, hasn't had a bit of morning sickness. Me, I have it morning, noon, and night, which sucks because I want to go flying with Jurek. Instead, I spend half my day in Melina's clinic listening to her argue with Azar.
That one.
My mate snorts with annoyance.
You would think a cruel overlord would somehow not pick a mate that loathes him, and yet here he is.
He's in love, I point out. Haven't you seen how he looks at her? The longing looks he gives her?
I only care for the looks he gives my people that he has trapped.
Jurek's thoughts are dark, and I can tell from a mind touch that he's sitting atop the car barricade, trying to speak to one of the mind zombie dragons. It's no use, though. They're locked down tight by Azar's control. And even though we've all agreed that it's a necessary evil for now, I know Jurek wants them free. He brings them food and pushes at their minds, constantly trying to batter at Azar's control. Azar has complained about it, too.
Never to me,
Jurek says fiercely. Never to you, I agree as I step into my flip-flops. My feet are swollen today, which sucks. It's like I'm collecting all the awful side effects while Gwen's glowing like a pregnancy ad. Some people have all the luck. Azar wants you happy here.
Let him think I am happy enough. We both know that the moment things are resolved, we are leaving unless he frees them.
He'll free them, I reassure Jurek. Or he's going to piss off Gwen and Vaughn, too. It's something we've all discussed. We're working with Azar for now, but the moment the problem in the rift is solved, he needs to loosen his control on the Draconi he has trapped, or we're going to war with him. Right now, the only reason Jurek and Vaughn are allowing it at all is because the dragons are lost in madness anyhow, and the dragons protect the fort. It's not a great answer, but it's what we have for now. I'm coming to you, I tell Jurek as I head to the door of our room. You on the roof?
Stay there,
he tells me.
I will join you instead.
I don't complain. Instead, I sit down in the rocking chair in our inside room and relax, my stomach churning. We've kept the indoor bedroom because it's most comfortable for me when I'm feeling ill, but Jurek gets antsy at being closed in. As a compromise, we've claimed the rooftop of a nearby building just outside Fort Dallas and set up a little nest there, complete with purloined patio furniture that can withstand the weather, and we camp out there when my stomach isn't being a jerk. Not too much longer, baby, I tell my queasy stomach. I gripe, but I really don't mind the pregnancy issues. They tell me that my baby's there, and that it's growing strong, and it won't be too long until he, or she, comes out. Yawning, I close my eyes for just a minute. Suddenly, the rift is in front of me. An enormous bug crawls out, then another. The stench of evil is all around us. It pulses, reaching out to grab. A white, gentle light sheets through the dream, and I jerk awake. My stomach flutters, and I put a hand there. Thank you, I tell it. Thank you, little one, for keeping me safe. The door to our room opens and Jurek rushes inside, setting down the bag in his hands. He moves to my side and kneels next to me, a worried expression on his sharp, golden features, his eyes tinged with black.
I felt that,
he tells me.
A nightmare?
Yeah, I must have fallen asleep for just a moment. I rub my eyes and then smile at him. Don't worry, our little one is looking out for me. His big hand goes to my belly and he touches me with wonder.
So he is.
Might be a she.
Might be,
he agrees, and his eyes bleed to gold again.
You look beautiful, my mate.
I rub my mouth, wiping away drool tracks. Uh-huh, I tease. What'd you bring back? Jurek's eyes gleam.
I was not able to find the sweets you wanted, but I traded with Kyle and his mate for something close.
He gets the bag from its spot by the door and holds it out to me. I pull a blue box out of the bag and can't hide my squeal. Oh my God! Claudia gave up some of her Pop-Tarts?
Just one box. Is that enough? Shall I fight them for more?
No, they're our friends. One box is plenty. I clutch it to my chest, thrilled. You're so amazing, Jurek. Thank you, love. My dragon man could not be more proud if I awarded him a Medal of Honor.
I want to please my mate and our child. I am glad I could succeed.
His hand caresses my stomach.
I missed you today.
I missed you too. My eyes fill with tears. I really am not much of a crybaby, but with the pregnancy, I'm weeping over everything. Right now, I just can't get over how much I love my mate, my Jurek. I keep waiting for a bad moment to arrive, for me to get angry at him and realize that I'm not truly in love with him. It never does, though. With every day that passes, I love him more and more. I love the stubborn tilt of his chin, the way he fusses over me, the things he does to make me comfortable. I love his determination, his perseverance. I love his playful side and his serious side. I love how, ever since we bonded, I haven't felt alone. At all. He's there with me day and night, in my mind as well as in my bed. It's the most wonderful thing I could ever imagine. And I don't know why I dragged my feet for so long. I love you, I tell him happily.
I love you too, my fires.
He takes the package from me.
Do you want me to heat those for you?
Smoke curls out of his nostrils.
Kyle said his mate claims people used to eat them hot.
No need to heat them up, I reassure him. I'll love them cold as well as hot.
Do you want one now?
I shake my head. Now that I have a box, an entire box, I want to savor them. Hoard them like a dragon with a treasure. Jurek snorts at that mental image.
You mean you are going to save them and split them with your friends? I am in your mind, remember?
He gets to his feet and presses a kiss to my brow.
Just promise you will save most of it for yourself.
Busted. I promise.
Any more bad dreams?
He asks. Just the one. I caress the box. How's the rift look today?
Quiet, silent, just as usual.
Jurek is unconcerned. I nod. Ever since our terrible flight, we keep waiting for something bad to happen, for the thing lurking on the other side to come through. But it never does, and with every day that passes, it fades a little more. We try to remind ourselves of what we saw, but Azar, much as we dislike him, is the best warning system there is. Him and the babies.
There will be more soon,
Jurek tells me. Not just mine and Gwen's, but other females that have bonded with Draconi males. There is even a Draconi female with a human male for a mate. Soon more bright white stars will join Luminura and Salavatri in the darkness. Maybe eventually they'll cast enough light to free all the Draconi from their madness. And wouldn't that be amazing?
Our world will be completely different then,
Jurek agrees.
But we will get there.
Do you truly think so? I get to my feet and he immediately puts his arms around my waist, holding me close.
I do. And then it truly will be our world.
both dracony and human. But until then...
His smile curls and he gives me a mischievous look.
I will be quite happy to be one of the few lucky males to win a fierce human female to his side.
And will we stay here, in the fort? Or what will you want to call home? I ask, tossing the box on the bed and then curling my hand around the base of Jurik's neck. Will you want to leave?
You are my home. I am already there.
His eyes gleam bright gold, so beautiful it makes me ache.
Home is my mate, my child.
It seems I'm home, too. Epilogue. Jenny. I knock on the door of one of the worst shacks in Fort Dallas. It looks like little more than an old shed with a few add-ons and constantly seems as if it's about to fall apart. The door opens, and a little boy with 2 missing front teeth, pale skin, and curly hair beams up at me.
Did you bring us food, Jenny?
Michael! His mother scolds, coming to the door. She looks like most of the women not in the program. Tired, too thin, and defeated by the world. Her greasy hair is pulled back under a handkerchief, and her pregnant belly sticks out. I smile brightly, even though I'm quietly raging inside because I know her husband is off spending what few supplies they have at the gambling tables in the fort's casino barracks.
You here for the scraps?
I hate the wavering excitement in Bethany's tired voice. I am. I pat my stomach, where I've strapped several days' worth of my breakfast rations and hid them. Got the goods if you've got the scraps. She glances around. Come inside, quick. I step inside, and the interior of their hovel isn't much better than the outside. Smells worse, too. Michael tugs on my dress, smearing it with grimy little hands.
Guess what, Jenny? I caught a bug today, and it was the size of my cat.
Wow, buddy, that's amazing, I say, sharing a wink with his mother. Bethany just shakes her head. Go lay down, Michael. Mommy needs to talk to Jenny alone. The little boy smiles at me and heads to the corner, lying on a pile of burlap sacks, his eyes gleaming in the light of Bethany's barrel fire that serves as her stove. Seeing them makes my heart ache, but I can't do much. I unstrap the rations I've been carefully hiding for a few days now. It's several cakes of thick cornbread, sandwiched with bean paste. All of them are slightly stale because I don't have a way of keeping them fresh, but I know Bethany won't care. They're starving as it is. I lay out the cakes. There's 4 of them, and I wish there were more, but I can tell by the way Bethany's mouth waters that she wants all of them. Bethany hesitates, then pulls a small bundle out from inside an old cookie tin. I cleaned and got what I could, but it's not much. She holds it out to me, shame on her face. I've been sneaking food out to Bethany for a few weeks now. It started as a barter. She'd boasted that she had tons of scraps that I could use for my quilting, and I get 2 good meals a day being in the fort's program, so it seemed like an easy solution. I'd skip breakfast as often as I could, hiding it in my clothing, and then we'd exchange. Except Bethany's contribution gets lighter and lighter every time. This handful of scraps wouldn't make a dish towel, much less help me complete my latest quilt. But we both know I don't do this for scraps. I do this because I feel guilty. If I didn't have the program, I'd be in Bethany's place, or worse. So I take the small stack of cloth scraps from her with a smile. This is perfect, thank you. The relief on her face tells me everything. I don't stay long. They won't eat in front of me, so they don't have to offer to share with a guest. And I slip back out into the night. Fort Dallas is a lot quieter than it used to be. Once upon a time, the streets were dangerous to be out after dark, but with Lord Azar in control, most of the misbehaving goes on in structured places, like the gambling den. It's not much of an improvement, but at least I can walk back to the barracks unmolested. Something big moves overhead. I freeze, my senses on alert. I glance up and immediately breathe a sigh of relief. One of the big dragons, the dead-eyed ones, is sitting atop the barricade up ahead. It almost looks like he's watching me walk, but I know from months of experience that he really isn't. He's not alive like Rachel's new friend Jurek. These dragons are living zombies, Rachel explained. Their minds aren't there. They're just here to keep us safe. It's still unsettling, though. I glance up at the big dragon, watching as it settles its wings against its big body in languid, even motions, like a bird in slow-mo. On a whim, I wave up at it. When I was a child, in the before, I was always that kid that tried to get the caboose on the train to whistle or a truck driver to blow his horn. It was my way of being seen, I guess. And I suppose that's why I do it now. I don't expect a response. I sure don't expect the dragon's eyes to flare bright gold and the gaze to lock onto me. I gasp, stumbling over an old tire and falling over. I land in the mud and wipe my hands off with a grimace, then look back up at the barricade. The dragon hasn't moved. His eyes are gray. Just my imagination, I tell myself. Like Michael and his cat-sized bugs. It's all in my head. This concludes Fire in His Chaos by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Noel Bridges and Jeremy York. Copyright 2020 by Ruby Dixon. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Ruby Dixon, care of Root Literary, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.